The Life of the Blessed Virgin Mary, selected Marian readings from the visions of Anne Catherine Emmerich. Audiobook prepared and produced by the Catholic Listening Library. Part 1. Joachim and Anne. St. Anne and St. Joachim. Joachim was far from handsome. St. Joseph, though no longer young, was in comparison a very handsome man. Joachim was short and broad, and at the same time thin, and though he was a wonderfully pious, holy man, I can't help laughing when I think of his appearance. Joachim was poor. He was related to St. Joseph in the following way. Joseph's grandfather was descended from David through Solomon, and was called Mathan. He had 2 sons, Jacob and Joses. Jacob was the father of Joseph. When Mathan died, his widow married as her second husband Levi, descended from David through Nathan, and by him had Madat, the father of Heli, also called Joachim. Wooing was in those days a very simple affair. The suitors were quite awkward and bashful, and when the young people spoke to each other, they accepted the idea of marriage as something that had to be. If the bride-to-be said yes, the parents were glad. But if she said no and had reason for it, they were just as satisfied. If everything was settled between the parents, the betrothal followed in the synagogue of the place. The priest prayed at the holy place where the scrolls of the law lay, the parents in their usual place. Meanwhile, the betrothed couple went together into a room and discussed their plans and their marriage contract. If they were in agreement, they told their parents, and their parents told the priest, who came towards them and received their declaration. On the next day, the wedding took place in the open air and with many ceremonies. Joachim and Anna were married in a little place with only a small school. Only one priest was present. Anna was about 19 years old. They lived with Eliud, Anna's father. His house belonged to the town of Sepphoris, but was some distance away from it, among a group of houses of which it was the largest. Here I think they lived for several years. There was something very distinguished about both of them. They were completely Jewish, but there was in them, unknown to themselves, a wonderful seriousness. I seldom saw them laugh, but they were certainly not sad when they began their married life. They had a serene and even character, and even in their young days they seemed a little like sedate old people. Often in my youth I have seen similar sedate young couples, and even then I used to say to myself, they are just like Anna and Joachim. Their parents were well-to-do. They had many flocks and herds, beautiful carpets and household things, and many manservants and maidservants. I never saw them cultivating the fields, but often saw them driving cattle out to pasture. They were very pious, devout, charitable, simple, and upright. They often divided their herds and everything else into 3 parts, and gave 1/3 of the beasts to the temple, driving them there themselves and handing them over to the temple servants. The second part they gave to the poor, or in answer to the requests of their relations, some of whom were generally there to drive the beasts away. The remainder, which was generally the worst, they kept for themselves. They lived very frugally and gave to all who asked. As a child I often used to think, giving brings plenty. He who gives receives twice in return. For I saw that their third always increased, and that soon everything was in such abundance that they were able to make the 3 divisions again. They had many relations who were assembled in their house on all festive occasions, but I never saw much feasting. I saw them giving food to the poor now and then, but I never saw them having real banquets. When the family were together, I generally saw them lying on the ground in a circle, speaking of God in eager expectation. I often saw bad men from their neighborhood watching them with ill will and bitterness as they spoke together, looking up to heaven so full of longing. They were kindly disposed towards these ill-wishers, however, and lost no opportunity of asking them to their house. where they gave them double shares of everything. I often saw these men violently and angrily demanding what the good people gave them in love and charity. There were poor people in their own family, and I often saw them being given a sheep or even several. The first child born to Anna in her father's house was a daughter, but she was not the child of promise. The signs which had been predicted were not present at her birth, which was attended by some trouble. I saw that Anna, when with child, was distressed about her servants. One of her maidservants had been led astray by a relation of Joachim. Anna, in great dismay at this infringement of the strict discipline of her house, reproached her somewhat severely for her fault, and the maidservant took her misfortune so to heart that she was delivered prematurely of a stillborn child. Anna was inconsolable over this, fearing that it was her fault, with the result that her child was also born too soon. Her daughter, however, did not die. Since this child had not the signs or the promise and was born too early, Anna looked upon this as a punishment of God, and was greatly distressed at what she believed to be her own sin. She had, however, great joy in her newborn little daughter, who was called Mary. She was a dear, good, gentle child, and I always saw her growing up rather strong and fat. Her parents were very fond of her, but they felt some uneasiness and distress because they realized that she was not the expected holy fruit of their union. They therefore did penance and lived in continence for a long time. Afterwards, Anna remained barren, which she looked upon as the result of her having sinned, and so redoubled all her good works. I saw her often by herself in earnest prayer. I saw, too, how they often lived apart from each other, gave alms, and sent sacrifices to the temple. Anna and Joachim had lived with Anna's father, Eliud, for some 7 years, as I could see by the age of their first child, when they decided to separate from their parents and settle in a house with land in the neighborhood of Nazareth that had come to them from Joachim's parents. There they intended, in seclusion, to begin their married life anew, and to bring down God's blessing on their union by a way of life more pleasing to Him. I saw this decision being taken in the family, and I saw Anna's parents making the arrangements for their children's new home. They divided their flocks and herds, setting apart for their children oxen, asses, and sheep, all much bigger than we have at home. All the household goods, crockery, and clothes were packed upon asses and oxen standing before the door. All the good people were so clever at packing the things up, and the beasts so intelligent in the way they took their loads and carried them off. We are not nearly so clever in packing things into carts as these people were in loading them onto beasts. They had beautiful household things. All the vessels were more delicate than nowadays, as if each had been made by the craftsman with special love and intention. I watched them packing the fragile jugs, decorated with beautiful ornamentation. They filled them with moss, wrapped more moss round them, and made them fast to both ends of a strap, so that they hung over the animals' backs, which were covered with bundles of colored rugs and garments. I saw them, too, packing up costly rugs heavily embroidered with gold, and the parents gave their departing children a heavy little lump in a pouch, no doubt a piece of precious metal. When everything was ready, the men servants and maid servants joined the procession and drove the flocks and herds and the beasts of burden before them to the new home, which was some 5 or 6 hours' journey distant. I think it had belonged to Joachim's parents. After Anna and Joachim had taken leave of all friends and servants, with thanks and admonitions, they left their former home with much emotion and with good resolutions. Anna's mother was no longer alive, but I saw that the parents accompanied the couple to their new home. Perhaps Eliud had married again, or perhaps it was only Joachim's parents who were there. Mary Healy, Anna's elder daughter, who was about 6 or 7 years old, was also of the party. Their new home lay in a pleasant hilly country. It was surrounded by meadows and trees, and was 1.5 hours, or a good hour, to the west of Nazareth, on a height between the valley of Nazareth and the valley of Zabulon. A ravine with an avenue of terebinth trees led from the house in the direction of Nazareth. In front of the house was an enclosed courtyard, the floor of which looked to me like bare rock. It was surrounded by a low wall of rocks or rough stones, with a wattle hedge growing either on it or behind it. On one side of this court there were small, not very solid buildings for the workpeople and for storing tools of various kinds. Also, an open shed had been put up there for cattle and beasts of burden. There were several gardens, and in one near the house was a great tree of a strange kind. Its branches hung down to the ground, took root there, and threw up other trees which did the same, until it was encircled by a whole series of arbors. There was a door opening on hinges in the center of the rather large house. The inside of the house was about as big as a moderate-sized village church, and was divided into different rooms by more or less movable wickerwork screens which did not reach to the ceiling. The door opened into the first part of the house, a big anteroom running the whole breadth of the building and used for banquets, or, if necessary, it could be divided up by light movable screens to make small bedrooms when there were many guests. Opposite the house door was a less solid door in the middle of the back wall of this anteroom, leading to the middle part of the house, through a passage with 4 bedrooms on each side of it. These rooms were partitioned off by light wickerwork screens of a man's height and ending at the top in open trellis work. From here, this passage led into the third or back part of the house, which was not rectangular, as it ended in a semicircular curve like the apse of a church. In the middle of this room, opposite the entrance, the wall of the fireplace rose up to the smoke opening in the roof of the house. At the foot of this wall was the hearth where cooking was done. A 5-branch lamp hung from the ceiling in front of this fireplace. At the side of it and behind it were several rather large rooms divided off by light screens. Behind the hearth, divided off by screens of rugs, were the rooms used by the family, the sleeping places, the prayer alcove, the eating and working rooms. Beyond the beautiful orchards round the house were fields, then a wood with a hill behind it. When the travelers arrived in the house, they found everything already in order and in its place, for the old people had sent the things on ahead and had them arranged. The men servants and maid servants had unpacked and settled all the things just as beautifully and neatly as when they were packed up, for they were so helpful and worked so quietly and intelligently by themselves that one did not have to be giving them orders all the time about every single thing as one must do today. Thus everything was soon settled and quiet, and the parents, having brought their children into their new home, blessed and embraced them in farewell, and set off on their journey home, accompanied by their little granddaughter, who went back with them. I never saw feasting going on during such visits and on similar occasions. They often lay in a circle, and had a few little bowls and jugs on the carpet before them, but their talk was generally of divine things and holy expectations. I now saw the holy couple beginning an entirely new life here. It was their intention to offer to God all that was past, and to behave as though their marriage had only then taken place, endeavoring to live in a manner pleasing to God, and thus to bring down upon them his blessing which they so earnestly desired beyond all else. I saw both of them going amongst their flocks and herds, and following the example of their parents, as I have described above, in dividing them into 3 portions between the temple, the poor, and themselves. The best and choicest portion was driven off to the temple. The poor were given the next best one, and the least good they kept for themselves. This they did with all their possessions. Their house was quite spacious. They lived and slept in separate little rooms, where I saw them very often praying by themselves with great devotion. I saw them living in this way for a long time, giving generous alms, and each time they divided their herds and goods, I saw that everything quickly increased again. They lived very abstemiously, observing periods of self-denial and continence. I saw them praying in penitential garments, and I often saw Joachim kneeling in supplication to God when he was with his herds far away in the pastures. For 19 years after the birth of their first child, they lived thus, devoutly before God, in constant yearning for the gift of fruitfulness, and with an increasing distress. I saw ill-disposed neighbors coming to them and speaking ill of them, saying that they must be bad people since no children were born to them, that the little girl with Anna's parents was really her daughter, but had been adopted by her because of her barrenness. Otherwise, she would have had her at home, and so forth. Each time they heard such words, the distress of the good couple was renewed. Anna's steadfast faith was supported by an inmost certainty that the coming of the Messiah was near, and that she herself was among his human relations. She prayed for the fulfillment of the promise with loud supplications, and both she and Joachim were always striving after more perfect purity of life. The shame of her unfruitfulness distressed her deeply. She could hardly appear in the synagogue without affront. Joachim, though short and thin, was robust, and I often saw him going to Jerusalem with the beasts for sacrifice. Anna was not tall either, and very delicately formed. Her grief so consumed her that her cheeks, though still slightly tinged with red, were quite hollow. They continued to give portions of their herds to the temple and to the poor, while the portion they kept for themselves grew ever smaller and smaller. Joachim is spurned at the temple and goes to stay with his flocks. After having besought God's blessing on their marriage for so many years in vain, I saw that Joachim was minded to offer another sacrifice at the temple. He and Anna prepared themselves for this by penitential devotions. I saw them lying on the hard earth in prayer during the night, girt in penitential garments, after which Joachim went at sunrise across the country to where his herds were pasturing, while Anna remained at home by herself. Soon after this, I saw Anna sending him doves, other birds, and many different things in cages and baskets. They were all taken to him by men-servants to be offered up in the temple. He took 2 donkeys from the pasture and loaded them with these baskets and with others, into which he put, I think, 3 very lively little white creatures with long necks. I cannot remember whether they were lambs or kids. He had with him a staff with a light on the top of it, which looked as if it were shining inside a hollow gourd. I saw him arriving with his men-servants and beasts of burden at a beautiful green field between Bethany and Jerusalem, a place where later I often saw Jesus stay. They journeyed on to the temple and stabled the donkeys at the same temple inn near the cattle market, where Joachim and Anna afterwards lodged at Mary's presentation. They then took the sacrificial offerings up the steps and passed through the dwellings of the temple servants as before. Here Joachim's servants went back after handing over the offerings. Joachim himself entered the hall, where stood the basin of water in which all the sacrifices were washed. He then went through a long passage into a hall on the left of the place, in which were the altar of incense, the table of the showbreads, and the 7-branched candlestick. There were several others assembled there to make sacrifices, and it was here that Joachim had to bear his hardest trial. I saw that one of the priests, Reuben by name, disdained his offerings, and did not put them with the others on the right hand of the hall, where they could be seen behind the bars, but thrust them on one side. He reproached the unfortunate Joachim loudly and before the others for his unfruitfulness, refused to admit him, and sent him in disgrace to an alcove enclosed with gratings. I saw that upon this Joachim left the temple in the greatest distress, and betook himself to an assembly house of the Essenes, near Mahairus, passing Bethany on the way. Here he sought counsel and consolation. In this same house, and earlier in a similar one near Bethlehem, lived the prophet Menahem, who prophesied to the young Herod about his kingdom and his crimes. From here Joachim betook himself to his most distant herds on Mount Hermon. His way led him across the Jordan through the desert of Gadi. Mount Hermon is a long, narrow mountain, beautifully green and rich with fruit trees on the sunny side, but covered with snow on the other. St. Anne receives the promise of fertility and travels to the temple. Joachim was so grieved and ashamed at having been rejected with scorn at the temple that he did not even send to tell Anna whither he had betaken himself. She heard, however, of the humiliation he had suffered from others who had witnessed it, and her distress was indescribable. I saw her often lying weeping with her face to the earth, because she had no knowledge of where Joachim was. I believe that he remained hidden among his flocks on Mount Hermon for as long as 5 months. During the end of that time, Anna's distress was much increased by the rudeness of one of her maidservants, who kept reproaching her for her misfortunes. Once, however, when this maidservant asked to be allowed to go away for the Feast of Tabernacles, which was just beginning, Anna, remembering how her former maidservant had been led astray, refused permission out of vigilant care for her household, whereupon this maidservant attacked her so violently, declaring that her barrenness and Joachim's desertion of her was God's punishment for her severity, that Anna could not bear to have her in her house any more. She sent her back to her parents with presents, and accompanied by 2 menservants, with a request that they would take back their daughter who had been entrusted to her, as she could not keep her in her house any longer. After sending away this maid, Anna went sadly into her room to pray. Towards evening she threw a large shawl over her head, wrapping herself in it completely, and went with a shaded light to the great tree in the courtyard, which I have described before as forming an arbor. Here she lit a lamp hanging on this tree in a sort of box, and prayed from a scroll. This tree was a very large one. There were arbors and seats arranged under it, for its branches reached over the wall to the ground, where they took root and shot up, and again sank to the ground and took root, so that a whole series of arbors encircled it. This tree was like the tree in the Garden of Eden, which bore the forbidden fruit. Its fruits hung from the ends of the branches, generally in bunches of 5. They are pear-shaped, and their flesh has blood-colored streaks. There is a hollow in the center, round which are the seeds embedded in the flesh. The leaves are very large, resembling, I think, those with which Adam and Eve covered themselves in the Garden of Eden. The Jews used these leaves specially for the Feast of Tabernacles. They decorated the walls with them because they could be fitted together beautifully, one behind the other, like fish's scales. Anna remained under this tree for a long time, crying to God and begging that even though he made her barren, yet he might not keep her pious companion Joachim far from her. And lo, there appeared to her an angel of God. He seemed to step down before her from the top of the tree, and spoke to her, telling her to be of good heart, for the Lord had heard her prayer. She was to journey next day to the temple with 2 maidservants, taking with her doves as a sacrifice. Joachim's prayer, too, he said, had been heard, and he was on his way to the temple with his offerings. She would meet him under the golden gate. Joachim's sacrifice would be accepted, and they would be blessed and made fruitful. Soon she would learn the name by which their child was to be called. He told her, too, that he had given a like message to her husband. Then he disappeared. Anna, full of joy, thanked God for his mercies. She then went back into the house and gave her maidservants the necessary orders for their journey to the temple next morning. I saw her afterwards lying down to sleep after praying. Her bed was a narrow blanket with a pillow under her head. In the morning, her blanket was rolled up. She took off her upper garments, wrapped herself from head to foot in an ample covering, and lay down at full length on her right side with her face to the wall, against which was the bed. After she had slept for a short time, I saw a brightness pouring down towards her from above, which on approaching her bed was transformed into the figure of a shining youth. It was the angel of the Lord, who told her that she would conceive a holy child. Stretching his hand over her, he wrote great shining letters on the wall, which formed the name Mary. Thereupon the angel dissolved into light and disappeared. During this time, Anna seemed to be wrapped in a secret, joyful dream. She rose half waking from her couch, prayed with great intensity, and then fell asleep again without having completely recovered consciousness. After midnight, she awoke joyfully, as if by an inner inspiration, and now she saw, with alarm mixed with joy, the writing on the wall. This seemed to be of shining golden red letters, large and few in number. She gazed at them with unspeakable joy and contrite humility until day came, when they faded away. She saw the writing so clearly, and her joy thereat became so great, that when she got up she appeared quite young again. In the moment when the light of the angel had enveloped Anna in grace, I saw a radiance under her heart, and recognized in her the chosen mother, the illuminated vessel of the grace that was at hand. What I saw in her I can only describe by saying that I recognized in her the cradle and tabernacle of the holy child she was to conceive and preserve, a mother blessed indeed. I saw that by God's grace, Anna was able to bear fruit. I cannot describe the wonderful manner in which I recognized this. I saw Anna as the cradle of all mankind's salvation, and, at the same time, as a sacred altar vessel, opened yet hidden behind a curtain. I recognized this after a natural manner, and all this knowledge of mine was one and was natural and sacred at the same time. Anna was at that time, I think, 43 years old. She now got up, lit the lamp, prayed, and then started on her journey to Jerusalem with her offerings. All the members of her household were full of strange joyfulness that morning, though none but Anna knew of the coming of the angel. Joachim is comforted by an angel and returns again to the temple to sacrifice. At the same time, I saw Joachim among his flocks on Mount Hermon, beyond the Jordan, constantly praying God to grant his supplications. As he watched the young lambs bleating and frolicking round their mothers, he felt sorely distressed at having no children, but did not tell his shepherds why he was so sad. It was near the time of the Feast of Tabernacles, and he and his shepherds were beginning to put up the tabernacles. Remembering his humiliation at the temple, he had abandoned the idea of going tip as usual to Jerusalem for the feast and offering sacrifices. But as he was praying, I saw an angel appear to him, telling him to be of good courage and to journey to the temple, for his sacrifice would be accepted and his prayers granted. He would meet his wife under the golden gate. Thereupon I saw Joachim joyfully dividing his flocks and herds once more into 3 portions, and what numbers of fine beasts he had. The least good he kept for himself, the next best he sent to the Essenes, and the best of all he drove to the temple with his herdsmen. He arrived in Jerusalem on the 4th day of the feast, and stayed in his usual lodgings near the temple. Anna arrived in Jerusalem also on the 4th day of the feast, and stayed with Zechariah's relations by the fish market. She did not meet Joachim until the end of the feast. Although on the previous occasion it was by a sign from above that Joachim's offerings were rejected, I saw that the priest, who had treated him so harshly, instead of comforting and consoling him, was in some way, I cannot remember how, punished by God. Now, however, the priests had received a divine warning to accept his offerings, and I saw that some of them, on being told of his approach with the sacrificial beasts, went out of the temple to meet him and accepted his gifts. The cattle which he had brought as a gift to the temple were not his actual offering. The sacrifice he brought to be slaughtered consisted of 2 lambs and 3 lively little animals, kids, I think. I saw, too, that many of his acquaintances congratulated him on his sacrifice being accepted. I saw that because of the feast, the whole temple was open and decorated with garlands of fruit and greenery, and that in one place a tabernacle had been set up on 8 detached pillars. Joachim went from place to place in the temple exactly as he did before. His sacrifice was slaughtered and burnt at the usual place. Some part of it was, however, burnt at another place, to the right, I think, of the entrance hall, with the great teaching pulpit. I saw the priests making a sacrifice of incense in the holy place. Lamps, too, were lighted, and lights burned on the 7-branched candlestick, but not on all 7 branches at once. I often saw that on different occasions different branches of it were lighted. As the smoke arose from the offering, I saw as it were a beam of light falling upon the officiating priest in the holy place, and at the same time on Joachim without in the hall. There came a sudden pause in what was going on. It seemed from astonishment and the realization of something supernatural. Thereupon I saw that 2 priests went out into the hall to Joachim, as though by God's command, and led him through the side rooms up to the golden altar of incense in the holy place. The priest then laid something on the altar. This was not, I could see, separate grains of incense. It looked like a solid lump, but I cannot remember what it was. This lump gave out a powerful and sweet smell of incense as it was burnt upon the altar of incense before the veil of the Holy of Holies. Then I saw the priest going away, leaving Joachim alone in the holy place. While the incense offering was being consumed, I saw Joachim in a state of ecstasy, kneeling with outstretched arms. I saw approaching him a shining figure of an angel, such as later appeared to Zechariah when he received the promise of the Baptist's birth. The angel spoke to Joachim and gave him a scroll on which I recognized, written in shining letters, the 3 names Helia, Hannah, Miriam. Beside the last of these names, I saw the picture of a little Ark of the Covenant or tabernacle. Joachim fastened this scroll to his breast, under his garment. The angel told him that his unfruitfulness was no disgrace for him, but on the contrary, an honor, for the child his wife was to conceive was to be the immaculate fruit of God's blessing upon him and the crowning point of the blessing of Abraham. Joachim, being unable to grasp this, was led by the angel behind the veil hanging in front of the Holy of Holies. Between this veil and the bars of the screen before the Holy of Holies was a space large enough to stand in. I saw the angel approach the Ark of the Covenant, and it seemed to me as if he took something out of it, for I saw him hold towards Joachim a shining globe or circle of light, bidding him breathe upon it and look into it. When he held the circle of light so near his face, it made me think of a custom at our country weddings, where the sacristan gives one a little board to kiss with a head painted on it, and makes one pay 3 halfpence for doing so. Then I saw as if all kinds of pictures appeared in the circle of light when Joachim breathed on it, and that these were visible to him. His breath had in no way dimmed the circle of light, and the angel told him that the conception of Anna's child would be as untarnished as this globe, which had remained shining in spite of his having breathed on it. Thereupon I saw as if the angel lifted the globe until it stood like an encircling halo in the air, in which I saw, as through an opening in it, a series of pictures, starting with the fall and ending with the redemption of mankind. The whole course of the world passed before my eyes as one picture merged into another. I knew and understood it all, but I cannot reproduce the details. Above, at the very summit, I saw the Blessed Trinity, and below and on one side of the Trinity, I saw the Garden of Eden, with Adam and Eve, the fall, the promise of redemption and all its prototypes, Noah, the flood, the ark, the receiving of the blessing through Abraham, its handing on to his firstborn Isaac, from Isaac to Jacob, how it was taken from Jacob by the angel with whom he struggled, how the blessing came to Joseph in Egypt and increased in glory in him and in his wife. I saw how the secret presence of the blessing was removed by Moses from Egypt with relics of Joseph and his wife Asenath, and became the Holy of Holies of the Ark of the Covenant, the presence of the living God among his people. Then I saw the reverence paid by God's people to the sacred thing, and their ceremonies respecting it. I saw the relationships and marriages which form the sacred genealogy of the Blessed Virgin's ancestry, as well as all the prototypes and symbols of her and of our Savior in history and in the prophets. All this I saw in encircling symbols, and also rising from the lower part of the ring of light. I saw pictures of great cities, towers, palaces, thrones, gates, gardens, and flowers, all strangely woven together, as it were, by bridges of light, and all were being attacked and assaulted by fierce beasts and other figures of might. These pictures all signified how our Blessed Lady's ancestral family, from which God was to take flesh and be made man, had been led, like all that is holy, by God's grace through many assaults and struggles. I remember, too, having seen at a certain point in this series of pictures a garden surrounded by a thick hedge of thorns, which a host of serpents and other loathsome creatures attempted in vain to penetrate. I also saw a strong tower assaulted on all sides by men-at-arms, who are falling down from it. I saw many pictures of this kind, relating to the history of the ancestry of the Blessed Virgin, and the bridges and passages which joined all together signified the victory over all attempts to disturb, hinder, or interrupt the work of salvation. It was as if, by God's compassion, there had been poured into mankind, as into a muddy stream, a pure flesh and a pure blood, and as if this had, with great toil and difficulty, to reconstitute itself out of its scattered elements, the whole stream striving the while to draw it into its troubled waters, and then, as if by the countless mercies of God and the faithful cooperation of mankind, it had at last issued forth, after many pollutions and many cleansings, in an unfailing stream out of which rose the Blessed Virgin, from whom the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us. Among the pictures that I saw in the globe of light, there were many which occur in the litany of the Blessed Virgin. Whenever I say that litany, I see them and recognize them and venerate them with great devotion. The pictures in the globe unfolded themselves still further till they reached the fulfillment of all God's compassion towards mankind, so divided and dispersed in its fallen state, and ended on the side opposite the Garden of Eden with the heavenly Jerusalem at the foot of the throne of God. After I had seen all these pictures, the globe, which was really a series of pictures passing in and out of a circle of light, disappeared. I think that all this was a communication to Joachim of a vision revealed to him by the angel, and also seen by me. Whenever I receive such a communication, It appears in a circle of light like a globe. Joachim receives the blessing from the Ark of the Covenant. I saw now that the angel touched or anointed Joachim's forehead with the tip of his thumb and forefinger, and that he gave him a shining morsel to eat and a luminous liquid to drink from a gleaming little chalice which he held between two fingers. It was of the shape of the chalice at the Last Supper, but without a foot. It seemed to me, too, that this food which he put in his mouth took the form of a little shining ear of corn and a little shining cluster of grapes, and I understood that thereafter every impurity and every sinful desire left Joachim. Thereupon I saw that the angel imparted to Joachim the highest and holiest fruit of the blessing given by God to Abraham, and culminating, through Joseph, in the holy thing within the Ark of the Covenant, in the presence of God among his people. He gave Joachim this blessing in the same form as I had been shown before, except that while the angel of benediction gave Abraham the blessing from himself, out of his bosom, as it were, he seemed to give it to Joachim from out of the Holy of Holies. The blessing of Abraham was, as it were, the beginning of God's grace, given in blessing to the father of his future people, so that from him might proceed the stones for the building of his temple. But when Joachim received the blessing, it was as though the angel were taking the holy benediction from the tabernacle of this temple and delivering it to a priest, in order that from him might be formed the holy vessel in which the Word was to be made flesh. All this cannot be expressed in words, for I speak of that Holy of Holies, inviolate, yet violated in man when he sinned and fell. From my earliest youth, I have very often, in my visions from the Old Testament, seen into the Ark of the Covenant, and have always had the impression of a complete church, but more solemn and awe-inspiring. I saw therein not only the tables of the law as the written word of God, but also a sacramental presence of the living God, like the roots of the wine and wheat, and of the flesh and blood of the future sacrifice of our redemption. The grace given by this blessed presence produced, with the cooperation of God-fearing men under the law, that holy tree whose final blossoming was the pure flower in which the Word became flesh and God became man, thus giving us, in the new covenant, his humanity and his divinity by instituting the sacrament of his body and blood, without which we cannot attain eternal life. I have never known the Ark of the Covenant without the sacramental presence of God, except when it had fallen into the hands of the enemy, at which times the holy presence was safe in the hands of the high priest or of one of the prophets. When only the tables of the law were present in the Ark of the Covenant, without the holy treasure, it seemed to me like the temple of the Samaritans on Mount Gerizim, or like a church of our own time which is without the Blessed Sacrament, and instead of the tables of the law written by God's hand, contains only the books of Holy Scripture, imperfectly understood by mankind. In the Ark of the Covenant made by Moses, which stood in the temple and tabernacle of Solomon, I saw this most holy thing of the Old Covenant in the form of a shining circle crossed by two smaller rays of light, intersecting each other. But now, when the angel imparted the blessing to Joachim, I saw this blessing being given to him in the form of something shining, like a shining seed or bean in shape, which he laid in the open breast of Joachim's garment. When the blessing was imparted to Abraham, I saw grace being conveyed to him in the same manner, and its virtue and efficacy remaining with him in the degree ordained by God until he handed it over to his firstborn son Isaac, from whom it passed to Jacob, and from him, through the angel, to Joseph, and from Joseph and his wife, with increased virtue, to the Ark of the Covenant. I perceived that the angel bound Joachim to secrecy, and I understood why it was that later Zechariah, the Baptist's father, had become dumb after he had received the blessing and the promise of Elizabeth's fruitfulness from the angel Gabriel at the altar of incense. It was revealed to me that with this blessing, Joachim received the highest fruit and the true fulfillment of Abraham's blessing, namely the blessing for the Immaculate Conception of the Most Holy Virgin, who was to bruise the head of the serpent. The angel then led Joachim back into the holy place and disappeared, upon which Joachim sank to the ground in an ecstasy as though paralyzed. The priests who re-entered the holy place found him radiant with joy. They lifted him up reverently and placed him outside in a seat generally used only by priests. Here they washed his face, held some strong-smelling substance to his nostrils, gave him to drink, and in general treated him as one does someone who has fainted. When he had recovered, he looked young and strong, and was beaming with joy. Joachim and St. Anne meet beneath the Golden Gate. It was a warning from on high that had led Joachim into the holy place, and it was by a similar inspiration that he was brought into a subterranean passage which belonged to the consecrated part of the temple and ran under it and under the Golden Gate. I have been told what was the meaning and origin of this passage when the temple was built, and also what it was used for, but I have no clear recollection of this. Some religious observance relating to the blessing and reconciliation of the unfruitful was, I think, connected with this passage. In certain circumstances, people were brought into it for rites of purification, expiation, absolution, and the like. Joachim was led by priests near the slaughtering place through a little door into this passage. The priests turned back, but Joachim continued along the passage, which gradually sloped downwards. Anna had also come to the temple with her maidservant, who was carrying the doves for sacrifice in wicker baskets. She had handed over her offering and had revealed to a priest that she had been bidden by an angel to meet her husband under the Golden Gate. I now saw that she was led by priests, accompanied by some venerable women, among whom I think was the prophetess, Anna, through an entrance on the other side into the consecrated passage, where her companions left her. I had a very wonderful view of what this passage was like. Joachim went through a little door. The passage sloped downwards, and was at first narrow, but became broader afterwards. The walls were of glistening gold and green, and a reddish light shone in from above. I saw beautiful pillars like twisted trees and vines. After passing through about a third of the passage, Joachim came to a place in the midst of which stood a pillar in the form of a palm tree with hanging leaves and fruits. Here he was met by Anna, radiant with happiness. They embraced each other with holy joy, and each told the other their good tidings. They were in a state of ecstasy and enveloped in a cloud of light. I saw this light issuing from a great host of angels, who were carrying the appearance of a high shining tower and hovering above the heads of Anna and Joachim. The form of this tower was the same as I see in pictures from the Litany of the Blessed Virgin, of the Tower of David, the Tower of Ivory, and so forth. I saw that this tower seemed to disappear between Anna and Joachim, who were enveloped in a glory of brightness. I understood that, as a result of the grace here given, the conception of Mary was as pure as all conceptions would have been but for the fall. I had at the same time an indescribable vision. The heavens opened above them, and I saw the joy of the Holy Trinity and of the angels, and their participation in the mysterious blessing here bestowed on Mary's parents. Anna and Joachim returned, praising God, to the exit under the Golden Gate. Towards the end, the passage sloped upwards. They came into a kind of chapel under a beautiful and high arch, where many lights were burning. Here they were received by priests who led them away. The part of the temple above which was the hall of the Sanhedrin lay over the middle of the subterranean passage. Above this end of it were, I think, dwellings of priests, whose duty it was to look after the vestments. Joachim and Anna now came to a kind of bay at the outermost edge of the temple hill, overlooking the valley of Josaphat, where the path could no longer go straight on, but branched to right and left. After they had visited another priest's house, I saw Joachim and Anna and their servants starting on their journey home. On their arrival at Nazareth, Joachim, after a joyful meal, gave food to many poor people and distributed generous alms. I saw how full he and Anna were of joy and fervor and gratitude to God when they thought of his compassion towards them. I often saw them praying together with tears. It was explained to me here that the Blessed Virgin was begotten by her parents in holy obedience and complete purity of heart, and that thereafter they lived together in continence in the greatest devoutness and fear of God. I was at the same time clearly instructed how immeasurably the holiness of children was encouraged by the purity, chastity, and continence of their parents, and by their resistance to all unclean temptations, and how continence after conception preserves the fruit of the womb from many sinful impulses. In general, I was given an overflowing abundance of knowledge about the roots of deformity and sin. Part 2. The Birth and Childhood of Mary. The infusing of Mary's soul and her birth. The uniting of Mary's soul and body. I had a vision of the creation of Mary's most holy soul and of its being united to her most pure body. In the glory by which the most holy Trinity is usually represented in my visions, I saw a movement like a great shining mountain, and yet also like a human figure. And I saw something rise out of the midst of this figure towards its mouth, and go forth from it like a shining brightness. Then I saw this brightness standing separate before the face of God, turning and shaping itself, or rather being shaped, for I saw that while this brightness took human form, yet it was by the will of God that it received a form so unspeakably beautiful. I saw, too, that God showed the beauty of this soul to the angels, and that they had unspeakable joy in its beauty. I am unable to describe in words all that I saw and understood. When 17 weeks and 5 days after the conception of the Blessed Virgin had gone by, that is to say, 5 days before Anna's pregnancy was half accomplished, I saw the Blessed Virgin's Holy Mother lying asleep in her bed in her house near Nazareth. Then there came a shining light above her, and a ray from this light fell upon the middle of her side, and the light passed into her in the shape of a little shining human figure. In the same instant, I saw the Blessed Virgin's Holy Mother raise herself on her couch, surrounded by light. She was in ecstasy, and had a vision of her womb opening like a tabernacle to enclose a shining little virgin from whom man's whole salvation was to spring. I saw that this was the instant in which, for the first time, the child moved within her. Anna then rose from her couch, dressed herself, and announced her joy to the holy Joachim. They both thanked God, and I saw them praying under the tree in the garden where the angel had comforted Anna. It was made known to me that the Blessed Virgin's soul was united to her body 5 days earlier than with other children, and that her birth was 12 days earlier. Mary's birth. Several days before the Blessed Virgin's birth, Anna had told Joachim that the time was approaching for her to be delivered. She sent messengers to Sepphoris, where her younger sister Maraha lived, to the widow Enue, sister of Elizabeth, in the valley of Zabulon, and to her niece Mary Salome at Bethsaida, asking these 3 women to come to her. I saw them on their journeys. The widow Enua had a serving lad with her. The other 2 women were accompanied by their husbands, who, however, went back on approaching Nazareth. I saw that on the day before Anna was delivered, Joachim sent his many men servants out to the herds, and among Anna's new maidservants he kept in the house only those who were needed. He too went out into his nearest pasture. I saw that Anna's firstborn daughter, Mary Healy, looked after the house. She was then about 19 years old and was married to Cleophas, one of Joachim's chief shepherds, by whom she had a little daughter, Mary Cleophas, now about 4 years old. After praying, Joachim chose out his finest lambs, kids, and cattle, sending shepherds to take them to the temple as a thank offering. He did not return home until nightfall. I saw the 3 cousins arriving at Anna's house in the evening. They went to her in her room behind the hearth and embraced her. After Anna had told them that the time was near for her to be delivered, they stood up and sang a hymn together. Praise the Lord God. He has shown mercy to his people and has redeemed Israel, and has fulfilled the promise which he gave to Adam in paradise, that the seed of the woman should crush the head of the serpent, and so on. I can no longer recite it all by heart. Anna prayed as though in ecstasy. She introduced into the hymn all the prophetic symbols of Mary. She said, "The seed given by God to Abraham has ripened in me." She spoke of the promise to Sarah of Isaac's birth and said, "The blossoming of Aaron's rod is perfected in me." At that moment, I saw her as though suffused with light. I saw the room full of radiance, and Jacob's ladder appearing above it. The women were overcome with astonishment and joy, and I think that they also saw the vision. When the prayer of welcome was over, the travelers were refreshed with a slight meal of bread and fruit, and water mixed with balsam. They ate and drank standing up, and then lay down till midnight to rest from their journey. Anna did not go to bed, but prayed, and at midnight woke the other women to pray with her. They followed her to her praying place behind a curtain. Anna opened the doors of a little cupboard in the wall, which contained a casket with holy objects. On each side were lights, perhaps lamps, but I am not sure. They had to be pushed up in their holders, and then little bits of shavings put underneath to prevent them from sinking down. After this, the lights were lit. There was a cushioned stool at the foot of this sort of little altar. The casket contained some of Sarah's hair. Anna had a great veneration for her. Some of Joseph's bones, brought by Moses from Egypt, and something belonging to Tobias, I think a relic of his clothing. Also the little shining, white, pear-shaped goblet from which Abraham had drunk when blessed by the angel. This had been given to Joachim from the Ark of the Covenant when he was blessed in the temple. I now know that this blessing took the form of wine and bread and was a strengthening and sacramental food. Anna knelt before the little cupboard with one of the women on each side and the third behind her. She recited another hymn. I think it mentioned the burning bush of Moses. Then I saw the room filled with supernatural light, which became more intense as it wove itself round Anna. The women sank to the ground, as though stunned. The light round Anna took the exact form of the burning bush of Moses on Horeb, and I could no longer see her. The whole flame streamed inwards, and then I suddenly saw that Anna received the shining child Mary in her hands, wrapped her in her mantle, pressed her to her heart, and laid her naked on the stool in front of the holy relics, still continuing her prayer. Then I heard the child cry, and saw that Anna brought out wrappings from under the great veil which enveloped her. She wrapped the child first in gray, and then in red swaddling bands up to her arms. Her breast, arms, and head were bare. The appearance of the burning bush around Anna had now vanished. The women stood up and received the newborn child in their arms with great astonishment. They shed tears of joy. They all joined in a hymn of praise, and Anna lifted her child up on high as though making an offering. I saw at that moment the room full of light, and beheld several angels singing Gloria and Alleluia. I heard all their words. They announced that on the 20th day the child was to be called Mary. Anna now went into her bedroom and lay down on her couch. The women in the meantime unwrapped the child, bathed it, and wrapped it up again, and then laid it beside its mother. There was a little woven wicker basket which could be fastened beside the bed or against the wall or at the foot of the bed, whichever was wanted, so that the child could always have its place near its mother and yet separate. The women now called Joachim, the father. He came to Anna's couch and knelt down, weeping, his tears falling on the child. Then he lifted it up in his arms and uttered his song of praise, like Zechariah at John's birth. He spoke in this hymn of the holy seed implanted by God in Abraham, which had continued amongst God's people by means of the covenant ratified by circumcision, but had now reached its highest blossoming in this child, and was, in the flesh, completed. I also heard how this song of praise declared that now was fulfilled the word of the prophet, "There shall come forth a rod out of the root of Jesse." He said, too, in great humility and devoutness, that he would now gladly die. It was only then that I noticed that Mary Healy, Anna's elder daughter, did not have sight of the child until later. Although she had become the mother of Mary Cleophas several years before, she was not present at the Blessed Virgin's birth, perhaps because, according to Jewish rules, it was not considered seemly for a daughter to be with her mother at such a time. Next morning, I saw the serving men and maids and many people from nearby gathered round the house. They were allowed to enter in groups, and the child was shown by the women to them all. Many were greatly moved, and some led better lives thereafter. The neighbors had come because they had seen in the night a glowing light above the house, and because the birth of Anna's child after long unfruitfulness was looked upon as a great favor from heaven. Joy at Mary's birth in heaven, and the moment when the newborn child lay in the arms of her holy mother Anna, I saw that at the same time the child was presented in heaven in the sight of the most holy Trinity, and greeted with unspeakable joy by all the heavenly host. Then I understood that there was made known to her in a supernatural manner her whole future, with all her joys and sorrows. Mary was taught infinite mysteries, and yet was and remained a child. This knowledge of hers we cannot understand, because our knowledge grows on the tree of good and evil. She knew everything in the same way as a child knows its mother's breast, and that it is to drink from it. As the vision faded in which I saw the child Mary being thus taught in heaven through grace, I heard her weep for the first time. I often see pictures like this, but for me they are inexpressible and probably for most people not quite comprehensible. Therefore I do not relate them. The proclaiming of Mary's birth in limbo. In the moment of Mary's birth, I saw the tidings brought to the patriarchs in limbo. I saw them all, especially Adam and Eve, filled with inexpressible joy at the fulfillment of the promise given in paradise. I also perceived that the patriarchs advanced in their state of grace, that the place of their sojourn became brighter and more spacious, and that it was given to them to have more influence on earth. It was as if all their labor and penance, all the struggling, crying, and yearning of their lives had matured into its destined fruit. Agitation in nature and mankind at Mary's birth. At the time of Mary's birth, I saw a great and joyful agitation in nature, in the animal world, in the hearts of all good men, and I heard the sound of sweet singing. Sinners, however, were overwhelmed by fear and sorrow. I saw, especially near Nazareth, but also in the rest of the Promised Land, many who were possessed break out at that time into violent ravings. They were hurled from side to side with loud cries, and the devils shrieked from within them, "We must surrender. We must go out." In Jerusalem, I saw how the aged priest Simeon, who lived in the temple, was startled at the moment of Mary's birth by loud shrieks coming from the madmen and those possessed of the devil, of whom many were shut up in a building in one of the streets on the Temple Hill. Simeon lived near them and was partly responsible for looking after them. About midnight, I saw him go to the open space before the house of those possessed, and inquire of one of them who lived nearest as to the cause of the loud cries with which everyone had been roused from their sleep. The man cried still louder that he must go out. Simeon opened the door. The possessed one rushed out, and Satan cried from within him, "I must go out. We must all go out. A virgin has been born. There are so many angels on earth who torment us. We must now go out and may never more enter into men." I saw Simeon praying fervently. The wretched man was flung back and forth on the open space, and I saw the devil go out of him. It gave me great pleasure to see the aged Simeon. I also saw the prophetess Anna and Noemi wakened and informed by visions of the birth of a chosen child. They met and told each other of what they had seen. I think they knew Anna, the Blessed Virgin's mother. The proclaiming of Mary's birth in Chaldea. In the night of Mary's birth, I saw in a city of the Chaldeans that 5 sibyls, or virgin prophetesses, were granted visions. I saw them hastening to the priests, who then made known in many places that these prophetesses had seen that a virgin had been born, and that many gods had come down to earth to greet her, while other spirits fled before her lamenting. I saw, too, that the picture of a virgin holding scales evenly balanced with corn and grapes, which the watchers of the stars had seen since Mary's conception, was no longer visible to them. In the hour of Mary's birth, it seemed to move out of the star in which it left a gap, and to sink down and away from it in one particular direction. They now made and set up in their temple the great idol which I saw there in my visions of the life of Jesus. It had some connection with the Blessed Virgin. Later they set up in their temple another symbolic image of the Blessed Virgin, the closed garden. I saw live animals lying in this temple and being cared for. I am not sure whether they were dogs. They were fed with the flesh of other animals. Within the temple of the 3 holy kings, I had till now always seen a wonderful illumination at night. It was as if one looked up into a starry sky set with all the constellations. They used to make alterations in this artificial sky in their temple according to the visions they saw in the heavens. Thus, after the birth of Mary, the illumination which had previously come from outside now came from within. Events in Egypt during Mary's birth. When the Blessed Virgin was born, I saw that image of a winged woman with a balance in her hand, bending down over a child in a little ship lying in the top of a tree, cast into the sea from its place in the temple on an island in a river. I had seen the image placed there long ago, before the time of Elijah, in accordance with the forced utterance of an idol. The little tree on which lay the child in the ship remained in its place. A church was built there later. At the moment of Mary's birth, I saw falling from the temple ceiling pieces of that winged female figure with 3 breasts, which I had seen fixed to the ceiling of a temple when a messenger from Elijah announced his master's prophecy of a coming virgin. The face, the 3 breasts, and the lower part of the body all fell down or were broken to pieces. The bushel-shaped crown, the arms with the ears of corn, the upper part of the body, and the wings did not fall down. Visits with the newborn baby Mary. On the 9th of September, the day after Mary's birth, I saw in the house several other relations from the neighborhood. I heard many names, but have forgotten them again. I also saw many of Joachim's menservants arriving from the more distant pastures. All were shown the newborn child, and all were filled with great joy. The meal in the house was accompanied by much rejoicing. On the 10th and 11th of September, I again saw many visiting the child Mary. Among them were relations of Joachim's from the valley of Zabulon. On these occasions, the child was brought into the front part of the house in its little cradle, and put on a high stand, like a sawing bench, to be shown to the people. The child was wrapped in red, covered with transparent white stuff up to its bare arms, and had a transparent little veil round its neck. The cradle was covered with red and white stuff. I saw Mary Cleophas, the 2 or 3-year-old child of Anna's elder daughter and of Cleophas, playing with the child Mary and caressing her. Mary Cleophas was a fat, sturdy child and wore a sleeveless white dress with a red hem hung with red buttons like tiny apples. Round her bare arms she wore little white wreaths which seemed to be made of feathers, silk, or wool. The child receives the name Mary. Today I saw great preparations for a feast in Anna's house. All the furniture was moved aside, and in the front part of the house the dividing screens had been taken away to make one large hall instead of a number of small rooms. Along each side of this hall I saw a long, low table set out for a meal, with many things that I had not noticed before. Fragile vases with open work tops like baskets stood on the table. They may have been for flowers. On a side table I saw many little white sticks, apparently made of bone, and spoons shaped like deep shells, with handles ending in a ring. There were also little curved tubes, perhaps for sucking up liquid. In the center of the hall, a kind of altar table had been set up, covered in red and white. On it lay a little trough-shaped basket cradle of red and white wickerwork, covered with a sky-blue cloth. Beside this altar stood a lectern draped in a cloth on which lay parchment prayer scrolls. 5 priests from Nazareth stood before the altar, one of them wearing grander vestments than the others. Joachim stood near them. In the background near the altar were several men and women belonging to the families of Anna and Joachim, all in festal attire. I remember seeing Anna's sister Maraha from Sepphoris, and Anna's elder daughter and others. Anna herself, though no longer in bed, remained in her room behind the hearth and did not appear at the ceremony. Annui, Elizabeth's sister, brought out the child Mary, wrapped to the arms in red swaddling clothes, covered with transparent white stuff, and laid her in Joachim's arms. The priests approached the altar where the scrolls lay and prayed aloud. 2 of them held up the train of the principal one. Joachim then laid the child in the hands of the high priest, who, lifting her up in offering as he prayed, laid her in the cradle on the altar. He then took a pair of scissors which, like our snuffers, had a little box at the end to hold what was cut off. With this he cut off 3 little tufts of hair from the child's head, one from each side and one from the top, and burnt them in a brazier. Then he took a vase of oil and anointed the child's 5 senses, touching with his thumb her ears, eyes, nose, mouth, and breast. He also wrote the name Mary on a parchment and laid it on the child's breast. She was then returned to Joachim, who gave her to Anu to be taken back to Anna. Hymns were sung, and after that the meal began, but I saw no more. Part 3. The Presentation of Mary in the Temple. Preparation in St. Anne's house. The child Mary will, I think, soon be brought to the temple in Jerusalem. Already some days ago, I saw the 3-year-old child Mary standing before Anna in a room in her house and being instructed in her prayers, as the priests were soon to come to examine the child in preparation for her reception in the temple. Today, a feast in preparation for this event is taking place in Anna's house, and guests are gathering there, relations, men, women, and children. There are also 3 priests, one from Sepphoris, a nephew of Anna's father, one from Nazareth, and a third from a place on a mountain some 4 hours from Nazareth. The name of this place begins with the syllable Ma. These priests have come partly to examine the child Mary to see whether she is fitted for dedication to the temple, and partly to give directions about her clothing, which has to comply with a prescribed ecclesiastical pattern. There were 3 sets of garments, each consisting of a kind of petticoat, a bodice, and a robe of different colors. There were also 2 wreaths of silk and wool, and an arched crown. One of the priests himself cut out some pieces of these garments and arranged everything as it should be. Today I saw great festivities in the house of Mary's parents. I am not sure whether this actually happened then, or whether it was a repetition of an earlier vision, for I had seen something like it before during the last 3 days, but because of much suffering and many interruptions, it escaped my mind. The 3 priests were still there, and besides them there were several relations of the family with their little daughters. For instance, Mary Healy and her 7-year-old child Mary Cleophas, who is much stouter and sturdier than the child Mary. Mary is very delicately formed and has reddish fair hair, smooth but curly at the ends. She can already read, and all are astonished at the wise answers she gives. Maraha, Anna's sister from Sepphoris, is also there with a little daughter, and so are other relations with their little girls. The garments, which had been partly cut out by the priests, had now been finished by the women. During the ceremony, the child was dressed in them several times and asked various questions. It was all very solemn and serious, and though the old priests sometimes smiled gently during the proceedings, they were greatly impressed by Mary's wise answers and by her parents' tears of joy. The ceremony took place in a square room near the eating room. It was lit by an opening in the roof covered with gauze. A red carpet was spread on the floor, and on this stood an altar table with a red cloth and a white one over it. Above this table was a picture in some sort of embroidery or needlework, which hung like a curtain in front of a kind of little cupboard containing scrolls of writings and prayers. It was a picture of a man, I think of Moses. He was dressed in a flowing praying mantle, like the one he wore when he went up the mountain to ask something of God. In the picture, he was not holding the tables of the law in his hand. They were hanging at his side or on his arm. Moses was very tall and broad-shouldered. He had red hair, his head was very long and pointed, like a sugar loaf, and he had a big hooked nose. On his broad forehead he had 2 protuberances like horns, turned inwards towards each other. They were not hard like animals' horns, but had soft skin, as it were ribbed or streaked, and only projected slightly from the forehead, like 2 small lumps, brownish and wrinkled. He already had them as a child, but then they were little warts. This gave him a very strange appearance, which I never liked, because it reminded me involuntarily of pictures of Satan. I have several times seen protuberances like these on the foreheads of old prophets, and of some old hermits. Some of these had only one in the middle of the forehead. On the altar lay Mary's 3 sets of ceremonial garments, as well as many other stuffs presented by her relations on the occasion of the child's entry into the temple. There was a sort of little throne raised on steps in front of the altar. Joachim and Anna and the other relations were gathered round, the women standing at the back and the little girls beside Mary. The priests entered barefooted. There were 5 of them, but only 3 took part in the ceremony in their vestments. One of the priests took the garments from the altar, explained their significance, and handed them to Anna's sister from Sepphoris, who dressed the child in them. First of all, she put on her a little yellow knitted dress, and over it a colored scapulary or bodice, decorated at the breast with cords. It was put over her head and tied round her. Over this she wore a brownish robe with armholes, over which hung pieces of the stuff. This robe was open at the neck, but closed from the breast downwards. Mary wore brown sandals with thick green soles. Her reddish-fair hair, curling at the ends, had been combed smooth, and she wore a wreath of white wool or silk ornamented at intervals with striped feathers, of a finger's breadth and curving inwards. I know the bird in that country from which these feathers come. A big square cloth, ash gray in color, was then thrown over the child's head like a cloak. It could be drawn together under the arms, which rested in its folds as in slings. It seemed to be a penitential or praying garment or a traveling cloak. As Mary stood there in this dress, the priests put to her all manner of questions which had to do with the way of life of the virgins of the temple. Among other things, they said to her, "When your parents dedicated you to the temple, they made a vow on your behalf that you should never taste wine, vinegar, grapes, or figs. What will you yourself now add to this? You may reflect on this during the meal." Now the Jews, and especially the Jewish girls, were very fond of drinking vinegar, and so was Mary. After more of such questions, the first set of garments was removed, and the second put on. First a sky-blue dress, then a bodice more ornamented than the first one, a bluish-white robe, and a white veil shimmering like silk, with folds at the back of the neck like a nun's headdress, and fastened round the head by a wreath of silk flower buds with little green leaves. Then the priests put a white veil over her face, drawn together above so as to cover her head like a hood. It was held by 3 clasps, which enabled the veil to be thrown back to uncover either a third, a half, or the whole of the face. She was instructed in the use of this veil, how it was to be lifted and then dropped at meals, and when she had to give answers to questions, and so forth. She was also instructed in many other rules of behavior during the meal of which the whole party partook in the next room. Mary's place at table was between 2 priests, with another facing her. The women and little girls were at one end of the table, separate from the men. During the meal, the child was examined several times by question and answer in the use of the veil. They also said to her, "You are still allowed to eat any kind of food," and handed her various dishes in order to test her power of self-denial. But Mary partook of only few dishes and but little of each, and filled her hearers with great amazement by the childlike wisdom of her answers. I saw that during the meal and during the whole examination there were angels beside her, helping and guiding her. When the meal was over, all went once more into the other room and stood before the altar, where the child was again undressed and then clothed in ceremonial garments. This time she wore a violet-blue dress woven with a pattern of yellow flowers. Over this was a bodice or corset embroidered in different colors, ending in a point and fastening under the arms, where it gathered and held the fullness of the dress. Above this was a violet-blue robe, fuller and grander than the other ones, and ending in a short, rounded train. Down each side of the front of this robe were embroidered 3 silver stripes, with what seemed to be little gold rosebuds strewn between them. The robe was fastened across the breast by a band, which ran through and was held by a clasp on the bodice. The robe was opened down to the lower edge of the bodice and formed 2 pockets at the sides in which the arms rested. Below the bodice, the robe was fastened with buttons or hooks, but showed 5 stripes of the silver embroidery running down to the hem. The hem itself was also embroidered. The back of this robe fell in ample folds, projecting beyond the arms on either side. Over this was thrown a great gleaming veil shot with colors, white and violet blue. The crown, which was now put on her head, was a broad band of thin metal, wider above than below, its upper edge surmounted by points with knobs. Over the top of the crown, 5 metal bands met in a central knob. These bands were covered with strands of silk, and the outside of the broad metal band was ornamented with little silk roses and 5 pearls or precious stones. The inside of the band shone like gold. Mary, dressed in these ceremonial garments, the significance of each of which had been explained to her by the priest, was led up the steps and placed before the altar. The little girls stood beside her. She then declared what she would bind herself to give up when in the temple. She said that she would eat neither meat nor fish, and would drink no milk, but only a drink made out of the pith of a reed and water, such as poor people drink in the Promised Land, like rice water or barley water with us. Sometimes she would put a little terebinth juice into the water. This is like a white, treacly oil, very refreshing, but not so delicate as balsam. She gave up all spices, and said that she would eat no fruit except a kind of yellow berry that grows in clusters. I know it well. In that country it is eaten only by children and poor people. She said that she would sleep on the bare earth and would rise 3 times in the night to pray. The other temple maidens rose only once. Mary's parents were deeply moved by her words. Joachim, taking the child in his arms, said, weeping, "Oh, my dear child, that is too hard. Your old father will never see you again if you mean to live so austerely." It was very touching to hear. The priests, however, told her that she was to rise only once in the night, like the others, and they made the other conditions milder. For example, on great feast days, she was to eat fish. There was a great fish market in Jerusalem in the lower part of the town, supplied with water from the pool of Bethesda. Once, when it dried up, Herod wanted to make an aqueduct and fountain, and to meet the expense by selling sacred vessels and vestments from the temple. This caused a real uproar. The Essenes came from all parts of the country to Jerusalem to resist it, for, as I have just remembered, it was the Essenes who had charge of the priestly vestments. The priests also said to the child Mary, "Many of those virgins who are accepted by the temple without payment or outfit are obliged, with the consent of their parents, to wash, as soon as they are strong enough, the blood-stained garments of the priests and other rough woolen cloths. This is hard work and often means bloody hands. But this you need not do, seeing that your parents are paying for your sojourn in the temple." Mary declared at once, without hesitation, that she would gladly undertake this work if she were considered worthy. While these questions and answers were being made, the clothing ceremony came to an end. During these holy proceedings, I often saw Mary appear so tall among the priests that she stood high above them, whereby I was given a picture of her wisdom and grace. The priests were filled with joyful astonishment. At the end of the ceremony, I saw Mary being blessed by the first among the priests. She stood on a little elevated throne between two priests, and the one who blessed her stood facing her with others behind him. The priests prayed from scrolls, answering each other, and the first one held his hands over her as he blessed her. At this moment, I was granted a wonderful insight into the inner being of the Holy Child Mary. I saw her as if transfused with light by the priest's blessing, and under her heart, in an indescribable glory of light, I saw the same appearance as I had seen in contemplating the Holy of Holies in the Ark of the Covenant. In a shining space shaped like Melchizedek's chalice, I saw indescribable figures of the blessing in the form of light. It was as though corn and wine, flesh and blood, were striving to unite with each other. I saw at one and the same time how, above this appearance, her heart opened like a temple door, and how this mystery, surrounded by a kind of canopy of symbolic jewels, passed into her opened heart. It was as though I saw the Ark of the Covenant entering the Holy of Holies in the temple. Thenceforth, the highest good then on earth was enshrined in her heart. Then I saw only the Holy Child Mary, filled with a glow of burning devotion. I saw her as though transfigured and hovering above the ground. During this vision, I perceived that one of the priests, I think it was Zechariah, had been inspired with an inner conviction that Mary was the chosen vessel of the mystery of salvation. For I saw him receive a ray from the blessing which in my vision had entered into her. The priests now led the child, blessed and arrayed in her finest ceremonial garments, up to her parents, who were much moved. Anna lifted Mary up to her breast and gave her an affectionate but solemn kiss. Joachim, with deep emotion, gave her his hand seriously and reverently. Mary's elder sister embraced the blessed child in her beautiful dress in a much more lively manner than Anna, who did everything with reflection and moderation. Mary Cleophas, Mary's niece, threw her arms joyfully round her neck like any child. After Mary had been saluted by all present, her ceremonial garments were taken off, and she appeared once more in her ordinary ones. Towards evening, several of the guests, including some of the priests, went away to their homes. I saw them standing up to take a light meal. There were fruits and rolls of bread in bowls and dishes on a low table. They all drank out of one goblet. The women ate separately. The departure of the child Mary for the temple. I came into the house of Mary's parents at night time and saw several of their relations asleep there. The family themselves were busy with preparations for departure. The hanging lamp with many branches was burning before the hearth. Little by little I saw the whole house astir. Joachim had sent men servants the morning before to the temple with beasts for sacrifice, 5 of each kind, the best he had. They made a very fine herd. I saw him now busy loading the luggage on a pack animal standing before the house. Mary's clothes were neatly arranged in separate packages and tied onto the animal, together with presents for the priests. It made quite a heavy load. A broad package was arranged to make a comfortable seat in the middle of the animal's back. Anna and the other women had packed everything in bundles which were easy to load. I also saw several kinds of baskets hanging at the donkey's sides. In one of these baskets, rounded like the tureens that rich people have for their soup, with a lid opening in the middle, there were birds of the size of partridges. Other baskets, like the ones used for carrying grapes, contained different kinds of fruit. When the loading was quite finished, a big cover with heavy hanging tassels was put over everything. In the house I saw all the stir and agitation of departure. I saw a young woman, Mary's elder sister, moving about with a lamp. I saw her daughter Mary, Cleophas, following her about most of the time. I noticed yet another woman whom I took to be a maidservant. I also now saw two priests there. One was a very old man wearing a hood which hung down in a point on his forehead and had flaps over his ears. His upper garment was shorter than the under one and had straps like a stole hanging on it. It was he who had taken the chief part in Mary's examination yesterday and blessed her. I saw him continuing to talk to the child and teaching her different things. Mary was a little more than 3 years old, very delicately and finely made, and was as developed as a child of 5 with us. She had reddish fair hair, smooth but curly at the ends. It was longer than the 7-year-old Mary Cleophas's fair hair, which was short and curly. Most of the children and grown-up people wore long robes of brownish, undyed wool. I was particularly struck by 2 boys among this company who did not seem to belong to the family at all and held no converse with any of them. It seemed as if no one even saw them, though they spoke to me and were very charming and attractive with their fair, curly hair. They had books which seemed to be for learning from. Little Mary had no book, though she could read already. Their books were not like ours, but strips some 2 feet wide rolled round a stick with a projecting knob at each end. The taller of the 2 boys opened his scroll and came up to me and read something out of it which he explained to me. The golden letters, each one of which stood alone, were quite strange to me. They were written the wrong way round, and each letter seemed to signify a whole word. The language was completely strange to my ears, yet I understood it. Unfortunately, I have now forgotten what he explained to me, but I think it had to do with Moses. Perhaps it will come back to me. The younger of the boys held his scroll in his hands as if it were a toy. He jumped about like a child and played with his scroll, swinging it in the air. I cannot at all express how much I was attracted by these children. They were different from all the people there, who seemed not to notice them at all. It was the spiritual meaning of these boys that I saw. Their presence there was not a natural one. They were only the symbolic representations of prophets. The taller of the 2, the one who carried his scroll so solemnly, showed me in it the passage in the 3rd chapter of the book of Exodus, where Moses sees the Lord in the burning bush and is told to put off his shoes from his feet. He explained this to me. As the bush was on fire without being burnt, so now the fire of the Holy Spirit was burning in the child Mary, who, all unconscious of it, was bearing this holy flame within her. This passage also, he said, foreshadowed the union now approaching of the Godhead with humanity. The fire signified God, the thorn bush mankind. The boy also explained to me the meaning of the putting off of the shoes, but I have no clear recollection of what he said. I think it signified the removal of the outer covering to disclose the reality within, and foreshadowed the fulfillment of the law and the coming of one greater than Moses and the prophets. The other boy carried his scroll at the end of a thin stick, blowing in the wind like a flag. This signified the joyous entry of Mary on the path which was leading her to her destiny as the mother of the Redeemer. The childish behavior of this boy as he played with his scroll showed how Mary, though overshadowed by so great a promise and called to so holy a destiny, kept all the innocent playfulness of a child. Actually, these boys explained to me 7 passages out of their scrolls, but in the interruptions and troubles of daily life, I have forgotten everything except what I have now told. Oh my God, all that I see is so beautiful and so deep, so simple and so clear, and yet I cannot tell it properly and cannot help forgetting so much because of the miserable, detestable happenings of this wretched earthly life. Oh, that is quite impossible and senseless. I, too, once wore a girdle like this for a long time in accordance with an inner warning. It was a means of mortification and self-conquest, but was made of quite short spikes of brass wire set close together. This is a really murderous girdle. The man has taken great pains in making it, but could only wear it for a few minutes. One should never do anything like this without the approval of a wise director of souls. He did not know that, of course, because he had no director at hand. Such exaggeration does more harm than good. Hereupon I came to Jerusalem. At what period I am not sure, but it was in the time of the old Jewish kings. I have forgotten what I saw. Then I was made to go towards Nazareth to the house of Anna, the Blessed Virgin's holy mother. Before the city of Jerusalem, 2 boys joined me who were going the same way. One held a scroll very solemnly in his hand, while the younger had tied his scroll to a little stick and was merrily playing with it in the wind as if it were a little flag. They spoke to me joyfully about the fulfillment of the time in their prophecies, for they were figures of prophets. I had with me that man's exaggerated penitential girdle which had been brought me, and showed it, by I know not what impulse, to the prophet boy who was Elijah. He said to me, "That is a belt of torture, not allowed to be worn. But on Mount Carmel I made and wore a girdle, and have bequeathed it to all the children of my order, the Carmelites. That man should wear this girdle, it will profit him far more." Thereupon he showed me a girdle of a hand's breadth, on which all kinds of letters and lines were inscribed, signifying various conquests and struggles, and he indicated various parts of it, saying, "That man could wear this for 8 days, and this for 1 day," and so on. Oh, how I wish the good man could know that. When we came near to Anna's house, and I wanted to go in, I could not do so, and my leader, my guardian angel, said to me, "You must first of all lay much aside. You must be 9 years old." I did not know how this was to be done, but he helped me. I cannot remember how. 3 years of my life had to disappear altogether. Those 3 years when I was so vain about my clothes and always wanted to be a smart young girl. Well, I was suddenly 9 years old, and now I was able to go into the house with the prophet boys. As I did so, the 3-year-old child Mary came up to me and measured herself against me. She was just the same height as me when she stood up by me. How kind and friendly she was, and at the same time so serious. Beginning the journey, immediately after I was standing in the house beside the boy prophets. Nobody seemed to notice us, and we got in nobody's way. Though they had been old men hundreds of years ago, they were not at all surprised at being present there as young boys, and I, though a nun over 40 years old, was not at all surprised either at being now a poor peasant child of 9 years. When one is with these holy people, one is surprised at nothing except at the blindness and sinfulness of mankind. I saw the travelers starting on their journey to Jerusalem at daybreak. The child Mary came running out of the house to the pack animals, so eager was she to go to the temple. The boy prophets and I stood at the door, following her with our eyes. They again showed me passages in their scrolls, one of which spoke of the glory of the temple, but added that even greater glory was contained within it. The travelers had 2 pack animals with them. One of the donkeys, which was heavily loaded, was led by a servant, and was always a little ahead of the party. On the other donkey, which stood loaded before the house, a seat had been prepared, and Mary was placed on this. She wore the little yellow dress from the first set of garments, and was wrapped in the big cloak, which was drawn round her so that her arms rested in its folds. Joachim, who led this donkey, carried a tall staff like a pilgrim's, with a big round knob at the top. Anna walked a short way ahead with little Mary Cleophas. A maidservant accompanied them on the whole journey, and some of the women and children went part of the way with them. They were relations and turned off to their homes where the roads parted. One of the priests also accompanied the party for a little time. They had a light with them, but it disappeared completely in the light which in my visions of night journeys always illuminates the road about the Holy Family and other holy persons, though they themselves never seem to see it. At first it seemed to me that I was walking with the boy prophets behind the child Mary, and afterwards, when she was on foot, at her side. I sometimes heard the boys singing the 44th Psalm, Eructavit cor meum verbum bonum, and the 49th, Deus Deorum Dominus locutus est, and they told me that these psalms would be sung by 2 choirs at the reception of the child in the temple, as I should see when they arrived. I saw the road going downhill at first and later rising again. When it was morning and full day, I saw the travelers resting beside a spring from which ran a brook. There was a meadow there, and they rested beside a hedge of balsam shrubs. These shrubs always had stone basins under them to catch the balsam that dripped from them, thus providing the passers-by with a refreshing drink, with which they could also fill their jugs. In the hedges there were berries, which they picked and ate. They also had little rolls of bread to eat. The boy prophets had by now disappeared. One of them was Elijah. I think the other was Moses. I am sure that the child Mary saw them, but she said nothing about it. She saw them just as, when one is a child, one often sees holy children appearing to one, or when one is grown up, one sees holy virgins or youths, without saying anything of it to others, because in such moments one is in a state of quiet contemplation. Later, I saw the travelers stop at a house standing by itself, where they were made welcome and were given food. The people who lived there seemed to be relations. Little Mary Cleophas was sent back from here. During the day I had several glimpses of their journey, a rather difficult one. They had to pass over hill and dale, and in the valleys there were often cold mists and much dew, though here and there I saw sunny patches where flowers were showing. Before reaching their resting place for the night, they crossed a little stream. They spent the night at an inn at the foot of a hill on which there is a town. Unfortunately, I can no longer say for certain what was the name of this place. I saw it on other journeys of the Holy Family, and can easily be mistaken about its name. I can only say this much, but not with certainty. They traveled in the same direction that Jesus followed in the September of his 30th year, when he went from Nazareth to Bethany and thence to be baptized by John. The Holy Family took the same way on their flight from Nazareth to Egypt. On that flight, their first shelter was at Nazareth, a small place between Masaloth and a hill town, but nearer the latter. I see so many places around me and hear so many names that I may very easily mix them up. This town stretches up the hillside and is divided into several different parts, though all belonging to each other. There is a great lack of water there, and it has to be drawn up from below with ropes. There are several old towers in ruins, and on the top of the hill is a sort of watchtower, with a structure of beams and ropes for hauling things up from the town below. The many ropes make it look rather like the masts of a ship. It must be an hour's climb to the top of the hill. The travelers stopped at an inn down below. There is a very extensive view from this hill. Part of this town is inhabited by heathen people who were treated by the Jews as slaves and forced to do hard labor. For instance, they were made to work at the temple and other buildings. This evening I saw Joachim and Anna, with the child Mary and a maidservant, arrive at an inn 12 hours distant from Jerusalem. They were accompanied by a manservant who often went ahead with the heavily loaded donkey. Here they caught up with the herd of their beasts on the way to the temple to be sacrificed. These, however, continued at once on their road. Joachim must have been very well known here, for he was as if in his own house. His beasts for sacrifice always used to stop here. He also came here when he returned to Nazareth from his hidden life among the shepherds. I saw the child Mary asleep here beside her mother. I have had so much to do these days with the holy souls that I think it has made me forget part of the journey to the temple. This evening I saw the child Mary with her parents arrive in a town to the northwest of Jerusalem, barely 6 hours' journey from it. This town is called Bethlehem and lies at the foot of a hill. On the way they crossed a stream flowing westwards into the sea near Joppa, where Peter taught after the coming of the Holy Ghost. Great battles were once fought near Bethlehem. I saw them, but have forgotten them again. See Joshua 10:11. It was about 2 hours' journey from here to a place on a high road, from where one could see Jerusalem. I heard the name of this road, or place, but cannot distinctly recall it. Bethlehem is a large town, inhabited by Levites. Very fine, big grapes grow here, and many other fruits as well. The Holy Family stayed with friends in a well-kept house. The man was a school teacher. It was a Levite school, and there were a number of children in the house. I was much surprised to see here several women related to Anna with their little daughters, who were, I had thought, on the way to their own homes. However, as I now saw, they had taken a shorter road and had arrived here first, I suppose in order to welcome the travelers. These women and children were from Nazareth, Sepphoris, Zabulon, and thereabouts. Some of them had already been in Anna's house during the examination. For instance, Mary's elder sister and her little daughter Mary Cleophas, and Anna's sister from Sepphoris with her daughters. The stay here was made the occasion of great rejoicing over the child Mary. She was led into a big room accompanied by the other children, and was placed on a raised seat with a canopy, arranged for her like a little throne. The school teacher and others again asked her all manner of questions, putting wreaths on her head. All were astonished by the wisdom of her answers. I also heard about the cleverness of another girl who had passed through here a short time ago on her way home from the temple school. Her name was Susanna, and later she followed Jesus with the holy women. It was her place that Mary was to take in the temple, for there was a limited number of such places. Susanna was 15 years old when she left the temple, and thus about 11 years older than Mary. Anna, too, had been educated in the temple, but did not go there till she was 5 years old. The child Mary was exceedingly joyful at being so near the temple. I saw Joachim pressing her to his heart in tears, and saying, "O my child, I fear I shall not see you again." A meal was now prepared, and while all were reclining at table, I saw Mary running about, full of loving gaiety, sometimes nestling against her mother, or standing behind her and throwing her little arms round her neck. Today, very early, I saw the travelers leaving Bethlehem for Jerusalem. All their relations, the children, and the people of the inn went with them. They took with them presents of clothing and fruit for the child. It looks to me as if there were going to be great festivities in Jerusalem. I learnt for certain that Mary was 3 years and 3 months old, but she was like a little girl of 5 or 6 in our country. Their journey did not take them through either Usen, Shira, or Gophna, though they were known in those places, but they must have passed near them. Arrival in Jerusalem today. At midday, I saw the arrival in Jerusalem of the child Mary with those accompanying her. Jerusalem is a strange city. One must not picture it with crowded streets, like, for instance, Paris. In Jerusalem are many valleys, steep ways winding behind city walls. No doors or windows are to be seen, for the houses, which stand on high ground, face away from the walls. New quarters have been added one by one, each enclosing a fresh ridge of hill, but leaving the old town walls standing between them. These valleys are often spanned by solid stone bridges. The living rooms of the houses usually face onto inner courts. On the street side, only the door is to be seen, or perhaps a terrace high up on the top of the wall. The houses are very much shut up. Unless the inhabitants have business in the markets or are visiting the temple, they spend most of their time in the inner rooms and courtyards. In general, the streets of Jerusalem are rather quiet, except near the markets and palaces, where crowds of travelers and soldiers and people going in and out of the houses fill the streets with life and movement. Rome is much more pleasantly situated. Its streets are not so steep and narrow and are much more lively. When all the people of Jerusalem are assembled in the temple, many of the districts of the city seem quite dead. It was because of the seclusion of the inhabitants within their houses and of the number of deserted valley paths that Jesus was so often able to go about the city with his disciples undisturbed. Water is scarce in Jerusalem, and one often sees great structures of arches with channels to carry it in different directions, also towers to the top of which it is driven or pumped. In the temple, where a great deal of water is needed for washing and cleansing the vessels, it is used very carefully. It is brought up from below by means of large pumping works. There are a great many dealers in the city. They usually group themselves with others of the same trade and set up lightly made huts in open places and markets surrounded by porticos. There are, for instance, not far from the sheep gate, many dealers in every kind of metal work, gold, and precious stones. They have light, round huts, brown, as if smeared with pitch or resin. Although light, these huts are quite strong. They are used as dwellings, and awnings are stretched from one to another, under which the wares are set out. The gentler slope of the hill on which the temple lies is terraced with several streets of houses, built one above the other behind thick walls. These are inhabited partly by priests and partly by inferior temple servants charged with menial duties, such as cleaning out the trenches into which is cast all the refuse from animals slaughtered in the temple. On one side, the temple hill falls very steeply into a black gully. Little gardens belonging to the priests make a green strip round the top of the hill. Work on the temple never ceased. Even in Christ's lifetime, building was going on in different parts of it. There was a quantity of ore in the temple hill, which was dug out in the course of building and made use of. There are many vaults and smelting furnaces under the temple. I never found a good place in the temple to pray in. It is all so extraordinarily solid, heavy, and high. And the little courts are themselves so narrow and dark, and so encumbered with seats and other things, that when there are great multitudes, the narrow spaces and the crowds between the thick high walls and pillars have a really terrifying effect. The perpetual slaughtering and all the blood filled me, too, with horror, though all is performed with incredible order and cleanliness. It is a long time, I think, since I saw so clearly as I do today all the buildings, inside and out, but there is so much to describe that I shall never be able to do so properly. The travelers, with the child Mary, approached Jerusalem from the north, but did not enter it on that side. As soon as they reached the outlying gardens and palaces, they skirted the town, turning east through part of the valley of Josaphat, leaving the Mount of Olives and the road to Bethany on their left, and entered the city by the sheep gate, which leads to the cattle market. By this gate is a pool in which the sheep destined for sacrifice are washed for the first time to remove the heavy dirt. But this is not the pool of Bethesda. The little company soon turned again to the right, between walls, as though going to another quarter of the town. On their way, they passed through a long valley, on one side of which rose the towering walls of one of the upper parts of the city. They went towards the western side of Jerusalem, to the neighborhood of the fish market, where the ancestral house of Zechariah of Hebron stood. In it was a very old man. I think he was a brother of Zechariah's father. Zechariah always stayed here when he performed his service at the temple. He was in the city now. His time of service had just come to an end, but he had remained a few days longer in Jerusalem on purpose to be present at Mary's reception in the temple. He was not in his house when the company arrived. There were yet other relations in the house, from the neighborhood of Bethlehem and Hebron, with their children, amongst them 2 little nieces of Elizabeth, who was not there herself. These all went out with many young girls, carrying little garlands and branches, to meet the travelers, who were still a quarter of an hour away on the valley path. They gave them a joyful welcome, and led them to Zechariah's house, where great rejoicings took place. They were given some refreshment, and then preparations were made to conduct the whole company to a ceremonial inn in the neighborhood of the temple. Joachim's beasts for sacrifice had already been brought from near the cattle market to stables near this special inn. Zechariah now came to lead the company from his house to the inn. The child Mary was dressed in the second set of ceremonial garments, with the sky-blue dress. A procession was formed, headed by Zechariah with Joachim and Anna. Mary followed, surrounded by 4 girls dressed in white, and behind them came the other children and relations. They went along several streets, passing the palace of Herod and the house where, later, Pilate lived. Their way led them towards the northeastern corner of the Temple Hill. Behind them was the Fortress Antonia, a big, high building on the northwestern side of the temple. They had to climb a high wall by a flight of many steps. They wanted to take the child Mary by the hand, but to everyone's surprise, she ran up swiftly and joyfully by herself. The house they were going to was a ceremonial inn not far from the cattle market. There were 4 of these inns round the temple, and this one had been hired for them by Zechariah. It was a large building with a big courtyard surrounded by a kind of cloister with sleeping places and long, low tables. There was also a large room with a hearth for cooking. The place to which Joachim's sacrificial beasts had been taken was nearby. On each side of it were the dwellings of the temple servants who had charge of the animals for sacrifice. When the company entered the inn, their feet were washed, as is the custom with new arrivals. The men's feet were washed by men, the women's by women. Then they went into a room where a big, many-branched lamp hung from the middle of the ceiling, over a large metal basin with handles full of water, in which they washed their hands and faces. Joachim's pack donkey was unloaded and led by the manservant to the stable. Joachim, who had given notice of his intention to sacrifice, followed the temple servants to the nearby stables, where they inspected his beasts. Joachim and Anna then made their way with the child Mary to a priest's house higher up the hill. Here, too, the child ran up the steps with surprising energy, as though upheld and urged by a spiritual force. The 2 priests in this house, one very old and one younger, gave them a friendly welcome. Both had been present at Mary's examination in Nazareth and were expecting her. After they had spoken of the journey and of the approaching presentation ceremony, they summoned one of the temple women, an aged widow, who was to have charge of the child. She lived near the temple with other women who, like her, were occupied in various feminine employments and in the training of young girls. Their dwelling was farther away from the temple than the rooms in which were the oratories of the women and of the maidens dedicated to the temple. These rooms were built directly onto it, and from them one could look down unseen into the holy place below. The woman who now came in was so muffled up that only a little of her face could be seen. The child Mary was introduced to her as her future foster child by the priests and by her parents. She was grave but friendly, and the child was serious, humble, and respectful. They told her of Mary's disposition and character, and discussed various matters connected with the ceremony of her presentation. This elderly woman accompanied them to the inn and was given a package of the child's belongings, which she took back with her to arrange in Mary's new home. Those who had accompanied the party from Zechariah's house returned there, and only the relations who had come with the Holy Family remained in the inn, hired by Zechariah. The women of the party settled themselves there and made preparations for a banquet on the following day. I spent the whole of today watching the preparations for Joachim's sacrifice and for Mary's reception in the temple. Early in the morning, Joachim and some other men drove the sacrificial animals to the temple, where they underwent another inspection by the priests. Some of them were rejected, and these were at once driven to the cattle market in the city. Those which were accepted were driven into the slaughtering place, where I saw many things happening, but can no longer say in what order. I remember that Joachim laid his hand on the head of each animal before it was sacrificed. He had to catch the blood in a vessel, and had also to receive certain portions of the animal. There were all kinds of pillars, tables, and vessels there, where everything was cut up, distributed, and arranged in order. The bloody froth was taken away, while the fat, spleen, and liver were set apart. Everything was sprinkled with salt. The intestines of the lambs were cleansed, and after being filled with something, were put back into the body to make it seem whole again. The legs of all the animals were tied together crosswise. Some of the meat was taken into another court and given to the temple virgins, who had to do something with it, perhaps to prepare it for their own or for the priest's food. All was done with incredible orderliness. The priests and Levites moved about always 2 by 2, and the most difficult and complicated tasks were accomplished as if by clockwork. The pieces of meat were not actually offered up till the following day. In the meantime, they lay in salt. There were great rejoicings in the inn today, and a banquet. There must have been 100 people there, counting the children. There were present at least 24 girls of varying ages. Among them I saw Seraphia, who after Jesus' death was known as Veronica. She was tall and might have been 10 or 12 years old. They were making wreaths and garlands for Mary and her companions, and decorating 7 candles or torches. The candlesticks, which were without pedestals, were shaped like scepters. I cannot remember what fed the flame at the top, whether it was oil or wax or something else. During the festivities, there were several priests and Levites going in and out of the inn, and these also took part in the banquet. When they expressed astonishment at the greatness of Joachim's sacrifice, he explained that he wished to show his gratitude to the best of his power. He could not forget how, by God's mercy, his shame in the temple at the rejection of his sacrifice had been followed by the granting of his petitions. Today, too, I saw the child Mary going for a walk near the inn with the other little girls. Much else I have forgotten. Mary's entry into the temple and presentation. Today, Joachim went first to the temple with Zechariah and the other men. Afterwards, Mary was taken there by her mother, Anna, in a festal procession. First came Anna and her elder daughter, Mary Healy, with the latter's little daughter, Mary Cleophas. Then the Holy Child Mary followed in her sky-blue dress and robe, with wreaths round her arms and neck. In her hand she held a candle or torch entwined with flowers. Decorated candles like this were also carried by 3 maidens who walked on each side of her, wearing white dresses embroidered with gold. They too wore pale blue robes. They were wreathed round with garlands of flowers, and wore little wreaths round their necks and arms as well. Next came the other maidens and little girls, all in festal dress, but each different. They all wore little robes. The other women came at the end of the procession. They could not go direct from the inn to the temple, but had to make a detour through several streets. The beautiful procession gave pleasure to all who saw it, and at several houses honor was paid to it as it passed. There was something indescribably moving in the holiness apparent in the child. As the procession approached the temple, I saw many of the temple servants struggling with great efforts to open an immensely large and heavy door, shining like gold and ornamented with a multitude of sculptured heads, bunches of grapes, and sheaves of corn. This was the Golden Gate. The procession passed under this gate, to which 15 steps led up, but whether in a single flight I cannot remember. Mary would not take the hands held out to her. To the admiration of all, she ran eagerly and joyfully up the steps without stumbling. She was received in the gateway by Zechariah, Joachim, and several priests, and led under the gate, which was a long archway, to the right into some large halls or high rooms, in one of which a meal was being prepared. Here the procession dispersed. Several of the women and children went to the women's praying place in the temple, while Joachim and Zechariah proceeded to the sacrifice. In one of the halls, the priest again examined the child Mary by putting questions to her. They were astonished at the wisdom of her answers, and left her to be dressed by Anna in the third and most magnificent violet blue ceremonial garment, with the robe, veil, and crown which I have already described at the ceremony in Anna's house. In the meantime, Joachim had gone with the priest to the sacrifice. He was given fire from the appointed place, and then stood between two priests at the altar. I am at present too ill and upset to describe all the circumstances of the sacrifice, but will tell what is still present to my mind. The altar could be approached from 3 sides only. The meat prepared for the sacrifice was not put all together, but was divided into separate portions placed around the altar. Flat shelves could be drawn out of the 3 sides of the altar, and on these the offerings were laid to be pushed to the center of it, for the altar was too large for the officiating priest to be able to reach the center with his arm. At the 4 corners of the altar there stood little hollow columns of metal, crowned with chimneys or something similar, wide funnels made of thin copper, ending in pipes curving outwards like horns, which carried away the smoke above the heads of the officiating priests. When Joachim's sacrifice started to burn, Anna went, with the child Mary in her ceremonial dress and with her companions, into the outer court of the women, which is the place in the temple set apart for women. This court was separated from the court of the altar of sacrifice by a wall surmounted by a grill. There was, however, a door in the center of this dividing wall. The women's court slants upwards from the wall, so that a view of the altar of sacrifice cannot be had by all, but only by those standing at the back. When, however, the door in the dividing wall was opened, a number of the women were able to see the altar through it. Mary and the other little girls stood in front of Anna, and the other women of the family remained near the door. In a separate place there were a number of temple boys, dressed in white and playing flutes and harps. After the sacrifice, there was set up in the doorway leading from the court of sacrifice to the women's court a portable decorated altar or sacrificial table with several steps leading up to it. Zechariah and Joachim came out of the court of sacrifice and went up to this altar with a priest, in front of whom stood another priest and 2 Levites with scrolls and writing materials. Anna led the child Mary up to them. The maidens who had accompanied Mary stood a little behind. Mary knelt on the steps, and Joachim and Anna laid their hands on her head. The priest cut off a few of her hairs and burnt them in a brazier. Her parents also said a few words, offering up their child. These were written down by 2 Levites. Meanwhile, the maidens sang the 44th Psalm, Eructavit cor meum verbum bonum, and the priests the 49th Psalm, Deus Deorum Dominus locutus est, accompanied by the boys with their instruments. I then saw Mary being led by the hand by 2 priests up many steps to a raised place in the wall dividing the outer court of the holy place from the other court. They placed the child in a sort of niche in the middle of this wall so that she could see into the temple, where there were many men standing in ranks. They seemed to me to be also dedicated to the temple. 2 priests stood beside her, and still others on the steps below, singing and reading aloud from their scrolls. On the other side of the dividing wall, there was an old high priest standing at an altar of incense, so high up that one could see half of his figure. I saw him offering incense, and the smoke from it enveloping the child Mary. During these ceremonies, I saw a symbolic vision round the Blessed Virgin, which eventually filled and dimmed the whole temple. I saw a glory of light under Mary's heart, and understood that this glory encompassed the promise, the most holy blessing of God. I saw this glory appear as if surrounded by the Ark of Noah, so that the Blessed Virgin's head projected above it. Then I saw the shape of the ark about the glory change into the shape of the Ark of the Covenant, which in its turn changed into the shape of the temple. Then I saw these shapes disappear, and out of the glory there rose before the Blessed Virgin's breast a shape like the chalice of the Last Supper, and above this, before her mouth, a bread marked with a cross. On each side of her there streamed out manifold rays of light, at the ends of which appeared in pictures many mysteries and symbols of the Blessed Virgin, as for example all the titles in the Litany of the Blessed Virgin. Behind her shoulders, 2 branches of olive and cypress, or cedar and cypress, stretched crosswise above a slender palm tree, which I saw appear just behind her with a little leafy shrub. In the spaces between this arrangement of green branches, I saw all the instruments of Jesus' passion. The Holy Ghost hovered over the picture, in human rather than dove-like form, winged with rays of light. And above I saw the heavens open and disclose, floating in the air above the Blessed Virgin, the heavenly Jerusalem, the city of God, with all its palaces and gardens and the mansions of future saints. All were filled with angels, and the whole glory, which now surrounded the Blessed Virgin, was filled with angels' faces. How can this be expressed? Its variations, its unfoldings, and its transformations were so innumerable that I have forgotten a very great deal. The whole significance of the Blessed Virgin in the covenant of the Old and New Testaments, and to all eternity, was set forth therein. I can compare this vision with a smaller one which I had a short time ago of the Holy Rosary in all its glory. Seemingly clever people who speak slightingly of the Rosary are much less sensible than poor, unimportant folk who pray with it in all simplicity, for these adorn it with the beauty of obedience and humble devotion, trusting in the Church's recommendation of it to the faithful. With this vision before me, all the splendor and magnificence of the temple and the beautifully decorated wall behind the Blessed Virgin seemed quite dim and dingy. Even the temple itself seemed to be no longer there, so full was everything of Mary and her glory. As the whole significance of the Blessed Virgin unfolded itself before my eyes in these visions, I saw her no longer as the child Mary, but as the Blessed Virgin, hovering tall above me. I saw the priests and the smoke of the offering and everything through the picture. It was as if the priests behind her were uttering prophecies and admonishing the people to thank God and to pray that this child should be magnified. All those who were present in the temple were hushed and filled with solemn awe, though they did not see the picture that I saw. It disappeared again, little by little, just as I had seen it come. At last I saw nothing but the glory under Mary's heart, with the blessing of the promise shining within it. Then this disappeared too, and I saw the holy dedicated child in her ceremonial dress standing alone once more between the priests. The priests took the wreaths from off the child's arms and the torch from her hand and gave them to her companions. They placed a brown veil or hood on her head and led her down the steps through a door into another hall, where she was met by 6 other but older temple virgins, who strewed flowers before her. Behind her stood her teachers, Noemi, the sister of Lazarus' mother, the prophetess Anna, and still a third woman. The priests gave the child Mary over to them and withdrew. Her parents and near relations now approached. The singing was over, and Mary said farewell. Joachim's emotion was particularly deep. He lifted Mary up, pressed her to his heart, and said to her with tears, "Remember my soul before God." Thereupon Mary, with her teachers and several maidens, went into the women's dwelling on the north side of the temple itself. They lived in rooms built in the thickness of the temple walls. Passages and winding stairs led up to little praying cells near the holy place and holy of holies. Mary's parents and relations went back to the hall by the Golden Gate, where they had first waited, and partook of a meal there with the priests. The women ate in a separate hall. I've forgotten much of what I saw and heard, amongst other things the exact reason why the ceremony was so rich and solemn, but I do recollect that it was so as a result of a revelation of the divine will. Mary's parents were really well off. It was only as mortification and for almsgiving that they lived so poorly. I forget for how long Anna ate nothing but cold food, but their servants were well fed and provided for. I saw many people praying in the temple, and many had followed the procession to its gates. Some of those present must have had some idea of the destiny of the Blessed Virgin, for I remember Anna speaking with enthusiastic joy to various women and saying to them, "Now the Ark of the Covenant, the vessel of the promise, is entering the temple." Mary's parents and other relations reached Bethlehem the same day on their journey home. I now saw a festival among the temple virgins. Mary had to ask the teachers and each of the young girls whether they would suffer her to be among them. This was the custom. Then they had a meal, and afterwards they danced amongst themselves. They stood opposite each other in pairs, and danced in various figures and crossings. There was no hopping. It was like a minuet. Sometimes there was a swaying, circular motion of the body, like the movements of the Jews when they pray. Some of the young girls accompanied the dancing with flutes, triangles, and bells. There was another instrument which sounded particularly strange and delightful. It was played by plucking the strings stretched on the steeply sloping sides of a sort of little box. In the middle of the box were bellows which, when pressed up and down, sent the air through several pipes, some straight and some crooked, and so made an accompaniment to the strings. The instrument was held on the player's knees. In the evening I saw the teacher Noemi lead the Blessed Virgin to her little room, which looked into the temple. It was not quite square, and the walls were inlaid with triangular shapes in different colors. There was a stool in it and a little table, and in the corners were stands with shelves for putting things on. Before this room was a sleeping place and a room for dresses, as well as Noemi's room. Mary spoke to her again about rising often to pray in the night, but Noemi did not yet allow this. The temple women wore long, full, white robes with girdles and very wide sleeves, which they rolled up when working. They were veiled. I never remember seeing that Herod entirely rebuilt the temple. I only saw various alterations being made in it during his reign. Now, When Mary came to the temple 11 years before Christ's birth, nothing was being built in the temple itself, but, as always, in the outer portions of it. Here the work never stopped. Today I had a view of Mary's dwelling in the temple. On the northern side of the temple hall, towards the holy place, there were several rooms high up which were connected with the women's dwellings. Mary's room was one of the outermost of these, towards the Holy of Holies. From the passage, one passed through a curtain into a sort of antechamber, which was divided off from the room itself by a partition, semicircular or forming an angle. In the corners to the right and left were shelves for keeping clothes and other things. Opposite the door in this partition, steps led to an opening high up in the wall, which looked down into the temple. This opening had a carpet hanging before it and was curtained with gauze. Against the wall in the left-hand side of the room there was a rolled-up carpet which, when spread out, made the bed on which Mary slept. A bracket lamp was fixed in a niche in the wall, and today I saw the child standing on a stool and praying by its light from a parchment roll with red knobs. It was a very touching sight. The child was wearing a little blue and white striped dress woven with yellow flowers. There was a low round table in the room. I saw Anna come in and place on the table a dish with fruits of the size of beans and a little jug. Mary was skillful beyond her years. I saw her already working at little white cloths for the service of the temple. The early life of the Blessed Virgin at the temple. I saw the Blessed Virgin in the temple, ever progressing in learning, prayer, and work. Sometimes I saw her in the women's dwelling with the other young girls, sometimes alone in her little room. She worked, wove, and knitted narrow strips of stuff on long rods for the service of the temple. She washed the cloths and cleansed the pots and pans. I often saw her in prayer and meditation. I never saw her chastising or mortifying her body. She did not need it. Like all very holy people, she ate only to live, and took no other food except that which she had vowed to eat. Besides the prescribed temple prayers, Mary's devotions consisted of an unceasing longing for redemption, a perpetual state of inner prayer, quietly and secretly performed. In the stillness of the night she rose from her bed and prayed to God. I often saw her weeping at her prayers and surrounded by radiance. As she grew up, I always saw that she wore a dress of a glistening blue color. She was veiled while at prayer, and also wore a veil when she spoke with priests or went down to a room by the temple to be given work or to hand over what she had done. There were rooms like this on 3 sides of the temple. They always looked to me like sacristies. All sorts of things were kept there, which it was the duty of the temple maidens to look after, repair, and replace. I saw the Blessed Virgin living in the temple in a perpetual ecstasy of prayer. Her soul did not seem to be on the earth, and she often received consolation and comfort from heaven. She had an endless longing for the fulfillment of the promise, and in her humility hardly ventured on the wish to be the lowliest maidservant of the Mother of the Redeemer. Mary's teacher and nurse in the temple was called Noemi. She was a sister of Lazarus' mother and was 50 years old. She and the other temple women belonged to the Essenes. Mary learned from her how to knit and helped her when she washed the blood of the sacrifices from the vessels and instruments, or when she cut up and prepared certain parts of the flesh for the temple women and priests, for this formed part of their food. Later on, Mary took a still more active part in these duties. When Zechariah did his service in the temple, he used to visit her, and Simeon was also acquainted with her. The Blessed Virgin's significance cannot have been quite unknown to the priests. Her whole being, the abundance of grace in her, and her wisdom were so remarkable from her childhood in the temple onwards that they could not be entirely concealed in spite of her great humility. I saw aged holy priests filling great scrolls with writing about her, and I have been shown these scrolls, lying with other writings, though I cannot remember at what period. Part 4. The Marriage, Annunciation, and Visitation. Marriage of the Blessed Virgin to Joseph. The Blessed Virgin lived with other virgins in the temple under the care of pious matrons. The maidens employed themselves with embroidery and other forms of decoration of carpets and vestments, and also with the cleaning of these vestments and of the vessels used in the temple. They had little cells from which they could see into the temple, and here they prayed and meditated. When these maidens were grown up, they were given in marriage. Their parents, in dedicating them to the temple, had offered them entirely to God, and the devout and more spiritual Israelites had for a long time had a secret presentiment that the marriage of one of these virgins would one day contribute to the coming of the promised Messiah. When the Blessed Virgin had reached the age of 14 and was to be dismissed from the temple with 7 other maidens to be married, I saw that her mother Anna had come to visit her there. Joachim was no longer alive, and Anna had by God's command married again. When the Blessed Virgin was told that she must now leave the temple and be married, I saw her explaining to the priests in great distress of heart that it was her desire never to leave the temple, that she had betrothed herself to God alone, and did not wish to be married. She was, however, told that it must be so. Hereupon I saw the Blessed Virgin supplicating God with great fervor in her praying cell. I also remember that I saw Mary, who was parched with thirst as she prayed, going down with a little jug to draw water from a fountain or cistern, and that she there heard a voice, unaccompanied by any visible appearance, and received the revelation which comforted her and gave her strength to consent to her marriage. This was not the Annunciation, for I saw that happen later in Nazareth. I must, however, once have thought that I saw the appearance of an angel here too, for in my youth I often confused this vision with the Annunciation, and thought that I saw the latter happening in the temple. I saw, too, that a very aged priest, who could no longer walk, it was doubtless the high priest, was carried on a chair by others before the Holy of Holies, and that while the incense offering was being kindled, he read prayers from a parchment scroll lying on a stand in front of him. I saw that he was in a spiritual ecstasy and saw a vision, and that the forefinger of his hand was laid upon the passage of Isaiah in the scroll. And there shall come forth a rod out of the root of Jesse, and a flower shall rise up out of his root. When the old priest came to himself again, he read this passage and apprehended something from it. Then I saw that messengers were sent throughout the land, and all unmarried men of the line of David summoned to the temple. When these were assembled in large numbers at the temple in festal garments, the Blessed Virgin was presented to them. Among them I saw a very devout youth from the region of Bethlehem. He had always prayed with great fervor for the fulfillment of the promise, and I discerned in his heart an ardent longing to become Mary's husband. She, however, withdrew again into her cell in tears, unable to bear the thought that she should not remain a virgin. I now saw that the high priest, in accordance with the inner instruction he had received, handed a branch to each of the men present, and commanded each to inscribe his branch with his name, and to hold it in his hands during the prayer and sacrifice. After they had done this, their branches were collected and laid upon an altar before the Holy of Holies, and they were told that the one among them whose branch blossomed was destined by the Lord to be married to the maiden Mary of Nazareth. While the branches lay before the Holy of Holies, the sacrifice and prayer were continued, and meanwhile I saw that youth, whose name will perhaps come back to me, in a hall of the temple, crying passionately to God with outstretched arms. I saw him burst into tears when, after the appointed interval, their branches were given back to them, with the announcement that none had blossomed, and therefore none of them was the bridegroom destined by God for this maiden. The men were now sent home, but that youth betook himself to Mount Carmel, to the sons of the prophets who had lived there as hermits ever since the time of Elijah. From then on, he spent his time in continual prayer for the fulfillment of the promise. I then saw the priests in the temple making a fresh search in the ancestral tables to see whether there was any descendant of David's who had been overlooked. As they found that of 6 brothers registered at Bethlehem, one was missing and unknown, they made search for his dwelling place, and found Joseph not far from Samaria, in a place beside a little stream, where he lived alone by the water and worked for another master. On the command of the high priest, Joseph now came, dressed in his best, to the temple at Jerusalem. He too had to hold a branch in his hand during the prayer and sacrifice, and as he was about to lay this on the altar before the Holy of Holies, a white flower like a lily blossomed out of the top of it, and I saw over him an appearance of light like the Holy Ghost. Joseph was now recognized as appointed by God to be the bridegroom of the Blessed Virgin, and was presented to her by the priests in the presence of her mother. Mary, submissive to the will of God, accepted him meekly as her bridegroom, for she knew that all things were possible with God, who had accepted her vow to belong to him alone, body and soul. About Mary and Joseph's wedding and nuptial clothes. While the 2 widows were recalling the wedding of Mary and Joseph as they talked together, I saw a picture of this wedding, and in particular of the beautiful wedding garments of the Blessed Virgin, of which these good women could not say enough. I will tell you what I can still remember. The wedding of Mary and Joseph, which lasted for 7 or 8 days, was celebrated on Mount Sion in Jerusalem, in a house which was often hired out for festivities of this kind. Besides Mary's teachers and schoolfellows from the temple school, many relations of Anna and Joachim were present, amongst others a family from Gophna with 2 daughters. The wedding was very ceremonious and elaborate. Many lambs were slaughtered and sacrificed. The Blessed Virgin's wedding garments were so remarkably beautiful and splendid that the women who were present used to enjoy speaking about them, even in their old age. In my vision, I heard their conversation and saw the following. I saw Mary in her wedding dress very distinctly. She wore a white woolen undergarment without sleeves. Her arms were wrapped round with strips of the same stuff, for at that time these took the place of closed sleeves. Next she put on a collar reaching from above the breast to her throat. It was encrusted with pearls and white embroidery, and was shaped like the undercollar worn by Arcos the Essene, the pattern of which I cut out not long ago. Over this she wore an ample robe, open in front. It fell to her feet, and was as full as a mantle, and had wide sleeves. This robe had a blue ground covered with an embroidered or woven pattern of red, white, and yellow roses, interspersed with green leaves, like rich and ancient chasubles. The lower hem ended in fringes and tassels, while the upper edge joined the white neck covering. After this robe had been arranged to fall in long, straight folds, a kind of scapulary was put on over it, such as some religious wear, for instance the Carmelites. This was made of white silk with gold flowers. It was 1/2 a yard wide, and was set with pearls and shining jewels at the breast. It hung in a single width down to the edge of the dress, of which it covered the opening in front. The lower edge was ornamented with fringes and beads. A similar width hung down the back, while shorter and narrower strips of the silk hung over the shoulders and arms. These 4 pieces, spread out round the neck, made the shape of a cross. The front and back pieces of this scapulary were held together under the arms by gold laces or little chains. The fullness of the robe was thus gathered together in front, and the jeweled breastpiece pressed against it. The flowered material of the robe was a little puffed out in the openings between the laces. The full sleeves, over which the shoulder pieces of the scapulary projected, were lightly held together by bracelets above and below the elbow. These bracelets, which were about 2 fingers in breadth and engraved with letters, had twisted edges. They caused the full sleeves to puff out at the shoulders, elbows, and wrists. The sleeves ended in a white frill of silk or wool, I think. Over all this, she wore a sky blue mantle, shaped like a big cloak, which in its turn was covered by a sort of mourning cloak with sleeves made after a traditional fashion. These cloaks were worn by Jewish women at certain religious or domestic ceremonies. Mary's cloak was fastened at the breast, under her neck with a brooch, above which, round her neck, was a white frill of what looked like feathers or floss silk. This cloak fell back over the shoulders, came forward again at the sides, and ended at the back in a pointed train. Its edge was embroidered with gold flowers. The adornment of her hair was indescribably beautiful. It was parted in the middle of her head and divided into a number of little plaits. These, interwoven with white silk and pearls, formed a great net falling over her shoulders and ending in a point halfway down her back. The ends of the plaits were curled inwards, and this whole net of hair was edged with a decorated border of fringes and pearls, whose weight held it down and kept it in place. Her hair was encircled by a wreath of white unspun silk or wool, 3 strips of the same material meeting in a tuft on the top of her head and holding it in place. On this wreath rested a crown of about a hand's breadth, decorated with jewels and surmounted by 3 bands of metal crowned by a knob. This crown was ornamented in front with 3 pearls, one above the other, and with 1 pearl on each side. In her left hand she carried a little silken wreath of red and white roses, and in her right hand, like a scepter, a beautiful gilded torch in the shape of a candlestick without a foot. Its stem, thicker in the middle than at the ends, was decorated with knobs above and below where it was held. It was surmounted by a flat cup in which a white flame was burning. The shoes had soles 2 fingers thick, heightened at toe and heel. These soles were made entirely of green material, so that the foot seemed to rest on grass. 2 white and gold straps held them fast over the instep of the bare foot, and the toes were covered by a little flap which was attached to the sole and was always worn by well-dressed women. It was the temple maidens who plaited Mary's beautiful hair arrangement. I saw it being done. Several of them were busy with it, and it went quicker than one would think. Anna had brought the beautiful clothes which Mary, in her humility, was unwilling to wear. After the wedding, the network of hair was thrown up over her head, the crown was removed, and a milk-white veil put on her, which hung down to her elbows. The crown was then put on again over this veil. The Blessed Virgin had very abundant hair, reddish gold in color. Her high, delicately traced eyebrows were black. She had a very high forehead, large, downcast eyes with long black lashes, a rather long, straight nose, delicately shaped, a noble and lovely mouth, and a pointed chin. She was of middle height, and moved about in her rich dress very gently and with great modesty and seriousness. At her wedding she afterwards put on another dress of striped stuff, less grand, a piece of which I possess among my relics. She wore this striped dress also at Cana and on other holy occasions. She wore her wedding dress again in the temple several times. Very rich people used to change their dresses 3 or 4 times at weddings. Mary in her grand garments looked like the great ladies of much later times. For instance, the Empress Helena, or even Cunegundis, although the manner in which Jewish women muffled themselves up on ordinary occasions was very different and was more after the fashion of Roman women. In connection with these clothes, I observed that very many weavers lived near the cenacle on Mount Sion, who made many kinds of beautiful materials. Joseph wore a long, full coat of pale blue, fastened down the front from breast to hem with laces and bosses or buttons. His wide sleeves were also fastened at the sides with laces. They were much turned up and seemed to have pockets inside. Round his neck he wore a kind of brown collar, or rather a broad stole, and two white strips hung over his breast, like the bands worn by our priests, only much longer. I saw the whole course of the marriage of Joseph and Mary, and the wedding banquet, and all the festivities. But I saw so many other things at the same time, and am so ill and so disturbed in many ways, that I do not venture to say more about it for fear of confusing my account. Mary's wedding ring. I saw the Blessed Virgin's wedding ring. It is neither of silver nor of gold, nor of any other metal. It is dark in color and iridescent. It is not a thin, narrow ring, but rather thick and at least a finger broad. I saw it smooth and yet as if covered with little regular triangles in which were letters. On the inside was a flat surface. The ring is engraved with something. I saw it kept behind many locks in a beautiful church. Devout people about to be married take their wedding rings to touch it. In the last few days, I have seen much of the story of Mary's wedding ring, but as the result of disturbances and pain, I can no longer give a connected account of it. Today I saw a festival in a church in Italy where the wedding ring is to be found. It seemed to me to be hung up in a kind of monstrance which stood above the tabernacle. There was a large altar there, magnificently decorated. One saw deep into it through much silver work. I saw many rings being held against the monstrance. During the festival, I saw Mary and Joseph appearing in their wedding garments on each side of the ring, as if Joseph were placing the ring on the Blessed Virgin's finger. At the same time, I saw the ring shining, and as if in movement. To the right and left of this altar, I saw two other altars, which were probably not in the same church, but were only shown to me in my vision as being together. In the altar to the right was an Ecce Homo picture of our Lord, which a devout Roman senator, a friend of St. Peter's, had received in a miraculous manner. In the altar to the left was one of the grave clothes of our Lord. When the wedding festivities were over, Anna went back to Nazareth with her relations, and Mary also went there, accompanied by several of her playmates who had been discharged from the temple at the same time as her. They left the city in a festal procession. I do not know how far the maidens accompanied her. They once more spent the first night in the Levites' school at Bethlehem. Mary made the return journey on foot. Joseph went to Bethlehem after the wedding in order to settle some family affairs there. He did not come to Nazareth until later. From Mary's return home to the Annunciation, I had sight of a festival in Anna's house. I noticed her second husband, some 6 guests besides the ordinary household, and some children collected with Joseph and Mary round a table on which stood goblets. The Blessed Virgin was wearing a colored cloak, woven with red, blue, and white flowers, like ancient chasubles. She had a transparent veil, and over it a black one. This festival seemed to be a continuation of the wedding festival. Last night in my vision, I was looking for the Blessed Virgin, and my guide brought me into the house of her mother Anna, which I recognize in all its details. I no longer found Joseph and Mary there. I saw Anna preparing to go to the nearby Nazareth, where the Holy Family now lived. She had a bundle under her arm to take to Mary. She went over a plain and through a thicket to Nazareth, which lies in front of a hill. I went there too. Joseph's house was not far from the gate. It was not so large as Anna's house. A quadrangular fountain to which several steps led down was nearby, and there was a small square court before the house. I saw Anna visiting the Blessed Virgin and giving her what she had brought. I saw, too, that Mary shed many tears and accompanied her mother when she returned home for part of the way. I noticed St. Joseph in the front part of the house in a separate room. The Annunciation. Last night I saw the Annunciation as a feast of the Church and was once more definitely informed that at this moment the Blessed Virgin had already been with child for 4 weeks. This was expressly told me because I had already seen the Annunciation on the 25th of February, but had rejected the vision and had not related it. Today I again saw the exterior circumstances of the whole event. Soon after the Blessed Virgin's marriage, I saw her in Joseph's house in Nazareth, where I was taken by my guide. Joseph had gone away with 2 donkeys, I think to fetch either his tools or something that he had inherited. He seemed to me to be on his way home. Anna's second husband and some other men had been at the house in the morning, but had gone away again. Besides the Blessed Virgin and 2 girls of her own age, I think they were playfellows from the temple, I saw in the house Anna and her widowed cousin, who worked for her as serving maid, and later went with her to Bethlehem after Christ's birth. The whole house had been newly fitted out by Anna. I saw these 4 women going busily about the house and then walking at leisure together in the courtyard. Towards evening I saw them come back into the house and stand praying at a little round table. Then, after eating some vegetables set before them, they separated. Anna went to and fro in the house for some time still, busying herself with household matters. The 2 girls went to their separate room, and Mary, too, went into her bedchamber. The Blessed Virgin's bedchamber was in the back part of the house, near the hearth, which was here placed, not in the center as in Anna's house, but rather on one side. The entrance to the bedchamber was beside the kitchen. 3 steps, not level but sloping, led up to it, for the floor of this part of the house rested on a raised ledge of rock. The wall of the room facing the door was rounded, and in this rounded part, which was shut off by a high wicker screen, was the Blessed Virgin's bed, rolled up. The walls of the room are covered up to a certain height with wickerwork, rather more roughly woven than the light movable screens. Different colored woods had been used to make a little checkered pattern on them. The ceiling was formed by intersecting beams, the spaces between being filled with wickerwork decorated with star patterns. I was brought into this room by the shining youth who always accompanies me, and I will relate what I saw as well as such a poor, miserable creature is able. The Blessed Virgin came in and went behind the screen before her bed, where she put on a long white woolen praying robe with a broad girdle, and covered her head with a yellowish-white veil. Meanwhile, the maid came in with a little lamp, lit a many-branched lamp hanging from the ceiling, and went away again. The Blessed Virgin then took a little low table, which was leaning folded up against the wall, and placed it in the middle of the room. As it leant against the wall, it was just a movable table leaf, hanging straight down in front of 2 supports. Mary lifted up this leaf and pulled forward half of one of the supports, which was divided, so that the little table now stood on 3 legs. The table leaf supported by this 3rd leg was rounded. This little table was covered with a blue and red cloth, finished with a hanging fringe along the straight edge of the table. In the middle of the cloth there was a design, embroidered or quilted. I cannot remember whether it was a letter or an ornament. On the round side of the table was a white cloth rolled up, and a scroll of writing also lay on the table. The Blessed Virgin put up this little table in the middle of the room, between her sleeping place and the door, rather to the left, in a place where the floor was covered by a carpet. Then she put in front of it a little round cushion and knelt down with both hands resting on the table. The door of the room was facing her on the right, and she had her back to her sleeping place. Mary let the veil fall over her face and crossed her hands, but not her fingers, before her breast. I saw her fervently praying thus for a long time, with her face raised to heaven. She was imploring God for redemption, for the promised King, and beseeching him that her prayer might have some share in sending him. She knelt long in an ecstasy of prayer, then she bowed her head onto her breast. But now, at her right hand, there poured down such a mass of light in a slanting line from the ceiling of the room that I felt myself pressed back by it against the wall near the door. I saw in this light a shining white youth with flowing yellow hair, floating down before her. It was the angel Gabriel. He gently moved his arms away from his body as he spoke to her. I saw the words issuing from his mouth like shining letters. I read them and I heard them. Mary turned her veiled head slightly towards the right, but she was shy and did not look up. But the angel went on speaking, and as if at his command, Mary turned her face a little towards him, raised her veil slightly, and answered. The angel again spoke, and Mary lifted her veil, looked at him, and answered with the holy words, Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to your word. The Blessed Virgin was wrapped in ecstasy. The room was filled with light. I no longer saw the glimmer of the burning lamp. I no longer saw the ceiling of the room. Heaven seemed to open. A path of light made me look up above the angel, and at the source of this stream of light, I saw a figure of the Holy Trinity in the form of a triangular radiance streaming in upon itself. In this I recognized what can only be adored and never expressed, Almighty God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, and yet only God Almighty. As soon as the Blessed Virgin had spoken the words, Be it done to me according to your word, I saw the Holy Ghost in the appearance of a winged figure, but not in the form of a dove as usually represented. The head was like the face of a man, and light was spread like wings beside the figure, from whose breast and hands I saw 3 streams of light pouring down towards the right side of the Blessed Virgin and meeting as they reached her. This light streaming in upon her right side caused the Blessed Virgin to become completely transfused with radiance, and as though transparent. All that was opaque seemed to vanish like darkness before this light. In this moment she was so penetrated with light that nothing dark or concealing remained in her. Her whole form was shining and transfused with light. After this penetrating radiance, I saw the angel disappear, with the path of light out of which he had come. It was as if the stream of light had been drawn back into heaven, and I saw how there fell from it onto the Blessed Virgin, as it was drawn back, a shower of white rosebuds, each with its little green leaf. While I was seeing all this in Mary's chamber, I had a strange personal sensation. I was in a state of constant fear, as if I was being pursued, and I suddenly saw a hideous serpent crawling through the house and up the steps to the door by which I was standing. The horrible creature had made its way as far as the 3rd step when the light poured down on the Blessed Virgin. The serpent was 3 or 4 feet long, had a broad, flat head, and under its breast were 2 short, skinny paws, clawed like bats' wings, on which it pushed itself forward. It was spotted with all kinds of hideous colors, and reminded me of the serpent in the Garden of Eden, only fearfully deformed. When the angel disappeared from the Blessed Virgin's room, he trod on this monster's head as it lay before the door, and it screamed in so ghastly a way that I shuddered. Then I saw 3 spirits appear, who drove the monster out in front of the house with blows and kicks. After the angel had disappeared, I saw the Blessed Virgin wrapped in the deepest ecstasy. I saw that she recognized the incarnation of the promised Redeemer within herself in the form of a tiny human figure of light, perfectly formed in all its parts down to its tiny fingers. Here in Nazareth it is otherwise than in Jerusalem, where the women must remain in the outer court and may not enter the temple, or only the priests may go into the holy place. Here in Nazareth, here in this church, a virgin is herself the temple, and the most holy is within her, and the high priest is within her, and she alone is with him. Oh, how lovely and wonderful that is, and yet so simple and natural. The words of David in the 45th Psalm were fulfilled. The Most High has sanctified his own tabernacle. God is in the midst thereof, it shall not be moved. It was at midnight that I saw this mystery happen. After a little while, Anna with the other women came into Mary's room. They had been wakened by a strange commotion in nature. A cloud of light had appeared above the house. When they saw the Blessed Virgin kneeling under the lamp in an ecstasy of prayer, they respectfully withdrew. After some time, I saw the Blessed Virgin rise from her knees and go to her little altar against the wall. She unrolled the picture hanging on the wall, which represented a veiled human form, the same picture that I had seen in Anna's house when she was making ready for the Blessed Virgin's journey to the temple. She lit the lamp on the wall and stood praying before it. Scrolls lay before her on a high desk. Towards morning, I saw her go to bed. My guide now led me away, but when I came into the little court before the house, I was seized with terror, for that fearful snake was lurking there in hiding. It crept towards me and tried to shelter in the folds of my dress. I was in dreadful fear. But my guide snatched me hurriedly away, and those three spirits reappeared and smote the monster. I still seemed to hear with a shudder its appalling shrieks. That night, as I contemplated the mystery of the Incarnation, I was taught many things. Mary was given the grace of interior knowledge. The Blessed Virgin knew that she had conceived the Messiah, the Son of the Most High. All that was within her was opened to the eyes of her spirit. But she did not then know that the throne of David his father, which was to be given him by the Lord God, was a supernatural one. Nor did she then know that the house of Jacob, over which he was, as Gabriel declared, to rule for all eternity, was the church, the congregation of regenerated mankind. She thought that the Redeemer would be a holy king who would purify his people and give them victory over hell. She did not then know that this king, in order to redeem mankind, must suffer a bitter death. It was made known to me why the Redeemer deigned to remain 9 months in his mother's womb, and to be born as a little child, and why it was not his will to appear as perfect and beautiful as the newly created Adam. But I can no longer explain this clearly. I can, however, remember this much, that it was his will to reconsecrate man's conception and birth, which had been so sadly degraded by the fall. The reason why Mary became his mother, and why he did not come sooner, was that she alone, and no creature before her or after her, was the pure vessel of grace, promised by God to mankind as the mother of the incarnate Word, by the merits of whose passion mankind was to be redeemed from its guilt. The Blessed Virgin was the one and only pure blossom of the human race, flowering in the fullness of time. All the children of God from the beginning of time who have striven after salvation contributed to her coming. She was the only pure gold of the whole earth. She alone was the pure immaculate flesh and blood of the whole human race, prepared and purified and ordained and consecrated through all the generations of her ancestors, guided, guarded, and fortified by the law until she came forth as the fullness of grace. She was preordained in eternity and passed through time as the mother of the eternal. At the incarnation of Christ, the Blessed Virgin was a little over 14 years old. Christ reached the age of 33 years and 3 times 6 weeks. I say 3 times 6 because that figure was in that moment shown to me 3 times, one after the other. The Visitation. Mary and Joseph traveled to visit Elizabeth. Some days after the Annunciation, St. Joseph returned to Nazareth and made further arrangements for working at his craft in the house. He had never lived in Nazareth before and had not spent more than a few days there. Joseph knew nothing of the Incarnation. Mary was the mother of the Lord, but also the handmaid of the Lord, and she kept his secret in all humility. When the Blessed Virgin felt that the Word was made flesh in her, she was conscious of a great desire to pay an immediate visit to her cousin Elizabeth at Judah near Hebron, whom the angel had told her was now 6 months with child. As the time was now drawing near when Joseph wished to go up to Jerusalem for the Passover, the Blessed Virgin decided to accompany him in order to help Elizabeth in her pregnancy. Joseph therefore started with the Blessed Virgin on the journey to Judah. They traveled in a southerly direction and had a donkey with them, on which Mary rode from time to time. Some baggage was packed onto it, amongst which was a striped sack of Joseph's, it seemed to me to be knitted, in which was a long brownish garment of Mary's with a sort of hood. This garment was fastened in front with ribbons. Mary put it on when she went into the temple or into a synagogue. On the journey she wore a brown woolen undergarment, and over this a gray dress with a girdle. Her head covering was yellowish in color. They made the long journey rather quickly. I saw them, after they had crossed the plain of Esdraelon in a southerly direction, entering the house of a friend of Joseph's father in the town of Dothan on a hill. He was a well-to-do man and came from Bethlehem. His father was called brother by Joseph's father, though he was not really his brother, but he came of David's line through a man who was, I think, also a king, and was called Elah, Eldoah, or Eldad. I cannot remember clearly which it was. There was much trading in this place. Once I saw them spending the night in a shed, and one evening, when they were still 12 hours distant from Zechariah's dwelling, I saw them in a wood, going into a hut of waterwork, on which green leaves and beautiful white flowers were growing. This hut was meant for travelers. Beside the roads in that country are many open arbors like this, and even solid buildings. Travelers can spend the night in them, or shelter from the heat, and prepare the food which they have brought with them. Some of these shelters are looked after by a family living near at hand, who are ready to supply any needs in return for a small payment. They did not go direct from Jerusalem to Utah, but made a detour to the east in order to avoid the crowds. They passed near a little town 2 hours distant from Emmaus, and took roads which Jesus often traveled in the years of his ministry. They still had 2 hills to pass. Between these 2 hills I once saw them sitting and resting. They were eating bread and mixing in their drinking water drops of balsam, which they had collected on their way. It was very hilly here. They passed overhanging rocks with great caves, in which were all kinds of strange stones. The valleys were very fertile. Then their path led them through wood, moorland, meadows, and fields. Towards the end of their journey, I particularly noticed a plant with little delicate green leaves and with flower clusters of 9 little pale red, closed bells or vessels. There was something in these with which I had to do, but what it was I cannot remember. Mary and Joseph arrive at the house of Elizabeth and Zechariah. Zechariah's house was on the top of a hill by itself. Other houses stood in groups round about. Not far off, a biggish stream flowed down from the mountain. It seemed to me to be the moment when Zechariah was returning home from the Passover at Jerusalem. I saw Elizabeth, moved by great longing. going out of her house for a considerable distance on the way to Jerusalem, and I saw how alarmed Zechariah was as he made his way home to meet Elizabeth on the road so far from home in her condition. She told him that she was so agitated in her heart because she could not help thinking all the time that her cousin Mary of Nazareth was coming to her. Zechariah tried to remove this impression from her mind and explained to her, by signs and by writing on a tablet, how unlikely it was that a newly married woman should undertake so long a journey just then. They went back to the house together. Elizabeth was, however, unable to abandon her expectation, for she had learnt in a dream that one of her family had become the mother of the promised Messiah. She had at once thought of Mary, had longed to see her, and had in spirit perceived her in the distance on her way to her. She had made ready a little room to the right of the entrance, and had placed seats in it. On the following day she sat there for a long time, waiting and gazing out of the house, watching for the coming visitor. Then she got up and went a long way on the road to meet her. Elizabeth was a tall, aged woman with a small, delicate face. Her head was wrapped in a veil. She only knew the Blessed Virgin by hearsay. Mary saw her from far off and recognized her at once. She ran to meet her, while Joseph discreetly remained behind. Mary was already among the neighbors' houses, whose inhabitants, moved by her marvelous beauty and struck by a supernatural dignity in her whole being, withdrew shyly as she and Elizabeth met. They greeted each other warmly with outstretched hands, and at that moment I saw a shining brightness in the Blessed Virgin, and as it were a ray of light passing from her to Elizabeth, filling the latter with wonderful joy. They did not stay near the people in the houses, but went, holding each other by the arm, through the outer court towards the house. At the door, Elizabeth once more made Mary welcome, and they then went in. Joseph, who came into the court leading the donkey, handed it over to a manservant and went to Zechariah in an open hall at the side of the house. He greeted the venerable old priest with great humility. Zechariah embraced him warmly and spoke with him by writing on his tablet, for he was dumb since the angel had appeared to him in the temple. Mary and Elizabeth, after passing through the house door, came into a hall which, it seemed to me, was also the kitchen. Here they took each other by both arms. Mary greeted Elizabeth very warmly, and each pressed her cheek against the other's. Again I saw a radiance stream from Mary into Elizabeth, whereby the latter was transfused with light. Her heart was filled with holy joy. She stepped back, her hand raised, and exclaimed, full of humility, joy, and exaltation, "Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb. And whence is this to me that the mother of my Lord should come to me? For behold, as the voice of your salutation sounded in my ears, the infant in my womb leaped for joy. And blessed are you that have believed, because those things shall be accomplished that were spoken to you by the Lord." As she said the last words, she led Mary into the little room which she had prepared, so that she might sit down and rest after her journey. It was only a few paces away. Mary let go Elizabeth's arm, which she had clasped, crossed her hands over her breast, and uttered the Magnificat with exultation. When the aged Essene Eliad conversed with Jesus, as mentioned above, about this event, I heard him expounding the whole of Mary's song of praise in a wonderful manner. I feel myself, however, incapable of repeating this explanation. I saw that Elizabeth followed in prayer the whole of the Magnificat in a similar state of exultation. Afterwards they sat down on quite low seats with a table before them, also low, on which stood a little goblet. Oh, I was so blissfully happy. I prayed with them the whole time, and then I sat down near at hand. Oh, I was so happy. Joseph and Zechariah are now together and are talking about the nearness of the Messiah according to the fulfillment of the prophecies. Zechariah is a tall, handsome old man, dressed as a priest. He answers always with signs or by writing on a tablet. They are sitting in an open hall at the side of the house, looking on to the garden. Mary and Elizabeth are sitting in the garden on a carpet under a big spreading tree. Behind it is a fountain from which water streams if one pulls at a tap. I see grass and flowers round them, and trees with little yellow plums. They are both eating little fruits and little loaves from Joseph's knapsack. What touching simplicity and frugality! There are 2 maidservants and 2 menservants in the house. I see them moving about here and there. They are preparing a table with food under a tree. Zechariah and Joseph come and eat a little. Joseph wanted to go back to Nazareth at once, but I think he is going to stay a week. He knows nothing of the Blessed Virgin being with child. Mary and Elizabeth were silent about it. In the depths of their being, there was a secret understanding between them. Several times in the day, and especially before meals when they were all together, the 2 holy women said a kind of litany. Joseph prayed with them, and I saw then a cross appear in the midst between the 2 women, although as yet there was no cross. It was indeed as though 2 crosses visited each other. Yesterday evening they ate all together. They sat under a tree in the garden by the light of a lamp till nearly midnight. Then I saw Joseph and Zechariah alone in a place of prayer. I saw Mary and Elizabeth in their little room. They stood opposite each other, as if wrapped in ecstasy, and said the Magnificat in prayer together. Besides the clothes already described, the Blessed Virgin wore a transparent black veil as well, which she lowered when speaking with men. Today Zechariah took St. Joseph to another garden at some distance from the house. Zechariah is very orderly and precise in all he does. This garden is rich in beautiful trees and abundant fruit, and is very well kept. A shady alley leads through the middle of it. At the end of the garden there is a little hidden summer house with a door at the side. In the top of this little house are window openings closed by sliding shutters. In it is a wicker couch cushioned with moss or other delicate plants. I also saw 2 white statues in it, of the size of children. I do not quite know how they came to be there or what they signified, but they seemed very like Zechariah and Elizabeth, only very much younger. This afternoon I saw Mary and Elizabeth working together in the house. The Blessed Virgin took part in all the household work. She made preparations for the child that was expected. I saw them both working together. They were knitting a big coverlet for Elizabeth's lying in. Jewish women used coverlets like these when in childbed. An inner lining was fastened to the middle of it, so that the mother could be wrapped up together in it with her child. It was as if she were in a little boat or in a big shoe, wrapped up herself like a child in swaddling clothes. She was supported on pillows and could sit upright or lie down as she liked. The edges of the coverlet were sewn with flowers and texts. Mary and Elizabeth prepared also many different things as presents for the poor when the child was born. I see Anna often sending her maidservant to look after everything in the house at Nazareth during the absence of the Holy Family. I saw her there once herself. Zechariah has gone with Joseph for a walk in the fields. His house stands by itself on a hill. It is the best house in the neighborhood. Others lie scattered around. Mary is rather tired. She is alone with Elizabeth in the house. I saw Zechariah and Joseph spending last night in the garden, which is distant from the house, either sleeping in the summer house or praying out of doors in the garden. At dawn they returned to the house. I saw Elizabeth and the Blessed Virgin in the house. Every morning and evening they joined together in prayer and recited the Magnificat. which Mary had received from the Holy Ghost at Elizabeth's greeting of her. With the angel's salutation, the Blessed Virgin was consecrated as the Church. With the words, "Behold the handmaid of the Lord, be it done to me according to your word," the Word entered into her, saluted by the Church, by his maidservant. God was now in his temple. Mary was now the temple and the ark of the new covenant. Elizabeth's greeting and the movement of John beneath his mother's heart was the first act of worship of the community in the presence of this holy thing. When the Blessed Virgin uttered the Magnificat, the Church of the New Covenant, of the new espousals, celebrated for the first time the fulfillment of the divine promises of the Old Covenant, of the old espousals, and poured forth thanks with a Te Deum Laudamus. Ah, who can express the wonder of seeing the devotion of the Church towards the Savior even before his birth? Tonight, as I watched the two holy women at their prayers, I had many visions and explanations of the Magnificat and of the coming of the Blessed Sacrament and the present condition of the Blessed Virgin. The illness from which I am now suffering and many disturbances have made me quite forget all that I saw. From the passage in the Magnificat, "He has shown might in his arm," onwards, there appeared to me all kinds of pictures from the Old Testament, symbolic of the most holy sacrament of the altar. Amongst them was a picture of Abraham sacrificing Isaac, and of Isaiah announcing something to a wicked king who scorned it. I have forgotten this. I saw many things from Abraham to Isaiah, and from Isaiah to the Blessed Virgin, and in everything I always saw the coming of the Blessed Sacrament to the Church of Jesus Christ, who was himself still resting under his mother's heart. I must do nothing more at all today, and must allow nobody in. Then I shall see again all that I have forgotten. If I can only have complete quiet, I shall be able to perceive and relate the holy mystery of the Ark of the Covenant and the holy sacrament of the Old Covenant. I have seen that time of quiet. It is a beautiful time. I saw the writer beside me, and I am then to learn very many things. It is very warm where Mary is in the Promised Land. They are now all going into the garden of the house. First Zechariah and Joseph, and then Elizabeth and Mary. An awning like a tent is stretched under a tree. On one side stand low seats with backs to them. I am to rest and see again all that I have forgotten. That sweet prayer to the Holy Ghost has helped me. So sweet and gentle it is. I weakly gave way and did not keep the command to allow nobody in. A woman of my acquaintance came and talked for a long time of hateful incidents which angered me. Then I fell asleep. God kept his word better than me, for he showed me again all that I had forgotten, but as a punishment most of it has again escaped me. I saw as usual the two holy women with child standing opposite one another in prayer and reciting the Magnificat. In the middle of the prayer I was shown Abraham sacrificing Isaac. Here followed a series of pictures symbolizing the coming of the Blessed Sacrament. I do not think I have ever perceived so clearly the holy mysteries of the Old Covenant. As was promised to me, I perceived once more all that I had forgotten. I was full of joy at being able now to relate so many wonderful things about the patriarchs and the Ark of the Covenant, but there must have been a lack of humility in my joy, for God ordained that I should no longer be able to set in order and communicate the innumerable things that I perceived. In the evening of yesterday, Friday, July 6th, I saw Elizabeth and the Blessed Virgin going to Zechariah's distant garden. They were carrying fruit and little loaves of bread in a small basket, and were going to spend the night there. When Joseph and Zechariah came there later, I saw the Blessed Virgin go towards them. Zechariah had his little writing tablet with him, but it had grown too dark for writing, and I saw that Mary, by the interior bidding of the Holy Ghost, told him that he would speak that night. Then I saw that Zechariah put away his writing tablet, and that he was able to speak with Joseph and pray with him throughout that night. I saw this, and when I shook my head in great surprise and would not accept it, my guardian angel or spiritual guide, who was always with me, said to me, pointing in another direction, "You do not believe this, then turn your eyes hither." But where he pointed, I saw quite another picture from a much later time. I saw the holy hermit St. Gore in a place where corn was being reaped. Messengers from a bishop who was ill-disposed towards him, or talking with him with evil intent. As he started off with them to go to that bishop, I saw him looking round for a hook on which to hang his cloak. He saw a ray of the sun shining through an opening in the wall, and in his simple faith he hung his cloak on it, and I saw that the cloak remained hanging firmly fixed in the air. I was amazed at this miracle of simple faith, and was no longer surprised at Zechariah being given the power of speech by the Blessed Virgin, in whom God himself dwelt. My guide then spoke to me about what we call miracles, and I remember distinctly that he said, "A living childlike confidence in God in all simplicity makes everything real, makes everything substantial." What he said gave me a complete interior understanding about all miracles, but I cannot express it perfectly. I saw the four holy people spend the night in the garden. They sat down and ate, or they walked 2 by 2 up and down, talking and praying, and took it in turns to rest in the little summer house. I understood that when the Sabbath was over, Joseph was to return to Nazareth, and that Zechariah was to accompany him for part of the way. It was moonlight and a clear, starry sky. Round these holy people was indescribable peace and beauty. Again, as the two holy women prayed, I saw a part of the mystery of the Magnificat, but am again to see all in the octave of the feast before Saturday or Sunday, and shall then perhaps be able to tell something of it. I am now only permitted to say, the Magnificat is a hymn of thanks for the fulfillment of the blessing given in the sacrament of the Old Covenant. During Mary's prayer, I saw a continuous succession of all her ancestors. In the course of time, there followed each times 14 marriages, in each of which the Son succeeded directly to the Father, and from each of these marriages I saw a ray of light projected towards Mary as she stood there in prayer. The whole vision grew before my eyes like a family tree made by branches of light, becoming ever nobler and nobler, until at last, in a more clearly defined place in this tree of light, I saw shine forth more brightly the holy and immaculate flesh and blood of Mary, from which God was to become man. I prayed to her in yearning and hope, as full of joy as a child who sees the Christmas tree towering above him. It was all a picture of the coming of Jesus Christ in the flesh, and of his most holy sacrament. It was as though I saw the wheat ripening for the bread of life for which I hunger. It is not to be expressed. I can find no words to say how that flesh was formed, in which the Word became flesh. How can it be expressed by a poor mortal who is still in that flesh, of which the Son of God and of Mary said, "The flesh profits nothing. It is the Spirit that quickens." He who said that only those who ate his flesh and drank his blood should have everlasting life, and be raised up by him in the last day. Only his flesh and blood were meat and drink indeed. Only those who ate and drank thereof abode in him, and he in them. I saw in an inexpressible way, from the beginning, from generation to generation, the approach of the Incarnation, and with it the approach of the most holy sacrament of the altar. Then came a series of patriarchs, followed by the institution of the priesthood, to offer up the living God among men as sacrifice and food until his second coming, an institution conferred by the incarnate God, the new and redeeming Adam, upon his apostles, and transmitted by them by the laying on of hands in an unbroken succession of generation after generation of priests. In all this, I clearly perceived how the chanting of our Lord's genealogy before the Blessed Sacrament on the feast of Corpus Christi contains a great mystery. I also perceived that, just as amongst the ancestors of Christ, according to the flesh, there were some who were not holy, and indeed were sinners, without however ceasing to be the rungs in Jacob's ladder on which God descended to mankind, so even unworthy bishops still have the power to consecrate the Blessed Sacrament and to impart priestly ordination, with all the powers accompanying it. When one sees this, one clearly understands why in old German spiritual books the Old Testament is called the Old Covenant or the Old Espousals, and the New Testament the New Covenant or the New Espousals. The highest flowering of the old espousals was the Virgin of Virgins, the bride of the Holy Ghost, the most chaste mother of the Redeemer, the spiritual vessel of honor, the singular vessel of devotion, in whom the Word became flesh. With this mystery begins the new espousals, the new covenant. In the priesthood, and in all those who follow the Lamb, it bears the mark of virginity. In it marriage is a great sacrament, that of Christ and his bride, the Church, Ephesus 5:32. In order to state as clearly as I can how the approach of the Incarnation, and with it the approach of the most holy sacrament of the altar, was explained to me, I can only repeat how everything was set before my eyes in a great series of pictures. Although it is impossible, owing to my present condition and to many interruptions from without, to bring what I saw into a detailed and comprehensible whole, I can only say in general, first I saw the blessing of the promise which God gave to the first man in paradise, and from that blessing I saw a ray of light proceed to the Blessed Virgin as she stood there opposite St. Elizabeth, reciting the Magnificat in prayer. Then I saw Abraham, who had received this blessing from God, and I again saw a ray of light proceeding from him to the Blessed Virgin. Then came the other patriarchs, who were the holders and bearers of that holy treasure, and from each of them a ray of light fell upon Mary. Then I saw the passage of this blessing down the ages until it reached Joachim. He was endowed with the highest blessing from the inmost sanctuary of the temple, so that he might become the father of the most holy Virgin Mary, conceived without original sin. In her the Word became flesh by the operation of the Holy Ghost, and dwelt amongst us, hidden for 9 months in her, as the ark of the covenant of the New Testament, until, in the fullness of time, we saw his glory, born of the Virgin Mary, a glory as it were of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. Last night I saw the Blessed Virgin in Elizabeth's house, asleep in her little room, lying on her side with her head resting on her arm. She was wrapped from head to foot in a long white covering. Beneath her heart I saw a glory of light streaming out. It was pear-shaped, and in the center of it was an indescribably bright little flame of light. In Elizabeth I saw a glory shining, which was larger and rounder, but not so bright, and the light within it was less bright. When the Sabbath began yesterday, Friday evening, I saw a lamp being lit and the Sabbath being celebrated in a room in Zechariah's house, which I had not seen before. Zechariah, Joseph, and some 6 other men, probably from the neighborhood, were praying under the lamp. They were standing round a chest with scrolls lying on it. They were wearing cloths hanging down over their heads. They did not make as many contortions as the Jews of today, though they occasionally bowed their heads and raised their arms. Mary, Elizabeth, and a few other women stood apart behind a grating in an alcove from which they could see into the praying place. All their heads were covered with praying mantles. After the Sabbath meal, I saw the Blessed Virgin in her little room with Elizabeth, standing and reciting the Abraham Mass at the time when his blessing was brought to bear on the future of the Blessed Virgin. Have lived near the place where the Blessed Virgin was now reciting the Magnificat, for I saw the ray of light from him streaming upon her from quite near, whereas I saw the rays from persons much nearer to her in time, coming from a much greater distance. After they had finished the Magnificat, which I always saw them reciting morning and evening since the Visitation, Elizabeth withdrew, and I saw the Blessed Virgin going to bed. She took off her girdle and her upper garment, leaving only her long brown undergarment. She took a roll of stuff lying at the head of her low couch, which I should otherwise have taken to be a bolster, but now saw was a rolled-up length of woolen material almost a yard wide. She held one end of it tight under one armpit, and then wrapped it round and round her body from head to foot, and then upwards, so that she was quite enveloped in it, and could only make short steps. Her arms were free below the elbows, and the face and throat were open. She wrapped herself up in this way, standing beside her couch, which was slightly raised at the head, and then lay down straight on it, stretched out on her side, her cheek resting on her hand. I did not see men sleeping wrapped up in this way. Yesterday, Saturday, I saw Zechariah during the whole of the Sabbath in the same dress that he put on at the beginning of it. He had a long white robe with not very full sleeves. He was girt about several times with a broad girdle, inscribed with letters and with straps hanging from it. At the back of his robe was fastened a hood, which fell in folds from his head down his back, like a veil gathered together at the back. When he had something to do in the course of the day on Saturday, or had to go anywhere, he threw his robe over one shoulder and tucked it under his girdle below the other arm. Each leg was wrapped round with broad bands separately, like trousers, and these wrappings were held fast by the straps with which his sandals were attached to his bare feet. Today he also showed Joseph his priest's mantle, which was very beautiful. It was an ample, heavy mantle of shining material shot with purple and white, and was fastened at the breast with 3 jeweled clasps. It had no sleeves. I did not see them eating again until Sunday evening, when the Sabbath was over. They ate together under the tree in the garden by the house. They ate green leaves, which they dipped into sauce, and they sucked little green bundles, also dipped in sauce. There were also on the table little bowls of some small fruit, and other bowls from which they ate something with transparent brown flat spoons. I think it was honey, which they ate with flat horn spoons. I also saw little loaves being brought to them to eat. After this, Joseph, accompanied by Zechariah, started on his journey home. It was a still moonlight night, full of stars. They prayed beforehand, all separately. Joseph again had his little bundle with him, in which were small loaves and a little jug, and his staff with a crook at the top. Zechariah had a long staff with a knob. They both wore their traveling mantles over their heads. Before they went, they embraced Mary and Elizabeth alternately by clasping them to their breasts. I did not see them kiss each other then. They went off gaily and quietly, and the 2 women accompanied them for a short while, after which they wandered off alone through the indescribably lovely night. Mary and Elizabeth then went back into the house, into Mary's room. A lamp was burning there on an arm projecting from the wall. This was always so when she prayed and when she went to bed. The two women again stood opposite to each other, veiled, and recited the Magnificat in prayer. On this occasion, the promised vision, which I had forgotten, was repeated, but I have seen so much tonight that I can say but little of it. I only saw the handing down of the blessing until it came to Joseph in Egypt. Last night I had a vision of Mary and Elizabeth, of which I only remember that they prayed the whole night long. I cannot recollect the cause. In the daytime I saw Mary doing all kinds of work, for instance, weaving coverlets. I saw Joseph and Zechariah still on their journey. They spent the night in a shed. They had made long detours and had, I believe, paid many visits. I think they spent 3 days on their journey. Except this, I have forgotten almost everything. I saw Joseph once more in his house yesterday, Wednesday the 12th. He seems to have gone straight home without passing through Jerusalem. Anna's maidservant is looking after everything for him and keeps going to and fro between his house and Anna's. Otherwise, Joseph was alone. I saw Zechariah coming home again. As always, I saw Mary and Elizabeth reciting the Magnificat in prayer and working together. Towards evening, they walked in the garden, where there was a fountain, which is unusual here. They always had a little jug of juice with them. Towards evening, when it grew cool, they generally went for a walk in the country round, for Zechariah's house was isolated and surrounded by meadows. They usually went to bed at 9 o'clock, but always got up before sunrise. The birth of John, Mary returns to Nazareth. After the Blessed Virgin's return from Judah to Nazareth, I saw her spending several days in the house of the parents of Parmenas, our Lord's future disciple, who was not yet born. I think I saw this at the same time of year as it actually happened. I had that impression during my vision. In that case, the birth of John the Baptist would have happened at the end of May or the beginning of June. Mary stayed for 3 months with Elizabeth until after the birth of John, but was not present on the occasion of his circumcision. The Blessed Virgin returned home to Nazareth after John's birth and before his circumcision. Joseph came to meet her halfway. When Joseph traveled back with the Blessed Virgin during the second half of her journey from Judah to Nazareth, he noticed from her figure that she was with child and was sore beset by trouble and doubt, for he knew nothing of the angel's annunciation to the Blessed Virgin. Immediately after his marriage, Joseph had gone to Bethlehem to arrange about some inheritance. In the meantime, Mary had gone to Nazareth with her parents and some of her playfellows. The angelic salutation happened before Joseph returned to Nazareth. Mary, in shy humility, had kept God's secret to herself. Joseph, though greatly disquieted by what he had perceived, said nothing, but struggled in silence with his doubts. The Blessed Virgin, who had foreseen this trouble, became thoughtful and serious, which only increased St. Joseph's uneasiness. When they came to Nazareth, I saw that the Blessed Virgin did not at once go into Joseph's house with him, but spent a few days with relations. These were the parents of a son, Parmenas, not yet born, who became a disciple of Jesus and was one of the 7 deacons in the first community of Christians in Jerusalem. These people were related to the Holy Family, for the mother was a sister of the 3rd husband of Mary Cleophas, the father of Simeon, Bishop of Jerusalem. They had a house and a garden of spices in Nazareth. They were also related to the Holy Family through Elizabeth. I saw that the Blessed Virgin stayed for several days with these people before she came to Joseph's house. Joseph's uneasiness increased, however, to such an extent that now that Mary was preparing to return to him in his house, he made up his mind to leave her and to disappear in secret. While he was harboring this thought, an angel appeared to him in a dream and reassured him. Part 5, the Nativity of our Lord, the census and the journey of the Holy Family. The census of the Emperor Augustus is proclaimed. Christ's birth in November. The actual date of Christ's birth, as I always see it, is 4 weeks earlier than its celebration by the Church. It must have happened on St. Catherine's feast day. I always see the Annunciation as happening at the end of February. Already at the end of October, I saw it being announced in the Promised Land that an enrollment and taxing of the people was to be made by decree of the emperor. After that, I saw many people traveling up and down the country. St. Anne's house in Nazareth, preparing for Christ's birth. For several days in succession, I have seen the Blessed Virgin with her mother Anna, whose house is about an hour's journey away from Nazareth in the valley of Zabulon. The only woman remaining in the Blessed Virgin's house at Nazareth is Anna's maidservant, who looks after St. Joseph while Mary is with Anna. In fact, as long as Anna was alive, they had no completely separate household, but always received their provisions from her. For several weeks already, I have seen the Blessed Virgin busy with preparations for the birth of Christ. She is sewing and knitting coverlets, cloths, and swaddling bands. There is more than enough of everything. Joachim is no longer alive. I see another man in the house. Anna has married again. Her second husband was employed in the temple in connection with the beasts for sacrifice. I saw Anna sending him out food when he was with the flocks and herds. There were little loaves and fishes in a leathern wallet with several divisions in it. There is a rather tall little girl, about 7 years old, in the house, who helps the Blessed Virgin and is taught by her. I think she might be a daughter of Mary Cleophas. Her name was Mary, too. Joseph is not at Nazareth, but must soon be coming, for he is on his way back from Jerusalem, where he has taken beasts for sacrifice. I saw the Blessed Virgin in the house. She was far advanced in pregnancy and sat in a room working with several other women. They were preparing coverlets and other things for Mary's confinement. Anna, who possessed pastures with flocks and herds, was well-to-do. She supplied the Blessed Virgin with plenty of everything that it was customary for a person in her rank of life to have. As she thought that Mary would be in her, Anna's house, for the birth of her child, and that all her relations would come to visit her there, she made all the preparations in a very lavish manner, with specially beautiful coverlets and rugs. I saw a coverlet of the kind that was in Elizabeth's house when John was born. It was embroidered with all kinds of texts and emblems, and had a kind of inner lining sewn into it in which the mother could wrap herself. She could fasten this lining round her with tapes and buttons, and be as it were in a little boat, or like a baby in its swaddling bands. She could recline comfortably in it, supported by cushions, when visited by friends, and the latter sat round her on the edge of the coverlet. All these things, as well as many swaddling bands for the child itself, were prepared in Anna's house. I saw gold and silver threads being used. Not all the coverlets and other things were for Mary's own use. Much was intended as presents for the poor, who were always remembered on happy occasions of this kind. I saw the Blessed Virgin and other women sitting on the floor round a big chest, knitting and working at a big coverlet lying in the chest between them. They used 2 little sticks on which colored threads were wound. Anna was very busy. She went here and there, fetching and distributing wool and apportioning their tasks to her maidservants. Joseph is told to travel with Mary to Bethlehem. Joseph will arrive back in Nazareth today. He was in Jerusalem, taking beasts there for sacrifice. He left them at the little inn a quarter of an hour on the road from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. The house was kept by a devout, old, childless couple. It was a suitable lodging for quiet people. Joseph went from there to Bethlehem. but did not visit his relations in that town. He only wanted to find out about an enrollment and taxation of the people, which made it necessary for everyone to betake himself to his birthplace. He did not, however, have himself inscribed as yet, because he intended to journey with Mary to the temple in Jerusalem after the days of her purification, and then to go to Bethlehem and settle there. I do not know for certain what were his reasons, but Joseph did not like being in Nazareth. He therefore looked about him in Bethlehem and made inquiries about stones and timber, for he had it in his mind to build himself a house there. Having found out what he wanted, he returned to the inn near Jerusalem, took his sacrifice to the temple, and hurried home again. As he was crossing the field of Chimki, 6 hours from Nazareth, at midnight last night, an angel appeared to him and warned him that he was to go to Bethlehem with Mary at once, for it was there that she was to bear her child. He also indicated everything that she was to take with her for her use, explaining that they were to be few and simple things, and in particular, no embroidered coverlets. Also, besides the ass upon which Mary was to sit, he was to take with him a she-ass 1 year old that had not yet had a foal. He was to let her run free and was always to follow whatever path she took. This evening, Anna went with the Blessed Virgin to Nazareth. No doubt they knew that Joseph was arriving, but they do not seem to know that Mary would journey to Bethlehem from Anna's house. They thought no doubt that Mary would bear her child in her own house in Nazareth, for I saw them taking there, packed in saddlebags, many of the things they had prepared. I saw amongst them several shawls of blue material with hoods. I think they were meant for wrapping the child in. Joseph arrived at Nazareth in the evening. Joseph reveals to Mary the angel's commandment. Today I saw the Blessed Virgin and her mother Anna in the house in Nazareth, where Joseph revealed to them what had been told them the previous night. Thereupon they returned to Anna's house, and I saw them preparing to leave immediately. Anna was distressed. The Blessed Virgin must have known that she was to bear her child in Bethlehem, but had been silent out of humility. She knew it from the writings of the prophets about the birth of the Messiah, all of which she treasured in her little cupboard at Nazareth. She had been given them by her women teachers in the temple, and had been instructed in them by these holy women. She used to read them very often and pray for their fulfillment. Her prayers were ever full of yearning for the coming of the Messiah. She ever extolled as blessed her who should bear the Holy Child, and hoped only to be allowed to serve her as her lowest maidservant. Never in her humility had she thought that she herself might be the chosen one. Since she knew from those passages in the prophets that the Savior was to be born in Bethlehem, she yielded joyfully to the divine will and began the journey, which was difficult for her at that time of the year, when it was often decidedly cold in the valleys between the ranges of hills. On the journey to Bethlehem. This evening I saw Joseph and the Blessed Virgin, accompanied by Anna, Mary Cleophas, and some menservants, starting off from Anna's house. Mary sat on the comfortable side saddle of a donkey, which also carried her baggage. Joseph led the donkey. A second donkey was taken for Anna to ride back on. Her husband was away in the fields when they started on their journey. The field Jeanim. The travelers are given a young she-ass from Anna's pasture. This morning I saw the holy travelers arrive at an open field called Jeanim, 6 hours' journey from Nazareth, where the angel had appeared to Joseph 2 days before. Anna had a pasture here, and the men servants were told to fetch the young she-ass, which Joseph was to take with him. She sometimes ran in front of them and sometimes beside them. Anna and Mary Cleophas here took a tender farewell of the travelers and returned home with the men servants. This field, Janim, is several miles long and is shaped like a pear. Another field, called Gimi, lies near Nazareth, not far from a shepherd's village high up in the hills, called Gimi or Gimchi, where Jesus taught shepherds from the 7th to the 9th of September before his baptism. These shepherds had lepers hidden among them. He also healed here the dropsical woman of the house where he stayed, and was mocked by the Pharisees. Farther away from this place, and to the southwest of Nazareth, beyond the river Kishon, is a settlement of lepers, consisting of scattered huts around a lake formed by the river. Jesus healed here on September 30th before his baptism. The field Genum, traversed today by the Holy Family, is separated from the other field Gimi by a little river or river bed. The names are so alike that I may easily have confused them. I saw the Holy Family going on their way and climbing Mount Gilboa. They did not pass through any town. They followed the young she-ass, which always took lonely byways. I saw them stopping at a house in the hills belonging to Lazarus, not far from the town of Jinim, and in the direction of Samaria. The steward, who knew them from other journeys, gave them a friendly welcome. Their family was on intimate terms with Lazarus. There are beautiful orchards and avenues here. The house stands high, so that one has a very wide view from the roof. Lazarus inherited it from his father. Our Lord Jesus often stayed here during his ministry and taught in the surrounding country. The steward and his wife conversed in a very friendly way with the Blessed Virgin. They were surprised that she should have been willing to undertake such a long journey in her condition when she might have had every comfort at home with her mother Anna. Traveling at night. Mary and Joseph rest at the terebinth of Abraham. I saw the Holy Family some hours' journey beyond this last place, going at night towards a mountain through a very cold valley. It looked as if there was hoarfrost on the ground. The Blessed Virgin was suffering from the cold and said to Joseph, "We must rest, I can go no farther." Hardly had she spoken when the she-ass that was running with them stood still under a terebinth tree, very big and old, near which was a spring of water. They stopped under this tree. Joseph spread coverings for the Blessed Virgin to sit on, after helping her to alight from the donkey, and she sat down under the tree. Joseph hung a lighted lantern, which he carried with him, on the lower branches of the tree. I often saw travelers in that country do this at night. The Blessed Virgin prayed earnestly to God that he would not suffer her to take harm from the cold. At once she was filled with so great a warmth that she held out her hands to St. Joseph to warm his. They refreshed themselves here with fruit and little loaves of bread which they had with them, and drank water from the spring nearby, mixing it with balsam which Joseph had brought with him in a little jug. Joseph spoke very comfortingly to the Blessed Virgin. He is so good and so sorry that the journey is so difficult. When the Blessed Virgin complained of the cold, he spoke to her about the good lodging which he hoped to find for her in Bethlehem. He said he knew of a house with very good people where they would find a comfortable lodging at very little cost. It was, he said, better to pay something than to be taken in for nothing. He spoke highly of Bethlehem in general, and comforted the Blessed Virgin in every possible way. This upset me, because I knew well that things would turn out quite differently. Even this holy man, you see, indulged in human hopes. So far they have crossed 2 little streams in the course of their journey. One of these they crossed on a high footway, while the 2 donkeys waded through the water. It was strange to see how the young she-ass, who was free to go where she would, kept running round the travelers. Where the path narrowed, as for instance between hills, and so could not be mistaken, she ran sometimes before and sometimes behind them, but where there was a parting of the ways, she always appeared again, and took the right path. Where they were to rest, she stood still, as here by the terebinth tree. I do not remember whether they spent the night under the tree or whether they went on to another shelter. This terebinth was a very old and sacred tree of the grove of Moreh near Shechem. When Abraham was journeying into the land of Canaan, he had here a vision of God who promised him this land for his descendants. Genesis 15. He then built an altar under the terebinth. Before Jacob went to Bethel to sacrifice to the Lord, he buried under this terebinth all the strange gods of Laban and the jewels which his family carried with him. Genesis 35:4. Under this tree Joshua built the tabernacle for the Ark of the Covenant and made the people assembled there renounce their idols. Joshua 24:26. It was here that Abimelech, the son of Gideon, was hailed as king of the Shechemites. Judges 9:6. 2 hours south of the terebinth tree, they rest in an empty shed. I saw the Holy Family spending the whole day here and praying together. I saw the mistress of the house and her 3 children with the Blessed Virgin, and the farmer's wife of the day before also came with her 2 children and paid the Blessed Virgin a visit. There was real intimacy among them as they sat together, and the 2 women were greatly impressed by Mary's wisdom and modest behavior. They listened with great attention to the Blessed Virgin, who talked much with the children and taught them. The children had little parchment rolls from which Mary made them read to her. She spoke to them in such a lovely way about what they read that they could not take their eyes off her. It was sweet to see, and sweeter still to hear. In the afternoon, I saw St. Joseph walking about with the innkeeper in the country round, looking at the gardens and fields, and talking of holy things, as I saw was always the Sabbath practice of devout people in that land. They remained here for the following night as well. They travel further southeast. They see the temple on Mount Gerizim. The good people of this inn have become extremely fond of the Blessed Virgin, and have an intense sympathy with her and with her condition. They begged her in the most friendly way to stay and await her confinement here. They even showed her a comfortable room which they would make ready for her. The woman offered her with all her heart to care for her and look after her in every way. However, they started again on their journey early in the morning and went down a valley on the southeastern side of the mountains. They went farther away from Samaria, towards which the first part of their journey seemed to be directed. As they descended the hill, they could see the temple on Mount Gerizim, which is visible from a great distance. There are many figures of lions or other animals on the roof which gleam white in the sunshine. I saw them traveling about 6 hours today, and towards evening I saw them arrive at a large shepherd's house in a field, where they were well received. This was about an hour's journey to the southeast of Shechem. The man of the house was a steward of the orchards and fields belonging to the neighboring town. The house was not right down in the plain, but on a slope. All the country here was better and more fertile than during the first part of their journey, for this was the sunny side, and in the promised land at this time of year that makes a considerable difference. Between here and Bethlehem lay many other shepherds' dwellings, scattered about in the intersecting valleys. The people here belonged to those shepherds whose daughters later married some of the followers of the 3 holy kings who remained behind when their masters left. From one of these marriages came a boy who was healed by our Lord in this house, at the Blessed Virgin's request in the 2nd year of his ministry, on July 31st, the 7th day of the month Ab, after he had talked with the Samaritan woman. Jesus took him with 2 other youths as companions on his journey to Arabia after the raising of Lazarus, and afterwards he became a disciple. Jesus often stayed here and taught. There were children in the house, and Joseph blessed them before he went away. Today I saw them traveling in more level country. The Blessed Virgin sometimes goes on foot. They often stop to rest and refresh themselves. They have little loaves with them and a drink which is both cooling and strengthening. This is contained in delicately made little jugs shining like bronze with 2 ears. It is balsam which they mix with water. They sometimes pick berries and fruits which may still be found hanging in sunny places on the trees and bushes. Mary's saddle on the donkey has a footrest hanging on each side, so that her feet do not hang down as is usual in our country. She sits sometimes to the right and sometimes to the left of the pack donkey, which moves very quietly and evenly. Joseph's first action, whenever they rest by the way or stop for the night, is to make ready a comfortable place for the Blessed Virgin to sit and rest. He often washes his feet, and Mary does the same. They have the habit of washing often. It was already dark when they came to a house standing by itself. Joseph knocked at the door and asked for lodging. The master of the house refused, however, to open, and when Joseph explained Mary's condition and said that she could go no farther, adding that he was not asking for lodging without payment, the hard-hearted man retorted angrily that his house was not an inn, and that he wanted to be left alone and not disturbed by knocking, which he could not bear. He told Joseph to go on his way, and was so relentless that he did not even open the door, but shouted his harsh words from behind it. So they went on a little way and turned into a shed where they found the she-ass standing. Joseph kindled a light and prepared a bed for the Blessed Virgin with her help. He brought the pack donkey in too, and found some straw and fodder for him. They prayed, took some refreshment, and slept for a few hours. It must be about 6 hours' journey from the last inn to this place. They must be some 26 hours from Nazareth and 10 from Jerusalem. Until now, they have not taken any high roads, but have cut across several trade roads leading from the Jordan to Samaria and running into the highways which go from Syria to Egypt. The by-roads which they took are very small, and in the mountains sometimes so narrow that a man must pick his way very carefully so as not to stumble. The donkeys, however, are very sure-footed. Their shelter here was on level ground. Between Samaria and Judea, the fruitless fig tree northeast of Bethany. The day had not yet broken when they left this place. Their way led uphill again. I think they were near the road leading from Gabara to Jerusalem, and that the frontier between Samaria and Judea was here. They were again roughly refused admission at another house. When they were several hours northeast of Bethany, it happened that Mary was greatly in need of rest and refreshment, so Joseph turned off the road for about half an hour to a place where he knew there was a beautiful fig tree, which as a rule was full of fruit. This tree had benches round it for people to rest on. Joseph knew it from a former journey. When, however, they got there, they found no fruit at all on the tree, which distressed them very much. I have a dim recollection that afterwards Jesus had something to do with this tree. It never bore fruit any more, but was green, and I think that the Lord cursed it as he passed by when escaping from Jerusalem, and that it withered away. After this they came to a house where the man was at first very harsh to Joseph when he humbly asked him for lodging. He shone his light onto the Blessed Virgin's face and scoffed at Joseph for taking so young a woman about with him. He was, he supposed, jealous. The woman of the house then came up and took pity on the Blessed Virgin, showing her a room in a side building in a very friendly way, and bringing little loaves of bread for them to eat. The man, too, was sorry for his rudeness, and became very friendly towards the holy travelers. After this they came to a third house. It was inhabited by young people, but I saw an old man with a stick walking about in it. Their reception here was tolerably good, but not particularly friendly. Nobody took much trouble about them. The people here were not real simple shepherds. They were like rich peasants with us, who are more or less entangled in the world and in trade and so on. Jesus visited one of these houses on October 20th, the first day of the month Tisri, after his baptism, and found the resting place of his parents decorated and used as a praying place. I am not sure whether it was the one where the man had at first jeered at Joseph. I have a dim remembrance that the people there had arranged it like this immediately after the wonders accompanying his birth. Towards the end of their road, Joseph made many halts, for the journey grew more and more difficult for the Blessed Virgin. They followed the way taken by the she-ass and made a day and a half's detour eastwards of Jerusalem. Joseph's father had owned pasture land round here, so he knew the country very well. If they had traveled due south, across the desert behind Bethany, they would probably have reached Bethlehem in 6 hours, but that way was hilly, and at that time of year very difficult. So the she-ass led them through valleys which brought them nearer to the Jordan. They stopped at a shepherd's large house. Today I saw the holy travelers entering a big shepherd's house while it was still full day. This must be about 3 hours from John's baptizing place on the Jordan and about 7 hours from Bethlehem. It is the same house in which 30 years later Jesus spent the night of October 11th before the morning on which he passed near the Baptist for the first time after his baptism. Near the house and apart from it was a shed in which were kept the agricultural implements and the shepherd's things. In the court was a fountain with baths round it, supplied with water from the fountain by pipes. The master of the house must have owned much land. It was a large establishment. I saw many men servants coming and going and having their meals there. The master of the house received the travelers in a very friendly way and was very ready to help. They were shown a comfortable room, and their pack donkey was well looked after. A manservant was told to wash Joseph's feet at the fountain, and to give him other clothes while his own were cleaned from dust and smoothed out. A maid did the same for the Blessed Virgin. They ate and slept here. The mistress of the house was rather perverse in character. She lived in a separate room and kept herself apart. She had surreptitiously examined the travelers, and as she was young and vain, she was vexed by the beauty of the Blessed Virgin. She was also afraid that Mary might appeal to her to let her stay and be confined there, so she kept away in a hostile spirit and insisted that they should leave the next day. This is the same woman whom Jesus found there in this house, blind and crippled, 30 years later on October 11th, after his baptism. After reproaching her for her inhospitality and vanity, he healed her. There were also children in the house. The Holy Family spent the night here. A house owned by Joseph's relatives, they stay at an inn conducting a funeral. I saw the Holy Family leaving their place of shelter about midday. Some of the inmates of the house accompanied them for part of their way. After a short journey of about 2 hours westward, they came to a place where scattered houses with gardens and forecourts stand in a long row on either side of a main road. Some relations of Joseph's lived here. They were, as far as I remember, sons by a second marriage of a stepfather or stepmother. I saw the house. It had a good situation and was quite large. They went, however, right through this place, and then turned right for half an hour, in the direction of Jerusalem, until they reached a large inn, in the court of which there was a big fountain with many pipes. A large company was assembled here, attending a funeral. The interior of the house, in the center of which was the fireplace and its chimney, had been made into one large ball by the removal of the low wooden screens which at other times divided it into separate rooms. Black curtains hung behind the hearth, in front of which stood a veiled black object like a coffin. A large assembly of men were praying round it. They wore long black garments with short white ones over them, and some had black fringed maniples hanging on one arm. In another room, women, completely veiled, were sitting on the floor in low boxes and mourning. The owners of the inn themselves, who were busy with the funeral, welcomed the travelers only from a distance. The servants of the house, however, gave them a very friendly reception and showed them every attention. A separate lodging was prepared for them by letting down mats which had been rolled up to the ceiling, so that they were in a kind of tent. There were many beds in this house, rolled up against the wall, and mats could be let down to make many separate cells. Afterwards, I saw the people of the house visiting the Holy Family and conversing with them in a friendly manner. They no longer wore the white garments over their black ones. After Joseph and Mary had refreshed themselves and taken a little food, they prayed together and retired to rest. The last stretch of road towards Bethlehem, the goodwill of the inn owners. Joseph and Mary left here for Bethlehem about midday. They still had some 3 hours' journey before them. The mistress of the house urged them to stay where they were, for, she said, it seemed to her that Mary might be delivered at any moment. Mary, however, dropping her veil, said that she had still 36 hours before her. I am not sure that she did not say 38. The woman was very anxious to keep her, not in the house itself, but in another building. As they left, I saw Joseph talking to the innkeeper about his donkeys. He spoke very highly of them, and said he had brought the she-ass with him in order to pawn her in case of necessity. When the people of the house spoke of the difficulty of finding lodging in Bethlehem, Joseph said he had friends there and would certainly be well received. It makes me always so sorry when he talks so certainly of being well received. He talked to Mary in that way, too, as they went along. One sees by this that even such holy people can be mistaken. 1. The arrival in Bethlehem and the cave of the Nativity. The arrival of the Holy Family in Bethlehem. The journey from the last inn to Bethlehem must have taken about 3 hours. They made a circuit round the north side of Bethlehem and approached the town from the west. They made a halt under a tree some little way off the road. Mary alighted from the donkey and arranged her clothing, after which Joseph went with her to a large building a few minutes outside Bethlehem, surrounded by courtyards and other small buildings. There were trees in front of it, and round about it were crowds encamped in tents. This was the old ancestral house of David, and once Joseph's family home. Relations or acquaintances of Joseph still lived there, but they treated him as a stranger and as a person whom they did not want to know. This house was now being used for the receipt of the money from the Roman taxation. Joseph, leading the donkey by the bridle, went at once to this house with the Blessed Virgin, because every new arrival had to report himself here and was given a paper, without which he could not be admitted into Bethlehem. The young she-ass that runs free has not gone with them here. She has run off round the outside of the town towards the south, where it is flatter, and there is a sort of open valley. Joseph has gone into the house. Mary is with some women in a little house beside the courtyard. They are very friendly to her and are giving her some food. These women are cooking for the soldiers. They are Roman soldiers, with strips of leather hanging round their loins. The weather here is very pleasant and not at all cold. The hill between Jerusalem and Bethany is in full sunshine. One has a fine view of it from here. Joseph is in a big room with an uneven floor. They are asking him who he is, and are referring to long scrolls of which a great many are hanging on the walls. They unroll them and read aloud to him his ancestry and also Mary's. He did not seem to know that she also descended so directly from David through Joachim. He himself descended from an earlier offspring of David's. The man asks him Where is your wife? Owing to many disorders, the people of the country have not been properly registered for 7 years. I see the figures V and 2 making 7. This taxation has been going on for several months. Some payments were made here and there during those 7 years, but nothing regular. The people were made to pay twice over. Some of them stayed here for as long as 3 months. Joseph came rather late to the tax office, but was treated in quite a friendly way. He has not paid anything yet, but was asked about his means, and stated that he had no land and lived by his handicraft and from the assistance given him by his wife's mother. There are a great number of scribes and high officials in many of the rooms. On the upper floors are Romans and many soldiers. There are also present Pharisees and Sadducees, priests, elders, and every kind of official and scribe, both Jewish and Roman. There is no such commission in Jerusalem, but they are established in several other places, such as Magdala on the Sea of Galilee, where the inhabitants of Galilee are taxed, and also those of Sidon, I think because of their commercial dealings. Only the people who are not resident anywhere and have no land on which they can be taxed have to present themselves at their birthplace. From now on, the tax has to be paid in 3 months in 3 installments. Each of these 3 installments goes to a different object. The first is shared by the Emperor Augustus, Herod, and another king who lives near Egypt. He has rendered some service in war and has a right to a district up in the north, so they have to apportion something to him. The second installment has to do with the building of the temple. It seems as if it were used to pay off a debt. The third installment is intended for widows and poor people who have had nothing for a long time, but of all this little reaches the right people, just as happens today. The money is meant for nothing but good causes, and yet remains in the hands of the great. All this business of writing made a terrible fuss and commotion. Joseph was now allowed to go, and when he got downstairs, the Blessed Virgin was called before the scribes in a passage, but they did not read anything aloud to her. They told Joseph that it was unnecessary for him to have brought his wife with him, and seemed to be bantering him on account of her youth. Joseph was ashamed of this being said before Mary. He was afraid she might think that he was not respected in his birthplace. Seeking lodging in Bethlehem. After this they went on into Bethlehem, the buildings of which were at some distance from each other. The entrance was through ruined walls, as if the gate had been destroyed. Mary remained with the donkey at the very entrance of the street, while Joseph sought a lodging in the nearest houses. In vain, for Bethlehem was full of strangers, all running from place to place. Joseph returned to Mary, saying that as no shelter was to be found there, they would go on farther into the town. He led the donkey on by the bridle, and the Blessed Virgin walked beside him. When they came to the beginning of another street, Mary again stopped by the donkey, and Joseph again went from house to house in vain seeking a lodging, and again came sadly back. This happened several times, and the Blessed Virgin often had long to wait. Everywhere the houses were filled with people. Everywhere he was turned away. So he said to Mary that they would go to another part of Bethlehem, where they would surely find lodging. They went a little way back in the direction in which they had come, and then turned southwards. They went hesitatingly through the street, which was more like a country road, for the houses were built on slopes. Here, too, their search was fruitless. On the other side of Bethlehem, where the houses lie farther apart, they came to a lower-lying open space, like a field, where it was more solitary. There was a sort of shed here, and not far from it, a great spreading tree, with shady branches like a big lime tree. The trunk was smooth, and the spreading branches made a kind of roof. Joseph led the Blessed Virgin to this tree, and made her a comfortable seat against its trunk with their bundles, so that she might rest while he sought for shelter in the houses near. The donkey stood with its head turned towards the tree. At first Mary stood upright, leaning against the tree. Her ample white woolen dress had no girdle and hung around her in folds. Her head was covered with a white veil. Many people passed by and looked at her, not knowing that the Redeemer was so near to them. She was so patient, so humble, so full of hopeful expectation. Ah, she had to wait a long, long time. She sat down at last on the rug, crossing her feet under her. She sat with her head bent and her hands crossed below her breast. Joseph came back to her in great distress. He had found no shelter. His friends, of whom he had spoken to the Blessed Virgin, would hardly recognize him. He was in tears, and Mary comforted him. He went once more from one house to another, but as he gave the approaching confinement of his wife as his chief reason for his request, he met with even more decided refusals. Although the place was solitary, the passers-by at last began to stand still and look curiously at the Blessed Virgin from a distance, as one may well do if one sees somebody waiting in the dusk for a long time. I think some of them even spoke to her, asking her who she was. At last Joseph came back. He was so upset that he came up hesitatingly. He said he had had no success, but he knew of one place outside the town belonging to the shepherds, who often went there when coming with their flocks to the town. There they would, in any case, find a shelter. He said that he knew the place from childhood. When his brothers had tormented him, he had often escaped there to hide from them and to say his prayers. Even if the shepherds did come there, he would easily come to an understanding with them, but at this time of year they were seldom there. As soon as he had settled her there in peace and quiet, he would look round again for something else. They then went outside Bethlehem to the east of the town by a lonely footpath, going to the left. It was like a path along the ruined walls, ditches, and banks of some little town. At first the path ascended slightly, and then descended after crossing a hill. On the east of the town, a few minutes outside it, they came to a hill or high bank, in front of which was an open space made pleasant by several trees. There were pine trees, cedar or terebinth, and other trees with small leaves like our box trees. The place was such as one might find right at the end of the old ramparts of some little town. Description of the cave of the Nativity and its surroundings. Among many other different grottos or cave dwellings there was, at the south end of this hill, round which the road wound its way to the Shepherd's Valley, the cave in which Joseph sought shelter for the Blessed Virgin. From the west, the entrance led eastwards into the hill, through a narrow passage into a larger chamber, half semicircular and half triangular. The walls of the cave were of the natural rock, and only on the south side, which was encircled by the road to the Shepherd's Valley, was it completed by a little rough masonry. On this south side was another entrance into the cave, but this was generally blocked up, and Joseph had to clear it before he could use it. If you came out of this entrance and turned to the left, you came upon a wider entrance into a lower vault, narrow and inconvenient, which stretched under the cave of the Nativity. From the ordinary entrance to the cave, which faced westwards, one could see nothing but a few roofs and towers of Bethlehem. If you turned to the right upon exiting this entrance, you came to the entrance of a lower cave, which was dark and was at one time the hiding place of the Blessed Virgin. In front of the main entrance, supported on posts, there was a light roof of reeds, extending round the south of the cave to the entrance on that side, so that one could sit in front of the cave in shade. On the south side there were, high up, 3 openings for light and air, closed by gratings fixed in masonry. There was a similar opening in the roof of the cave. This roof, which was covered with turf, formed the extremity of the ridge on which Bethlehem stood. From the west, one came through a light wickerwork door into a moderately broad passage opening into a chamber, which was partly angular and partly semicircular. Towards the south, it broadened out considerably, so that the ground plan of the whole can be compared to a head resting on its neck. As you came out of the neck of the cave, whose roof was lower, into the higher part of the cave with its natural vaulting, you stepped down to a lower level. The floor of the whole cave was, however, higher at the sides, round which ran a low stone bench of varying breadth. The walls of the cave, as nature had made them, were, though not quite smooth, clean and pleasant, and had something attractive about them. I liked them better than the rough, clumsy masonry which had been added on. For instance, on the upper part of the south wall of the entrance, where 3 openings for light and air had been made. In the center of the roof of the cave there was another opening, and, if I remember rightly, I saw besides this 3 slanting holes piercing the upper part of the cave at intervals from south to east. From the north side of the passage, an entrance led into a smaller side cave. Passing this entrance, you came upon the place where Joseph lit his fire. After that, the wall turned northeast into the higher and bigger cave, and it was here that Joseph's pack donkey stood, by the broad part of the stone bench which ran round its walls. Behind this, in the thickness of the rock wall to the north, was a small chamber just big enough to hold the donkey and containing fodder. The wall of the cave then turned southeast, encircling the chamber, which grew broader towards the south, and finally turned north to end at the main entrance. The Blessed Virgin was in the eastern part of this cave, exactly opposite the entrance, when she gave birth to the light of the world. The crib in which the child Jesus was laid stood on the west side of the southern and more roomy part of the cave. This crib was a hollowed-out stone trough lying on the ground and used for cattle to drink from. Over it stood a longish rectangular manger or rack, narrower below and broader above, made of wooden lattice-work, and raised on 4 feet so that the beasts could comfortably eat the hay or grass in the rack, and lower their heads to drink the water in the trough beneath. When the 3 holy kings presented their gifts, the Blessed Virgin was sitting with the child Jesus, opposite the crib on the eastern side of this part of the cave. From the place where the crib is, if you go out of the cave in a westerly direction, into the so-called neck of the cave, you come first of all, following the southern wall, to the southern entrance mentioned above, and later opened by Joseph, and then arrive at St. Joseph's own room, which he later partitioned off on the south side by wicker screens in this passage. On this side there was a hollow in the wall where he put away all kinds of things. The road to the Shepherd's Valley ran past the south side of the cave. Here and there were little houses standing on hills, and scattered about in the fields were sheds thatched with reeds on 4, 6, or 8 posts, with wicker walls. Towards the east of the cave, the ground fell into a closed valley, shut off on the north side and about a quarter of an hour's journey wide. Its slopes were covered with bushes, trees, and gardens. If one walked through the tall, luxuriant grass in the meadow, watered by a spring, and through the trees planted in rows, one came to the eastern ridge of this valley. By following this very pleasant path in a southeasterly direction from the cave of the Nativity, one came to a projecting spur of the ridge containing the rock tomb of Maraha, the nurse of Abraham, which was called the Milk Cave or the Suckling's Cave. The Blessed Virgin came here several times with the child Jesus. Above this cave was a great tree with seats in it, and from here one had a much better view of Bethlehem than from the cave of the Nativity. I was told much that had happened in the cave of the Nativity of symbolical and prophetical significance in Old Testament times, but can only remember that Seth, the child of promise, was here conceived and born by Eve after a 7 years' penance. She was told here by an angel that this seed was given by God in place of Abel. Seth was hidden and suckled by his mother in this cave and in Marah's cave, for his brothers were hostile to him, just as Jacob's sons were to Joseph. In these caves, inhabited by men in earlier times, I have often seen places hollowed out by them in the rock in which they and their children could sleep in comfort on skins or grass. So perhaps the hollow in the stone bench beneath the crib may have been a sleeping place of Seth's or of a later inmate. But I cannot say this for certain now. I also remember from my visions of the ministry of Jesus that the Lord, on October 6th, after his baptism, was keeping the Sabbath in the cave of the Nativity, which had been made into a place of prayer by the shepherds, and that he told the shepherds that his heavenly Father had appointed this as the place of his birth, as soon as Mary had conceived. The burial cave of Maraha, Abraham's nurse, also called the cave of the sucklings. Abraham had a nurse, Maraha, whom he greatly revered. She lived to a great age, and he always took her on his journeys, riding on a camel. She lived with him for a long time in Succoth. Afterwards, towards the end of her life, she was here in the Shepherd's Valley, where he had his tents near to this cave. When she was more than 100 years old, and her death was at hand, she asked Abraham to bury her in this cave, prophesying about it and naming it the Cave of Milk, or the Cave of the Sucklings. Some miracle, which I have forgotten, happened here, and a spring of water burst forth. The cave was then a high, narrow passage of a white and not very hard substance. A mound of this blocked up part of the passage, but did not reach to the roof. If one climbed over this mound, one came to the entrances of other caves higher up. There were also several deep passages running into the hill under the cave. Later it was enlarged. Abraham made Maraha's tomb out of the mound lying in the passage. Below was a massive block of stone on which rested a kind of heavy stone trough on short, thick feet. The trough had a jagged top. One could see between the trough and the block under it. I was surprised to see nothing of it at the time of Jesus' birth. This cave with the nurse's tomb was symbolically prophetic of the mother of the Savior, giving suck to her child while pursued by enemies. For in Abraham's youth, a symbolically prophetic persecution took place, and his nurse saved his life by hiding him in a cave. As far as I can remember, the king in Abraham's country had a dream or was told by prophecy about a child to be born who would become a danger to him. The king took measures to prevent this. Abraham's mother concealed her pregnancy and gave birth to him in secret in a cave. Maraha, the nurse, suckled him in secret. She lived as though she were a poor slave, and worked in a wilderness near the cave in which she suckled the child Abraham. Afterwards, his parents took him back, and on account of his being unusually big, he was thought to have been born before that prophecy. However, when he was a boy, he was again in danger as the result of some supernatural utterances, and the nurse again saved him by hiding him away. I saw her carrying him off in secret, tied to her waist under her big cloak. Many children of his size were murdered at that time. This cave had been a place of devotion since Abraham's time, particularly for mothers and their babies. This was prophetic, for the reverence paid to Abraham's nurse was symbolic of that paid to the Blessed Virgin. In the same way, Elijah had seen the Blessed Virgin in the rain-bearing cloud, and had made a place of prayer in her honor on Mount Carmel. Maraha had contributed to the coming of the Messiah by nourishing with her milk the ancestor of the Blessed Virgin. I cannot, alas, explain it rightly, but it was like a deep spring of water running through the whole of life and always being replenished, until there burst forth from it the clear stream of our Blessed Lady. The tree which stood beside this cave was like a great lime tree, with big shady branches. It was a terebinth, pointed at the top and broad below. It had white seeds, which were oily and could be eaten. Abraham met Melchizedek under this tree, but I cannot remember on what occasion. Joseph enlarged the cave still more and closed the passages leading downwards from it. The tree stands on a hill. Beneath it is a door set at a slant, leading into a passage or kind of vestibule, where another door, set straight, opens into the tomb cave itself. The latter is round rather than square. The shepherds often use the passage to shelter in. This big old tree cast a wide shadow. It was regarded as sacred by the shepherds and others in the neighborhood, and also by devout travelers. It was the custom to rest and pray there. I do not remember the history of the tree, but it had some connection with Abraham. He may perhaps have planted it. Near it was a fireplace, which could be covered over, and there was also a spring in front of the tree, from which the shepherds used at certain times to draw water supposed to have a special healing property. On each side of the tree there were open huts to sleep in. It was all surrounded by a fence. St. Helena built a church here, and Mass has been said here. I think it seemed to be in a chapel dedicated to St. Nicholas. The Holy Family moves into the cave of the Nativity. The sun was already low when they reached the entrance of the cave. The young she-ass, which had left them at Joseph's ancestral house to run round the outside of the town, met them as soon as they arrived here and gamboled joyfully round them. "Look," said the Blessed Virgin to Joseph, "it is certainly the will of God that we should go in here." Joseph was, however, very distressed and secretly ashamed at having spoken so often of their good reception in Bethlehem. He put the pack donkey under the shelter by the entrance of the cave and prepared a place for the Blessed Virgin to rest there while he kindled a light, opened the wickerwork door of the cave, and went into it. The passage into the cave was narrow, for it was full of bundles of straw, like rushes, stacked against the walls with brown mats hanging over them. Behind, the cave itself was encumbered with a quantity of things. Joseph cleared out as much as was necessary to make a comfortable resting place for the Blessed Virgin at the eastern end of the cave. Then he fastened a burning lamp in the wall of the dark cave and led the Blessed Virgin in. She sat down on the couch of rugs and bundles which he had prepared. He apologized most humbly for the poorness of the shelter, but Mary was joyful and contented in her inmost spirit. As she rested there, Joseph hurried with a skin which he had brought with him into the valley meadow behind the hill, where there was a tiny brook. He fastened the skin with 2 pegs under the spring, so that the water had to run into it, and then brought it back to the cave. Then he went to the town and fetched little bowls, some fruit, and bundles of twigs. The Sabbath was approaching, and because of the many strangers in the town, who were in urgent need of all kinds of things, tables had been set up at the street corners where indispensable necessities could be bought at reduced prices. Those who sold were men servants or people who were not Jews. I cannot quite remember about this. Joseph came back bringing burning coals in a sort of closed metal basket with a handle, like a stalk under it. He emptied these out by the entrance to the cave on the northern side and made a little fire. He had the fire basket and other small utensils with him on the journey. The bundle of wood was of thin sticks neatly tied together with broad rushes. Joseph then prepared a meal. It consisted of a kind of porridge made from yellow grains and a cooked fruit, thick, and when opened for eating, full of seeds. There were also little flat loaves of bread. After they had eaten and prayed, Joseph prepared a sleeping place for the Blessed Virgin. He first made a mattress of rushes, and then spread on it a coverlet of the kind I have described as having been prepared in Anna's house. At the head he put a rolled-up rug. After bringing in the pack donkey and tying him up out of the way, he closed the openings in the roof to keep out the draught, and then prepared his own sleeping place in the entrance. As the Sabbath had now begun, he stood with the Blessed Virgin under the lamp, reciting the Sabbath prayers with her, after which they ate their little meal in a spirit of great piety. Joseph then left the cave and went into the town, while Mary wrapped herself up to lie down to rest. During Joseph's absence, I saw for the first time the Blessed Virgin kneeling in prayer. She knelt on her couch and then lay down on the coverlet on her side. Her head rested on her arm, which lay on the pillow. Joseph did not come back till late. He was distressed, and I think he wept. He prayed and then lay down meekly on his couch at the entrance of the cave. Mary concludes the Sabbath in the burial cave of Matarea. The Blessed Virgin spent the Sabbath in the cave of the Nativity in prayer and meditation, and in great spiritual fervor. Joseph went out several times, probably to the synagogue in Bethlehem. I saw them sharing the food which had been prepared the day before, and praying together. In the afternoon of the Sabbath, when it is the Jewish custom to go for a walk, Joseph took the Blessed Virgin through the valley behind the cave to the tomb of Matarea, Abraham's nurse. They spent some time in this cave, which was roomier than the cave of the Nativity, and in which Joseph had prepared a place for the Blessed Virgin to sit. The rest of the time they spent under the sacred tree near it, in prayer and meditation, until some time after the close of the Sabbath, when Joseph took her back again. Mary had told St. Joseph that tonight at midnight would be the hour of the child's birth, for then the 9 months since the Annunciation would have been completed. She begged him to do all that was possible on his part, so that they might show as much honor as they could to the child promised by God and supernaturally conceived. She asked him, too, to join with her in praying for the hard-hearted people who had refused to give them shelter. Joseph suggested to the Blessed Virgin that he should summon to her assistance some pious women whom he knew in Bethlehem. She declined, however, saying that she needed no human help. Just before the close of the Sabbath, Joseph went into Bethlehem, and as soon as the sun had set, he quickly bought a few necessary things: a stool, a little low table, a few little bowls, and some dried fruit and grapes. With them he hurried back to the cave and then to the tomb of Matarea, and took the Blessed Virgin back to the cave of the Nativity, where she lay down on her couch in the easternmost corner. Joseph prepared some more food, and they ate and prayed together. He then completely divided off his sleeping place from the rest of the cave by surrounding it with posts and hanging on them mats which he had found in the cave. He fed the donkey, which was standing to the left of the entrance against the wall of the cave. Then he filled the manger above the crib with rushes and fine grass or moss, and spread a covering over it, which hung down over the edge. On the Blessed Virgin telling him that her time was drawing near, and that he was to retire into his room and pray, he hung up some more burning lamps in the cave and went out, as he had heard a noise outside. Here he found the young she-ass, who until now had been wandering about loose in the valley of the shepherds. She came joyfully running up and gamboled round him. He tied her up under the shelter before the cave, and strewed fodder before her. When Joseph came back into the cave and stood at the entrance to his sleeping place, looking towards the Blessed Virgin, he saw her with her face turned towards the east, kneeling on the bed, facing away from him. He saw her as it were surrounded by flames. The whole cave was as if filled with supernatural light. He gazed at her like Moses when he saw the burning bush. Then he went into his little cell in holy awe and threw himself on his face in prayer. Christ's birth. I saw the radiance round the Blessed Virgin ever growing greater. The light of the lamps which Joseph had lit was no longer visible. The Blessed Virgin knelt on her rug in an ample, ungirt robe spread out round her, her face turned towards the east. At midnight she was wrapped in an ecstasy of prayer. I saw her lifted from the earth, so that I saw the ground beneath her. Her hands were crossed on her breast. The radiance about her increased. Everything, even things without life, were in a joyful inner motion. The stones of the roof, of the walls, and of the floor of the cave became as it were alive in the light. Then I no longer saw the roof of the cave. A pathway of light opened above Mary, rising with ever-increasing glory towards the height of heaven. In this pathway of light there was a wonderful movement of glories interpenetrating each other, and, as they approached, appearing more clearly in the form of choirs of heavenly spirits. Meanwhile, the Blessed Virgin, borne up in ecstasy, was now gazing downwards, adoring her God, whose mother she had become, and who lay on the earth before her in the form of a helpless newborn child. I saw our Redeemer as a tiny child, shining with a light that overpowered all the surrounding radiance, and lying on the carpet at the Blessed Virgin's knees. It seemed to me as if he were at first quite small and then grew before my eyes. But the movement of the intense radiance was such that I cannot say for certain how I saw it. The Blessed Virgin remained for some time wrapped in ecstasy. I saw her laying a cloth over the child, but at first she did not touch him or take him up. After some time, I saw the child Jesus move and heard him cry. Then Mary seemed to come to herself, and she took the child up from the carpet, wrapping him in the cloth which covered him, and held him in her arms to her breast. She sat there enveloping herself and the child completely in her veil, and I think Mary suckled the Redeemer. I saw angels round her in human forms, lying on their faces and adoring the child. It might have been an hour after his birth when Mary called St. Joseph, who was still lying in prayer. When he came near, he threw himself down on his face in devout joy and humility. It was only when Mary begged him to take to his heart, in joy and thankfulness, the holy present of the Most High God, that he stood up, took the child Jesus in his arms, and praised God with tears of joy. The Blessed Virgin then wrapped the child Jesus in swaddling bands. I cannot now remember how these bands were wound round. I only know that the child was wrapped to his armpits first in red and then white bands, and that his head and shoulders were wrapped in another little cloth. Mary had only 4 sets of swaddling bands with her. Then I saw Mary and Joseph sitting side by side on the bare earth with their feet under them. They did not speak and seemed both to be sunk in meditation. On the carpet before Mary lay the newborn Jesus in swaddling clothes, a little child, beautiful and radiant as lightning. Ah, I thought, this place enshrines the salvation of the whole world, and no one guesses it. Then they laid the child in the manger, which was filled with rushes and delicate plants, and covered with a cloth hanging over the sides. It stood above the stone trough, lying on the ground, to the right of the entrance, where the cave makes a big curve towards the south. This part of the cave was at a lower level than the place where our Lord was born. The floor slanted downwards in a step-like formation. After laying the child in the crib, they both stood beside him, giving praise to God with tears of joy. Joseph then arranged the Blessed Virgin's resting place and her seat beside the crib. Both before and after the birth of Jesus, I saw her dressed in white and veiled. I saw her there in the first days after the Nativity, sitting, kneeling, standing, and sleeping on her side, wrapped up, but in no way ill or exhausted. When people came to see her, she wrapped herself up more closely and sat upright on her lying-in coverlet. Great joy in nature. Glory to God in the highest. In these pictures of Christ's birth, which I see as an historical event and not as a feast of the Church, I do not see such radiant and ecstatic joy in nature as I do on Christmas night, when the vision that I see expresses an interior significance. Yet I saw in this vision an unwonted joy and an extraordinary movement at midnight in many places, even to the uttermost parts of the earth. I saw the hearts of many good men filled with joyful yearning, while all the wicked were overcome by great fear. I saw many animals filled with joy. In some places I saw flowers, herbs, and shrubs shooting up, and trees drinking in refreshment and scattering sweet scents. I saw many springs of water gush forth and increase. In the night of the Saviour's birth, an abundant spring welled up in the cave in the hill to the north of the cave of the Nativity. Next day, St. Joseph captured it and made an outlet for it. The sky was dull over Bethlehem and had a dull reddish glow, but over the cave of the Nativity and over the valley by Martha's tomb and the shepherd's valley lay a shining mist of dew. In the shepherd's valley there was a hill about an hour and a half's journey from the cave of the Nativity, where the vineyards begin which stretch from there towards Gaza. On this hill were the huts of 3 shepherds, who were the rulers of the shepherds' families in this region, just as the 3 holy kings were rulers of the tribes belonging to them. About twice as far away from the cave of the Nativity as this hill was the so-called Shepherd's Tower. This was a very high pyramid-shaped erection of wooden beams, built among green trees on a base of big stones on a hill in the midst of the fields. It was surrounded by stairs and galleries, and in places there were little covered stands like watchtowers. It was all hung with mats, and resembled those tower-like edifices which were used in the land of the 3 holy kings to observe the stars at night. From the distance it looked like a tall, many-masted ship under sail. One had from it a very wide view of the whole region. One saw Jerusalem and also the Mount of Temptation in the desert of Jericho. The shepherds stationed men up there to watch the flocks as they moved about and to give warning of danger by blowing horns if they saw in the distance robbers or armed bands. The families of the various shepherds lived round the tower within a circle of some 5 hours in circumference. Their farms were separate and surrounded by fields and gardens. The tower was their general meeting place, as it was also for the watchers, who kept their belongings here and got their food from here. There were huts built on the slopes of the hill on which the tower stood, and separate from these there was a large shed divided into many partitions, where the wives of the watchers lived and prepared food for them. Here by the tower I saw tonight some of the flocks and herds out in the open, but by the hill of the 3 shepherds I saw them in a shed. When Jesus was born, I saw the 3 shepherds standing together before their hut, marveling at the wonderful night. They looked about them and were astonished to see a wonderful radiance over the place where the cave of the Nativity was. I also saw the shepherds at the more distant tower in great commotion. I saw some of them climbing the tower and gazing at the strange radiance over the cave. As the 3 shepherds thus gazed up into the sky, I saw a cloud of light sinking down towards them. As it drew near, I perceived a movement in it, a changing and transformation into figures and forms, and I heard a song which gradually grew louder. It was sweet and gentle, and yet clear and joyful. The shepherds were at first afraid, but forthwith an angel stood before them and spoke to them. "Fear not," he said, "for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy that shall be to all the people. For this day is born to you a Savior, who is Christ the Lord, in the city of David. And this shall be a sign to you. You shall find the infant wrapped in swaddling clothes and laid in a manger." While the angel was announcing this, the radiance round him increased, and I now saw 5 or 7 beautiful, great shining forms of angels standing before the shepherds. They were holding in their hands a long scroll on which was written something in letters as big as one's hand, and I heard them praising God and singing, "Glory be to God in the highest, and on earth peace to men of good will." The shepherds at the tower saw the same vision, but somewhat later. The angels also appeared to a third party of shepherds near a spring 3 hours from Bethlehem and to the east of the shepherds' tower. I did not see the shepherds hasten at once to the cave of the Nativity, which was about an hour and a half distant from the 3 shepherds and twice as far from the tower. But I saw them at once consulting together as to what they should bring as a present to the newborn child, and getting their gifts together with all speed. They did not arrive at the crib until early in the morning. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in different locations. At the time that the child Jesus was born, my soul made countless journeys to all parts of the world to see the wonderful happenings at the birth of our Savior. As, however, I was very ill and tired, it often seemed to me as if the pictures came to me instead of I to them. I have seen countless events, but have forgotten most of them because of much suffering and many disturbances. All that I can remember are the following fragments. Revelations of the birth to the kinswomen and friends of the Blessed Virgin. I saw last night that Noemi, the teacher of the Blessed Virgin, and the prophetess Anna, and the aged Simeon in the temple, and the Blessed Virgin's mother, Anna, in Nazareth, and Elizabeth in Judah, all had visions and revelations about the birth of the Savior. I saw the child John in Elizabeth's house, moved by wonderful joy. Though they all saw and recognized Mary in these visions, they did not know where the miracle had taken place, not even Elizabeth. Anna alone knew that Bethlehem was the place of salvation. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in Jerusalem. Last night I saw a wonderful happening in the temple. All the written scrolls of the Sadducees were several times hurled out of their shelves and strewn about the floor. This caused great alarm. They ascribed it to sorcery and paid much money to keep it secret. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in Rome. I saw much in Rome last night, but of all the pictures I saw, I have forgotten many, and may easily have confused some of them. I will tell them as I remember them. When Jesus was born, I saw that in Rome, on the other side of the river, where many Jews lived, a spring as of oil burst forth and caused general astonishment. A magnificent idol of Jupiter also broke in pieces in a temple of which the whole roof fell in. They made sacrifices in great alarm and asked another idol, of Venus, I think, what this signified, and received the answer, which must have been spoken by the devil out of the mouth of the idol. This befell because a virgin without a husband conceived a son, and has now given birth to him. This idol spoke also of the fountain of oil that had sprung forth. Where it sprang forth, there now stands a church dedicated to the Mother of God. I saw the heathen priests consulting their records in great alarm. 70 years before, when that idol was being magnificently adorned with gold and precious stones, and was being honored with solemn sacrifices. There lived in Rome a very good and pious woman, I am not sure whether she was a Jewess or not, whose name sounded like Serena or Cyrena. She had enough money to live on, saw visions, and was impelled to prophesy. I have forgotten a great deal about her, but I think she used often to tell people the cause of their unfruitfulness. This woman had openly proclaimed that such costly honors should not be paid to the idol, for one day it would burst asunder. The priests called her to account because of this declaration and demanded that she should say when this would happen. And as she could not at once reply, she was imprisoned and tortured until she obtained by her prayers to God the reply that the idol would break in pieces when a pure virgin should bear a son. This announcement was received with derision, and she was released as being out of her senses. Now, when the collapse of the temple did indeed shatter the idol, they recognized that she had prophesied truly and were astonished at her having fixed a time for this event. They knew, of course, nothing of Christ having been born of the Blessed Virgin. I saw that both the Roman consuls called for reports about this event and about the appearance of the fountain of oil. One of the consuls was called Lentulus, and was an ancestor of the martyred priest Moses and of the Lentulus, who was a friend of St. Peter in Rome. I also saw something connected with the Emperor Augustus, but can no longer remember it distinctly. I saw the emperor with some other men on a hill in Rome, on the other side of which was the temple that had fallen in. There were steps leading up the hill, which had a golden gate on it. Business matters were settled there. When the emperor descended the hill, he saw on the right-hand side, over the top of the hill, an apparition in the sky. It was a vision of a virgin above a rainbow, and a child was soaring up from her. I think that only he saw it. He asked for an explanation of this apparition from an oracle that had long been dumb, and it gave an answer about a newborn child before whom all must give way. Thereupon he caused an altar to be set up on the hill over which he had seen the appearance, and dedicated it with many sacrifices to the firstborn of God. I have forgotten much of all this. Occurrences during the birth of Christ in Egypt. I saw also in Egypt an event which proclaimed the birth of Christ. Far away in the country beyond Matarea, Heliopolis, and Memphis, a great idol, which until then had uttered oracles of many kinds, fell suddenly silent. The king then ordered that great sacrifices should be offered throughout the country, in order that the idol might explain its silence. The idol was thereupon obliged by God to say that it was silent and must give way because a virgin had given birth to a son, to whom a temple would here be erected. On hearing this, the king of that country decided to build a temple in his honor, near the temple of the idol. I cannot clearly remember what happened, but I know that the idol was taken away, and a temple was built here in honor of the Virgin with the child whom it had proclaimed, and that she was there honored after their heathen fashion. Visions appeared during the birth of Christ to the three holy kings. At the hour when the child Jesus was born, I saw a wonderful vision which appeared to the three holy kings. These kings were star worshippers and had a tower shaped like a pyramid with steps. It was made partly of timber and was on the top of a hill. One of them was always there, with several priests, to observe the stars. They always wrote down what they saw and communicated it to each other. On this night, I think I saw two of the kings on this tower. The third, who lived to the east of the Caspian Sea, was not with them. They always observed one particular star, in which they saw various changes. They also saw visions in the sky. Last night I saw the picture which appeared to them. There were several variations of it. They did not see it in one star, but in a figure composed of several stars, and these stars were in motion. They saw a beautiful rainbow over the moon, which was in one of its quarters. Upon the rainbow, a virgin was enthroned. Her right foot was resting on the moon. To the left of the virgin, on the rainbow, was a vine, and on the right, a sheaf of wheat. In front of the virgin, I saw the form of a chalice, shaped like the one used by our Lord at the institution of the Blessed Sacrament. It seemed to rise up or to issue more clearly out of the radiance surrounding it. I saw a little child coming forth out of this chalice, and above the child a transparent disk, like an empty monstrance, from which rays like ears of wheat proceeded. It made me think of the Blessed Sacrament. On the right-hand side of the child, issuing from the chalice, a branch grew forth, on which an octagonal church blossomed like a flower. It had a great golden gate and 2 small side doors. The Virgin moved the chalice, the child, and the host with her right hand, guiding them into the church before her. I saw into it, and as I did so, it seemed to become quite big. I saw an appearance of the Holy Trinity in the back of the church. The tower of the church rose above this appearance, which at last turned into a city radiant with light, like the heavenly Jerusalem. In this picture, I saw many things developing out of each other as I looked into this church, but I can no longer remember in what order I saw them, nor can I recollect in what manner the kings were informed that the child had been born in Judea. The third king, who lived farther away, saw the same picture in his own home in the same hour. The kings were filled with inexpressible joy at this vision, and immediately gathered together their treasures and presents, and began their journey. It was only after several days that all 3 met. Already in the days just before the birth of Christ, I noticed that they were in a state of great activity on their observatory tower, and saw visions of many kinds. How great was God's compassion towards the heathen! Shall I tell you from whence this prophecy came to the kings? I will recount now only just the end of it, for at this moment I cannot remember the whole. The ancestors of the 3 kings, from whom they descended in an unbroken line from father to son, lived as long ago as 500 years before Christ's birth. Elijah must have lived 800 years before Christ. Their ancestors were richer and more powerful than the 3 kings, for their possessions and inheritances had not been so much divided up as later on. Even in those times they lived in cities of tents, except the ancestor to the east of the Caspian Sea, whose city I now see. Its foundations are of stone, and the tents are set up on these, for it lies beside the sea, which often overflows. Here on the mountains one is so high up. I see a sea to my right and one to my left. It is like looking into a black hole. These chieftains were already at that time star worshippers, but besides that, they practiced dreadfully evil ceremonies. They sacrificed old men and cripples and slaughtered children as well. The most cruel of all their practices was to put the children, dressed in white, into cauldrons and to boil them alive. But at last, all this was changed for the better, and in spite of it, God allowed these blind heathens to know of the birth of the Redeemer so long beforehand. In those days, 3 daughters of these early chieftains were living at the same time. They were learned in the science of the stars, and all received at the same time the spirit of prophecy. They all 3 saw at the same time in a vision that a star should rise out of Jacob, and that a virgin should give birth to the Savior without knowing man. They wore long cloaks and went about the whole country preaching amendment of life and announcing that the messengers of the Redeemer would one day come to them and bring them the ceremonies of the true religion. They also prophesied many things about our own and even later times. The fathers of these three virgins then built a temple in honor of the future Mother of God to the south of the sea where their three countries met, and made sacrifices to her, some of them in that cruel manner of which I have spoken. The prophecies of the three virgins included something definite about a picture in the stars and various transformations in it, whereupon they began to look for this picture from a hill near the temple to the future Mother of God. They took note of everything, and according to what they observed, they kept on making various alterations on and in their temples, in their ceremonies, and in their decorations. They varied the color of the tent roof of the temple, which was sometimes blue, sometimes red, and sometimes yellow, or still another color. They transferred, and this seemed to me remarkable, their weekly feast day to the Sabbath. Before it used to be Thursday, and I still remember its name. Vision fragments which determine the exact date of the birth of Christ. Now you can read this. Look, there it is. Christ was born when the year of the world 3997 was not yet quite completed. Afterwards, people forgot the period of 3 years and a portion of a year which intervened between his birth and the year 4000, and then reckoned our new era as beginning 4 years later, so that Christ was born 7 years and a portion of a year earlier than according to our reckoning. One of the consuls in Rome at that time was called Lentulus. He was an ancestor of the priest and martyr Moses, of whom I possess a relic here, and who lived at the time of St. Cyprian. The Lentulus, who was a friend of St. Peter in Rome, also descended from him. Christ was born in the 45th year of the Emperor Augustus. Herod reigned 40 years in all until his death. He was, it is true, only a vassal king for 7 years, but harassed the country grievously and committed many cruelties. He died about the time of Christ's 6th year. I think that his death was kept a secret for some time. His end was dreadful, and in the last days of his life he was responsible for many murders and much misery. I saw him crawling about in a room padded with cushions. He had a spear and stabbed at anyone who came near him. Jesus must have been born about the 34th year of Herod's reign, 2 years before the entry of Mary into the temple, just 17 years before the birth of Christ. Herod ordered that work should be done in the temple. It was not a rebuilding of the temple, but alterations and embellishments were made here and there. The flight into Egypt took place when Christ was 9 months old, and the massacre of the innocents was in his 2nd year. The birth of Christ occurred in a year which the Jews reckoned as having 13 months. This must have been some such arrangement as our leap years. I think I have forgotten something about the Jews having months of 21 and 22 days twice a year. I heard something about feast days connected with this, but have only a dim recollection of it all. I also saw how at different times something was altered in their calendar. It was after their coming out of a captivity, and the temple was being added to at the same time. I saw the man who altered the calendar, and I knew his name. I think Christ was born in the month Kislev. The reason why the church keeps the feast exactly a month later than the actual event is because at one time, when an alteration in the calendar was made, some days and seasons were completely omitted. I once saw it very plainly, but can no longer recall it properly. The Adoration of the Shepherds. In the early dawn after Christ's birth, the 3 chief shepherds came from their hill to the cave of the Nativity with their presents, which they had gathered together beforehand. These presents were little animals, not unlike roe deer. If they were kids, those in that country looked very different from ours here at home. They had long necks, very clear, beautiful eyes, and were very swift and graceful. The shepherds led them behind and beside them on long, thin cords. The shepherds also had strings of dead birds hanging over their shoulders, and carried some bigger live birds under their arms. When they knocked shyly at the door of the cave, St. Joseph came towards them with a friendly greeting. They told him what the angel had announced to them that night, and how they were come to worship the child of the promise and to present their poor gifts to him. Joseph took their gifts with humble gratitude and made them take the animals into the little chamber, the entrance of which is by the southern door of the cave. Then he accompanied them into the cave itself, and led the 3 shepherds up to the Blessed Virgin, who was sitting on the coverlet on the ground by the crib, holding the child Jesus before her on her lap. The shepherds, holding their staffs in their hands, threw themselves humbly on their knees before Jesus, weeping for joy. They remained a long time speechless with bliss, and then sang the angel's hymn of praise, which they had heard in the night, and a psalm which I have forgotten. When they got up to go away, the Blessed Virgin put the little Jesus into their arms, one after the other. They gave him back to her with tears and left the cave. Yesterday evening, several shepherds and shepherdesses and children from the shepherd's tower, which is 4 hours away, came to the crib with presents. They brought eggs, birds, honey, woven stuffs of different colors, little bunches of what looked like raw silk, and bushes of a rush-like shrub, with big leaves and ears full of thick grains. After handing their presents to St. Joseph, they came up humbly to the crib, beside which the Blessed Virgin sat. They greeted her and the child, and then, kneeling round her, they sang some lovely hymns, the Gloria in Excelsis, and a few short verses. I sang with them. They sang in parts. In one of the hymns I sang second. I remember the words more or less. O little child, red as a rose, like a herald you come forth. When they made their farewell, they bent over the crib as though they were kissing the infant Jesus. The shepherds assist St. Joseph. Essene women render service to the Blessed Virgin. Today I saw the 3 shepherds taking it in turns to help St. Joseph to arrange things more comfortably in the cave, round about it, and in the side caves. I also saw several devout women with the Blessed Virgin, assisting her in various ways. These women were Essenes and lived not far from the cave as you went round to the east of the hill. They lived near each other in the deep part of the valley, in little chambers high up in the rock, at a place where the hill had broken away. They had small gardens beside their dwellings, and gave lessons to children belonging to their sect. St. Joseph had asked them to come. He knew this community since his childhood, for when as a boy he hid himself from his brothers in the cave of the Nativity, he sometimes visited these pious women in their rock dwellings. They took it in turns to come to the Blessed Virgin, bringing her bundles of wood and other small necessities, and cooking and washing for the Holy Family. The donkey kneels before Jesus. St. Anne's maid from Nazareth comes to Mary. Today I saw a very touching scene in the cave. Joseph and Mary were standing by the crib, looking at the infant Jesus with great devotion, when the donkey threw himself suddenly on his knees and bent his head down to the ground. Mary and Joseph wept. In the evening came messengers from Anna, the Blessed Virgin's holy mother. An elderly man and Anna's maidservant, a widow who was related to her, arrived from Nazareth. They brought all kinds of little things which Mary needed. They were greatly moved at seeing the infant, and the old manservant wept tears of joy. He soon started home again to bring Anna news. The maidservant remained with the Blessed Virgin. The Blessed Virgin hides from emissaries of Herod. Today I saw the Blessed Virgin with the infant Jesus and the maidservant leaving the cave for several hours. I saw that after coming out of the door, she turned to the right under the projecting thatched roof, then took a few steps and hid herself in the side cave. This was the cave where the fountain of water sprang up at Christ's birth and was captured by Joseph. She remained 4 hours in this cave, but later she spent a few days there. Joseph had been there at dawn to make a few arrangements for her comfort. They were given an inner warning to go there, for today there came to the cave from Bethlehem some men, emissaries of Herod, I think, because of the rumor spread abroad by the shepherds' talk that some wonderful thing had happened there connected with a child. I saw these men exchanging a few remarks with St. Joseph, whom they met in front of the cave of the Nativity in the company of the shepherds. When they saw how poor and simple he was, they left him with supercilious smiles. The Blessed Virgin remained with the infant Jesus about 4 hours in the side cave, and then returned to the crib. The cave of the Nativity is pleasantly situated and very quiet. No one comes here from Bethlehem except the shepherds whose duties bring them here. In general, no one in Bethlehem pays any attention to what happens out here, for owing to the many strangers, there is a great press of people coming and going in the town. There is much buying and slaughtering of beasts, as many of the people present pay their taxes with beasts. There are also many heathen there who work as servants. The angel's appearance to the shepherds has become widespread. Early this morning, the friendly innkeeper from the last inn in which the Holy Family spent the night from November 22nd, 23rd, sent a servant with presents to the cave, and in the course of the day he came himself to worship the child. The appearance of the angels to the shepherds in the hour of Christ's birth has made the story of the wonderful child of the promise known to all good folk here in the valleys, and these people have come to worship the child, whom they had sheltered unknown to themselves. Many people visit the child Jesus on the way to Bethlehem. Joseph pawns the she-ass. Today, several shepherds and other good people came to the cave of the Nativity and worshipped the infant Jesus with great fervor. They were dressed in their best and were on their way to Bethlehem for the Sabbath. Among these people, I saw the surly shepherd's good wife, who had given shelter to the Holy Family on November 20th. She might have taken a more direct road from her home to go to Jerusalem for the Sabbath, but she made a detour by Bethlehem in order to pay respect to the Holy Child and his dear parents. The good woman was full of happiness at having shown them loving kindness. Today I also saw St. Joseph's relations, near whose dwelling the Holy Family had passed the night of November 22nd, come to the cave and greet the child. Among them was the father of that Jonadab who at the crucifixion brought Jesus a cloth to cover his nakedness. He had heard from the innkeeper of his village about Joseph's journey through the place, and about the wonderful happenings at the birth of the child, and had come here with presents for him on his way to the Sabbath at Bethlehem. He greeted Mary and worshipped the infant Jesus. Joseph was very friendly with him. He accepted nothing from him, but gave him the young she-ass, who had been running free with them, as a pledge, on condition that he could redeem her on repayment of the money. Joseph needed the money to pay for the presents and the meal at the circumcision ceremony. After Joseph had finished this business, and everybody had gone to the synagogue in Bethlehem, he hung up in the cave the Sabbath lamp with 7 wicks, lit it, and put beneath it a table covered with a red and white cloth, on which lay prayer scrolls. Here under the lamp he celebrated the eve of the Sabbath, reciting prayers with the Blessed Virgin and Anna's maidservant. 2 shepherds stood farther back in the entrance of the cave. The Essene women were also present, and afterwards they prepared the meal. Today, the eve of the Sabbath, the Essene women and the maidservant prepared several dishes for the next day. I saw the plucked and cleaned birds being roasted on a spit over the glowing embers. While roasting them, they rolled them in a kind of flour made by pounding grains which grew in the ears of a rush-like plant. This plant grows wild only in damp, marshy places in that country and on the sunny side. In some places it is cultivated. It grows wild near Bethlehem and Hebron, but I never saw it near Nazareth. The shepherds of the tower had brought some of it to Joseph. I saw them making the grains into a thick, shiny white paste, and they also baked cakes with the flour. I saw open holes under the fireplace, very hot, where they baked cakes as well as birds and other things. They kept for themselves very little of the many provisions given by the shepherds to St. Joseph. Most of it went as presents and as food for others, especially for the poor. Tomorrow evening, during the meal at the circumcision ceremony, there will be a great distribution. Part 6. The Flight into Egypt and Return to Nazareth. The Flight into Egypt. The Age of the Child Jesus, during the flight to Egypt. Nazareth, the house of the Holy Family. I saw the Blessed Virgin doing knitting or crochet work. She had a roll of wool fastened at her right hip, and she held in her hands 2 needles, of bone, I think, with little hooks. One must be half a yard long, the other is shorter. The needle is prolonged beyond the hook, and it is round this prolongation that the thread is looped to make the stitch in working. The part already knitted hangs down between the 2 needles. She did this work standing or sitting beside the infant Jesus lying in a basket. I saw St. Joseph plaiting long strips of yellow, brown, and green bark to make panels for screens or for walls and ceilings. He had a store of these panels lying on top of each other in a shed near the house. He wove various patterns into them, stars, hearts, and other things. I felt sorry for him. He had no idea that he would soon have to flee into Egypt. The Blessed Virgin's mother comes regularly, every day, to visit her. It is nearly an hour's walk from her house. I had a view of Jerusalem and saw Herod having numbers of men summoned, as when soldiers are called up with us. These were led into a large courtyard and given clothes and weapons. They wore something like a half moon on one arm. They carried spears and short broad swords like chopping knives. They wore helmets, and many of them had wrappings tied round their legs. All this must have been connected with the massacre of the innocents. Herod was in a very uneasy frame of mind. Nazareth. An angel wakes Joseph to flee. They are gone. I saw them start forth. Joseph came back early in the morning of yesterday, Thursday, from Anna's house. Anna and her eldest daughter were still here in Nazareth. They had all only just gone to bed when the angel came to warn Joseph. Mary and the infant Jesus had their bedroom to the right of the hearth. Anna's was to the left, and her eldest daughter's room was between hers and Joseph's. These rooms were compartments divided off and sometimes roofed by wicker screens. Mary's room had yet another curtain or screen dividing it off. The infant Jesus lay on a rug at her feet, and she could pick him up without getting out of bed. I saw Joseph in his room, lying on his side, asleep, with his head on his arm. I saw a shining youth come up to his bed and speak with him. Joseph sat up, but was heavy with sleep and lay down again. The youth took his hand and pulled him up, when Joseph came to his senses and got up, on which the youth disappeared. Joseph then went to the lamp burning in front of the fireplace in the center of the house, and lit his own lamp at it. He knocked at the Blessed Virgin's room and asked whether he might come in. I saw him go in and speak with Mary, who did not open the screen before her bed. Then I saw him go to his donkey in the stable, and afterwards into a room where all kinds of things were kept. He prepared everything for their departure. As soon as Joseph had left the Blessed Virgin's room, she got up and dressed for the journey, before going to her mother and telling her of God's commands. Anna got up, as did Mary Healy and her little boy, but they let the infant Jesus go on sleeping. For these good people, God's will came first of all. Sad at heart though they were, they hastened to make all preparations for the journey before allowing themselves to give way to the sorrow of parting. Anna and Mary Healy helped to get everything ready for the journey. Mary did not take nearly so much with her as she had brought from Bethlehem. They packed up nothing but a moderate-sized bundle and a few blankets, which were taken out to Joseph to be loaded on the donkey. Everything was done quietly and very quickly, as was proper for a journey undertaken secretly after a warning at dead of night. When Mary fetched her child, she was in such haste that I did not even see her wrap him in fresh swaddling clothes. Then came the farewells, and I cannot describe how moving it was to see the distress of Anna and her eldest daughter. They embraced the infant Jesus with tears, and the little boy too was allowed to take him in his arms. Anna embraced the Blessed Virgin again and again, weeping as bitterly as if she were never to see her more. Mary Healy flung herself onto the ground in tears. It was not yet midnight when they left the house. Anna and Mary Healy accompanied the Blessed Virgin on foot for a short part of the way from Nazareth, Joseph following with the donkey. The way led towards Anna's house, but rather more to the left. Mary carried the infant Jesus, wrapped in swaddling clothes, before her in a sort of sling, which went round her shoulders and was fastened behind her neck. She wore a long cloak which wrapped both herself and the child, and a big square veil fastened round the back of her head and hanging in long folds beside her face. They had not gone far when Joseph came up with the donkey, which was carrying a skin of water and a basket with several compartments containing little loaves of bread, small jugs, and live birds. The baggage and blankets were packed round the side saddle, which had a footrest hanging from it. They embraced again with tears, and Anna blessed the Blessed Virgin, who then seated herself on the donkey, led by Joseph, and they started off. Nazareth. The holy women put things in order and leave Joseph's home. Early in the morning, I saw Mary Healy with her little boy going to Anna's house and sending the master of the house and a manservant to Nazareth, after which she went to her own house. I saw Anna putting everything in order in Joseph's house and packing away many things. In the morning there came 2 men from Anna's house. One of them was dressed in nothing but a sheepskin, and had on his feet thick sandals strapped round his legs. The other had a long robe on. He seemed to me to be Anna's present husband. They helped to arrange everything in Joseph's house, and to pack up what was movable and take it to Anna's house. During the night of the Holy Family's flight from Nazareth, I saw them passing through various places and resting in a shed before dawn. Towards the evening, when they could go no farther, I saw them stopping at a village called Nazareth, in the house of people who lived apart and were rather despised. They were not proper Jews, and their religion had something heathen about it. They worshipped in the temple on Mount Gerizim near Samaria, approached by a difficult mountain path several miles long. They were oppressed by many hard duties and were obliged to work like slaves at forced labor in the temple at Jerusalem and other public buildings. These people gave a warm welcome to the Holy Family, who remained there the whole of the following day. On their return from Egypt, the Holy Family once more visited these good people, and again when Jesus went to the temple in his 12th year and returned thence to Nazareth. This whole family later received baptism from John and became followers of Jesus. This place is not far from a strange town, high up, the name of which I can no longer remember. I have seen and heard the names of so many towns in this district, among them Legio and Masaloth, between which I think Nazareth lies. I believe that the town whose situation I thought so strange is called Legio, but it has another name as well. The road through the wilderness, the grove of More, Abraham's terebinth tree. Yesterday, Saturday evening, at the close of the Sabbath, the Holy Family traveled on from Nazareth through the night, and during the whole of Sunday and the following night, I saw them in hiding by that big old terebinth tree where they had stopped in Advent on their journey to Bethlehem, when the Blessed Virgin was so cold. It was Abraham's terebinth tree near the grove of More, not far from Shechem, Phanath, Shiloh, and Arumah. The news of Herod's pursuit had spread here, and the region was unsafe for them. It was near this tree that Jacob buried Laban's idols. Joshua assembled the people near this tree and erected the tabernacle containing the Ark of the Covenant, and it was here that he made them renounce their idols. Abimelech, the son of Gideon, was hailed here as king by the people of Shechem. The Holy Family rests by a stream. This morning I saw the Holy Family resting in a fertile part of the country and refreshing themselves beside a little stream where there was a balsam bush. The infant Jesus lay on the Blessed Virgin's knees with his little feet bare. Incisions had been made here and there in the branches of the balsam shrub, which had red berries, and from these incisions a liquid dripped into little pots hanging on the branches. I was surprised that these were not stolen. Joseph filled the little jugs, which he had brought with him, with the balsam juice. They ate little loaves of bread and berries which they picked from the bushes growing near. The donkey drank from the stream and grazed nearby. On their left I saw Jerusalem high up in the distance. It was a very lovely scene. Near Annim, the last inn in the region of Herod, the last place where the Holy Family sheltered in Herod's territory, was not far from a town on the edge of the desert, a few hours' journey from the Dead Sea. Its name sounded like Annim or Annam. They stopped at a solitary house, which was an inn for those traveling through the desert. There were several huts and sheds on a hill, and some wild fruit grew round them. The inhabitants seemed to me to be camel drivers, for they kept a number of camels in enclosed meadows. They were rather wild people, and had been given to robbery, but they received the Holy Family well, and showed them hospitality. In the neighboring town there were also many disorderly people who had settled there after fighting in the wars. Among the people in the inn was a man of 20 called Reuben. Night travel. The Holy Family startles snakes and flying lizards. I saw the Holy Family journeying in a bright starlit night through a sandy desert covered with low bushes. I felt as if I were traveling through it with them. It was dangerous because of the numbers of snakes which lay coiled up among the bushes and little hollows under the leaves. They crawled towards the path, hissing loudly and stretching out their necks towards the Holy Family, who, however, passed by in safety, surrounded by light. I saw other evil beasts there, with long black bodies, short legs, and wings like big fins. They shot over the ground as if they were flying, and their heads were fish-like in shape. I saw the Holy Family come to a fall in the ground, like the edge of a sunken road. They meant to rest there behind some bushes. I was alarmed for the Holy Family. The place was sinister, and I wanted to make a screen to protect them on the side left open. But a dreadful creature like a bear made his way in, and I was in terrible fear. Then there suddenly appeared to me a friend of mine, an old priest who had died lately. He was young and beautiful in form, and he seized the creature by the scruff of its neck and threw it out. I asked him how he came to be here, for surely he must be better off in his own place, to which he replied, "I only wanted to help you, and shall not stay here long." He told me more, adding that I should see him again. Mara, an inhospitable desert. The Holy Family always traveled a mile eastwards of the high road. The name of the last place they passed between Judea and the desert sounded very like Mara. It reminded me of Anna's home, but it was not the same place. The inhabitants here were rough and wild, and the Holy Family could obtain no assistance from them. After this, they came into a great desert of sand. There was no path and nothing to show their direction, and they did not know what to do. After some time, they saw a dark, gloomy mountain ridge in front of them. The Holy Family were sorely distressed and fell on their knees praying to God for help. A number of wild beasts then gathered round them, and at first it looked very dangerous. But these beasts were not at all evil, but looked at them in just the same friendly way as my confessor's old dog used to look at me when he came up to me. I realized then that these beasts were sent to show them the way. They looked towards the mountain and ran in that direction, and then back again, just like a dog does when he wants you to follow him somewhere. At last I saw the Holy Family follow these animals and pass over a mountain ridge into a wild and lonely region. The robber's hut. The robbers become friendly. It was dark, and the way led past a wood. In front of this wood, at some distance from the path, I saw a poor hut, and not far from it a light hanging in a tree, which could be seen from a long way off to attract travelers. This part of the road was sinister. Trenches had been dug in it here and there, and there were also trenches all round the hut. Hidden cords were stretched across the good parts of the road, and when touched by travelers rang bells in the hut, and brought out its thieving inhabitants to plunder them. This robber's hut was not always in the same place. It could be moved about and put up wherever its inhabitants wanted it. When the Holy Family approached the light hanging in the tree, I saw the leader of the robbers with 5 of his companions closing round them. At first they were evilly disposed, but I saw that at the sight of the infant Jesus, a ray, like an arrow, struck the heart of the leader, who ordered his comrades to do no harm to these people. The Blessed Virgin also saw this ray strike the robber's heart, as she later recounted to Anna the prophetess when she returned. The robber now led the Holy Family through the dangerous places in the road into his hut. It was night. In the hut was the robber's wife with some children. The man told his wife of the strange sensation that had come over him at the sight of the child. She received the Holy Family shyly, but was not unfriendly. The travelers sat on the ground in a corner and began to eat some of the provisions which they had with them. The people in the hut were at first awkward and shy, quite unlike, it seemed, their usual behavior, but gradually drew nearer and nearer to the Holy Family. Some of the other men, who had in the meantime stabled Joseph's donkey, came in and out, and eventually they all became more familiar and began to talk to the travelers. The woman brought Mary little loaves of bread with honey and fruit, as well as goblets with drink. A fire was burning in a hollow in a corner of the hut. The woman arranged a separate place for the Blessed Virgin, and brought at her request a trough with water for washing the infant Jesus. She washed the linen for her and dried it at the fire. Mary bathed the infant Jesus under a cloth. The man was very much agitated and said to his wife, "This Hebrew child is no ordinary child. He is a holy child. Ask his mother to allow us to wash our leprous little boy in his bathwater. Perhaps it will do him good." As the woman came up to Mary to ask her this, the Blessed Virgin told her, before she had said a word, to wash her leprous boy in the bathwater. The woman brought her 3-year-old son lying in her arms. He was stiff with leprosy, and his features could not be seen for scabs. The water in which Jesus had been bathed seemed clearer than it had been before, and as soon as the leprous child had been dipped into it, the scales of his leprosy fell off him to the ground, and the child was cleansed. The woman was beside herself with joy and tried to embrace Mary and the infant Jesus. But Mary put out her hand and would not let her touch either herself or Jesus. Mary told the woman that she was to dig a well deep down to the rock and pour this water into it. This would give the well the same healing power. She spoke long with her, and I think the woman promised to leave this place at the first opportunity. The people were extremely happy at the restoration of their child to health, and showed him to their comrades who came in and out during the night, telling them of the blessing that had befallen them. The new arrivals, some of them boys, stood round the Holy Family and gazed at them in wonderment. It was all the more remarkable that these robbers were so respectful to the Holy Family, because in the very same night, while they were housing these holy guests, I saw them seizing some other travelers who had been enticed into their lair by the light and driving them into a great cave deep in the wood. This cave, whose entrance was hidden and grown over by wild plants so that it could not be seen, seemed to be their real dwelling place. I saw several boys in this cave, from 7 to 9 years of age, who had been stolen from their parents, and there was an old woman who kept house there. I saw all kinds of booty being brought in: clothes, carpets, meat, young kids, sheep, and bigger animals too. The cave was big and contained an abundance of things. I saw that Mary slept little that night. She sat still on her couch most of the time. They left early in the morning, well supplied with provisions. The people of the place accompanied them a short way, and led them past many trenches onto the right road. When the robbers took leave of the Holy Family, the man said with deep emotion, "Remember us wherever you go." At these words, I suddenly saw a picture of the crucifixion, and saw the good thief saying to Jesus, "Remember me when you shall come into your kingdom," and recognized in him the boy who had been healed. The robber's wife gave up this way of life after some time, and settled with other honest families at a later resting place of the Holy Family, where a spring of water and a garden of balsam shrubs came into being. The wilderness, snakes and flying lizards. After this, I again saw the Holy Family journeying through a desert, and when they lost their way, I again saw various kinds of creeping beasts approach them, lizards with bats' wings and snakes, but they were not hostile and seemed only to want to show them the way. Later on, when they had lost every trace of their path and direction, I saw them guided by a very lovely miracle. On each side of the path, the plant called the Rose of Jericho appeared with its curling leaves surrounding the central flower and the upright stalk. They went up to it joyfully, and on reaching it, they saw in the distance another plant of it spring up, and so throughout the whole desert. I saw, too, that it was revealed to the Blessed Virgin that in later times the people of the country would gather these flowers and sell them to passing strangers to gain their bread. I saw this happening afterwards. The name of the place sounded like Gesi or Gose. Then I saw them come to a place called by a name like Lepe or Lape. There was a lake there with ditches, canals, and high embankments. They crossed the water on a raft with a sort of big tub on it, in which the donkey was put. Mary sat with her child on a piece of timber. Two ugly, brown, half-naked men with flattened noses and protruding lips ferried them over. They passed only the outlying houses of this place, and the people here were so rough and unsympathetic that the travelers went on without speaking to anyone. I think that this was the first heathen town. They had been 10 days in the Jewish country and 10 days in the desert. I now saw the Holy Family on Egyptian territory. They were in flat country, with green pastures here and there on which cattle were feeding. I saw trees to which idols had been fastened in the shape of infants, wrapped in broad swaddling bands, inscribed with figures or letters. Here and there I saw people thick-set and fat, dressed like the cotton spinners whom I once saw near the frontiers of the Three Kings. I saw these people hurrying to worship their idols. The Holy Family went into a shed. There were beasts in it, but these went out to make room for them. Their provisions had given out, and they had neither bread nor water. Nobody gave them anything, and Mary was hardly able to feed her child. They did indeed endure every human misery. At last some shepherds came to water the beasts at a closed spring, and at Joseph's urgent request gave them a little water. Then I saw the Holy Family going through a wood, exhausted and helpless. On coming out of it, they saw a tall, slender date palm with its fruit growing all together like a bunch of grapes at the very top of the tree. Mary went up to the tree with the infant Jesus in her arms and prayed, lifting the child up to it. The tree bowed down its head to them, as if it were kneeling, so that they were able to pick all its fruit. The tree remained in that position. I saw a rabble of people from the last town following the Holy Family, and I saw Mary distributing the fruit from the tree among the many naked children who were running after her. About a quarter of an hour from the first tree, they came to an unusually big sycamore tree with a hollow trunk. They had got out of sight of the people who were following them and hid in the tree so as to let them pass by. They spent the night here. The desert. A spring arises from Mary's prayer. Next day they continued through waste and sandy deserts, and I saw them sitting on a sandhill, quite exhausted, for they had no water with them. The Blessed Virgin prayed to God, and I saw an abundant spring of water gush forth at her side and run in streams on the ground. Joseph leveled a little sandhill and made a basin for the water, digging a little channel to carry off the overflow. They refreshed themselves with the water, and Mary washed the infant Jesus. Joseph watered the donkey and filled the water skin. I saw tortoises and ugly creatures like big lizards coming to drink at the water. They did the Holy Family no harm, but looked at them in a friendly way. The stream of water flowed in a wide circle, disappearing again in the ground near its source. The space which it enclosed was wonderfully blessed. It soon became green and produced the most delicious balsam shrubs, which grew big enough to give refreshment to the Holy Family on their return from Egypt. Later it became famous as a balsam garden. A number of people came to settle there, amongst them, I think, the mother of the leprous child who had been healed in the robber's den. Later I had visions of this place. A beautiful hedge of balsam shrubs surrounded the garden, in the middle of which were big fruit trees. Later a deep well was dug there, from which an abundant supply of water was drawn by a wheel turned by an ox. This water was mixed with the water from Mary's well, so as to supply the whole garden. The water from the new well would have been harmful if used unmixed. It was shown me that the oxen who turned the wheel did no work from midday on Saturday till Monday morning. Heliopolis and Matarea, Heliopolis or on. After refreshing themselves here, they journeyed to a great city called Heliopolis or on. It had wonderful buildings, but much of it had been laid waste. When the children of Israel were in Egypt, the Egyptian priest Potiphera lived here and had in his house Asenath, the daughter of Dinah of the Shechemites, whom Joseph married. Here also Dionysius the Areopagite lived at the time of Christ's death. The city had been devastated by war, but numbers of people had made themselves homes in the ruined buildings. The Holy Family crossed a very high bridge over a broad river which seemed to me to have several arms. They came to an open place in front of the city gate, which was surrounded by a kind of promenade. Here there was a pedestal, thicker below than above, surmounted by a great idol with an ox's head bearing in its arms something like a child in swaddling bands. The idol was surrounded by a circle of stones like benches or tables, and people came in crowds from the city to lay their offerings on them. Not far from this idol was a great tree under which the Holy Family sat down to rest. They had rested there for only a short time when there came an earthquake, and the idol swayed and fell to the ground. There was an uproar among the people, and a crowd of canal workers ran up from near at hand. A good man who had accompanied the Holy Family on their way here, I think he was a drain digger, led them hurriedly into the town, and they were leaving the place where the idol had stood when the frightened crowd observed them and began assailing them with threats and abuse for having been the cause of the idol's collapse. They had not, however, time to carry out their threats, for another shock came which uprooted and engulfed the great tree till nothing but its roots showed above ground. The gaping space where the idol had stood became full of dark and dirty water, in which the whole idol disappeared except for its horns. Some of the most evil among the raging mob were swallowed up in this dark pool. Meanwhile, the Holy Family went quietly into the city, and took up their abode near a great heathen temple in the thickness of a wall, where there were a great number of empty rooms. Once, at a later time, I came over the sea to Egypt, and found the Holy Family still living in the great devastated city. It is very extensive, and is built beside a great river with many arms. The city can be seen from afar, standing high up. In many places the river flows underneath the buildings. The people cross the arms of the river on rafts, which lie there in the water, ready for use. I saw quite astonishingly huge buildings in ruins, great masses of solid masonry, halves of towers, and whole, or nearly whole, temples. I saw pillars as big as towers, with winding staircases outside. I saw high tapering pillars completely covered with strange figures, and also a number of big figures like reclining dogs with human heads. The Holy Family lived in the galleries of a great stone building, supported at one side by short, thick pillars, some square and some round. People had built themselves dwellings against and under these pillars. Above the building ran a road with much traffic on it. It passed a great heathen temple with 2 courts. In this building was a space with a wall on one side of it, and on the other a row of short, thick pillars. In front of this, Joseph had constructed a light wooden building, divided off by wooden partitions, for them to live in. I saw them there all together. The donkeys were there too, but separated by screens, such as Joseph always used to make. I noticed for the first time that they had a little altar against the wall, hidden behind one of these screens, a little table covered with a red cloth and a transparent white one over it. There was a lamp above it, and they used to pray there. Later, I saw that Joseph had arranged a workshop in his home, and also that he often went out to work. He made long staffs with knobs at the end, and little low, round, 3-legged stools with a handle at the back to carry them by. He also made baskets and light wicker screens. These were afterwards smeared with some substance which made them solid, and were then used to make huts and compartments against and in the massive masonry of the walls. He also made little light hexagonal or octagonal towers out of long, thin planks, ending in a point crowned by a knob. These had an opening and could be used to sit in, like sentry boxes. They had steps leading up to them. I saw little towers like these here and there in front of the heathen temples, and also on the flat roofs. People sat inside them. There were perhaps sentry boxes, or little summer houses used to give shade. I saw the Blessed Virgin weaving carpets. I also saw her with other work. She had a stick beside her with a lump fastened to the top of it, but I do not know what she was doing, whether spinning or something else. I often saw people visiting her and the infant Jesus, who lay in a sort of cradle on the floor beside her. Sometimes I saw this cradle raised on a stand like a sawing trestle. I saw the child lying very contentedly in his cradle, sometimes with his arms hanging out on each side. Once I saw him sitting up in it. Mary sat close by, knitting, with a basket at her side. There were 3 women with her. The people in this half-destroyed city were dressed just like those cotton-spinning people whom I saw when I went to meet the 3 kings, except that they wore aprons like short skirts. There were not many Jews here, and they seemed to live here on sufferance. North of Heliopolis, between it and the Nile, which there divides into many arms, was the land of Gessen. Amongst its canals was a place where a large number of Jews lived. Their religion had become very degraded. Some of these Jews became acquainted with the Holy Family, and Mary made various things for them, in return for which they gave her bread and provisions. The Jews in the land of Gessen had a temple which they likened to Solomon's temple, but it was very different. Heliopolis on. Joseph builds a place for Jewish prayer. I again saw the Holy Family in Heliopolis. They were still living near the heathen temple, under the vaulting of the massive walls. Not far off, Joseph built a place of prayer in which the Jews living in the city assembled together with the Holy Family. Before this, they had had no meeting place for prayer. The room had a lightly built dome above it, which they could open so as to be under the open sky. In the middle of the room stood a sacrificial table or altar, covered with white and red, and having scrolls upon it. The priest or teacher was a very old man. The men and women were not so strictly separated at their prayers as in the Promised Land. The men stood on one side and the women on the other. I had a sight of the Blessed Virgin visiting this place of prayer with the infant Jesus for the first time. She sat on the ground, leaning on one arm. The child was sitting before her in a little sky blue dress, and she put his hands together on his breast. Joseph stood behind her, as he always does here, though the other men and women stand and sit in separate groups on each side of the room. I was often shown how the little Jesus was already growing bigger, and how he was often visited by other children. He could already speak and run quite well. He was much with Joseph, and I think went with him when he worked away from home. He wore a little dress like a shirt, knitted or woven in one piece. Some of the idols fell down in the temple near which they lived, just as the statue near the gate had collapsed on their entry into the city. Many people said that this was a sign of the wrath of the gods against the Holy Family, and in consequence they suffered various persecutions. Train to Matarea. An idol falls at the family's passing. After staying in Heliopolis for a year and a half, until Jesus was about 2 years old, the Holy Family left the city because of lack of work and various persecutions. They moved southwards in the direction of Memphis. When they passed through a small town not far from Heliopolis and sat down to rest in the open porch of a heathen temple, the idol fell down and broke in pieces. It had the head of an ox with 3 horns, and there were holes in its body in which sacrifices were placed to be burnt. This caused an uproar amongst the heathen priests, who seized and threatened the Holy Family. As the priests were consulting together, one of them said that for his part he thought it wise to commend themselves to the God of these people, reminding them of the plagues that had befallen their ancestors when they persecuted the Israelites, and how in the night before their exodus the firstborn had died in every Egyptian house. They followed his advice and dismissed the Holy Family unmolested. They made their way to Troja, a place on the east bank of the Nile, opposite Memphis. It was a big town, but filthy. They thought of staying here, but were not taken in. Indeed, they could not even obtain the drink of water or the few dates for which they asked. Memphis was on the west bank of the Nile, which was here very broad, with islands. Part of the city was on the east bank, and here in the time of Pharaoh was a great palace with gardens and a high tower, to the top of which Pharaoh's daughter used often to ascend to survey the country round. I saw the place where the child Moses was found among the tall rushes. Memphis was composed, as it were, of 3 different towns, one on each side of the Nile, and another called Babylon, which seemed to belong to it. This was farther downstream on the east bank. Indeed, in Pharaoh's time, the whole region round the Nile between Heliopolis, Babylon, and Memphis was so covered with canals, buildings, and stone embankments that it all seemed to form one uninterrupted city. Now, at the time of the Holy Family's visit, it had all become separated with great waste spaces between. From Troja they went northwards, downstream towards Babylon, which was ill-built, dirty, and desolate. They skirted this city between it and the Nile, and retraced their steps for some distance. They went downstream, following an embankment along which Jesus traveled later, when he journeyed through Arabia to Egypt after the raising of Lazarus before meeting his disciples again at Jacob's well at Sychar. They traveled downstream for some 2 hours. There were ruined buildings at intervals all along their path. They had to cross a small arm of the river or canal, and came to a place whose name, as it was at that time, I cannot remember. Afterwards it was called Matarea, and was near Heliopolis. This place, which lay on a promontory surrounded by water on 2 sides, was very desolate. Its scattered buildings were mostly very badly made of palm wood and thick mud, roofed with reeds. Joseph found much work here in strengthening the houses with wattles and building galleries onto them. In this town the Holy Family lived in a dark, vaulted room in a lonely quarter at the landward side of the town, not far from the gate by which they had entered. As before, Joseph built a room in front of the vaulted one. Here, too, when they arrived, an idol fell down in a small temple, and afterwards all the idols fell. Here, too, a priest pacified the people by reminding them of the plagues of Egypt. Later, when a little congregation of Jews and converted heathen had gathered round the Holy Family, the priests handed over to them the little temple where the idol had fallen, and Joseph arranged it as a synagogue. He became, as it were, the father of the congregation, and introduced the proper singing of the psalms, for their previous services had been very disorderly. There were only a few very poor Jews living here in wretched holes and ditches, though in the Jewish town between On and the Nile there were many Jews, and they had a regular temple there. They had, however, fallen into dreadful idolatry. They had a golden calf, a figure with an ox's head, surrounded by little figures of animals like polecats or ferrets, with little canopies over them. These were animals which protected people against crocodiles. They also had an imitation Ark of the Covenant with horrible things in it. They carried on a revolting, idolatrous worship, which consisted of immoral practices performed in a subterranean passage and supposed to bring about the coming of the Messiah. They were very obstinate and refused to amend their lives. Afterwards, many of them left this place and came to where the Holy Family lived, not more than 2 hours' journey away. Owing to the many dikes and canals, they could not travel direct, but had to make a detour round. The Jews in the land of Gessen had already become acquainted with the Holy Family in the city of On, and Mary had done much work for them, knitting, weaving, and sewing. She would never work at things which were superfluous or mere luxuries, only at what was necessary and at praying garments. I saw women bringing her work to do which they wanted, from vanity, to be made in a fashionable style. And I saw Mary giving back the work, however much she needed the money. I saw, too, that the women insulted her vilely. Matarea in its poverty. To begin with, they had a very hard time in Matarea. There was great shortage of good water and wood. The inhabitants cooked with dry grass or reeds. The Holy Family generally had cold food to eat. Joseph was given a great deal of work in improving the huts, but the people there treated him just like a slave, giving him only what they liked. Sometimes he brought home some money for his work, sometimes none. The inhabitants were very clumsy at building their huts. Wood was lacking, and though I saw trunks of trees lying about here and there, I noticed that there were no tools for dealing with them. Most of the people had nothing but stone and bone knives, like turf cutters. Joseph had brought his necessary tools with him. The Holy Family soon arranged their dwelling a little. Joseph divided the room very conveniently by light wicker screens. He prepared a proper fireplace and made stools and little low tables. The people here all ate off the ground. They lived here for several years, and I have seen many scenes from Jesus' childhood. I saw where Jesus slept. In the thickness of the wall of Mary's sleeping room, I saw a niche hollowed out by Joseph, in which was Jesus' couch. Mary slept beside it, and I have often seen her during the night kneeling before Jesus' couch and praying to God. Joseph slept in another room. I also saw a praying place which Joseph had arranged in their dwelling. It was in a separate passage. Joseph and the Blessed Virgin had their own special places, and the child Jesus also had his own little corner where he prayed sitting, standing, or kneeling. The Blessed Virgin had a kind of little altar before which she prayed. A little table, covered with red and white, was let down like a flap before a cupboard in the wall, of which it generally formed the door. In the thickness of the wall were preserved sacred relics. I saw little bushy plants in pots shaped like chalices. I saw the end of St. Joseph's staff with its blossom, whereby the lot had fallen upon him in the temple to become Mary's spouse. It was fixed in a box an inch and a half in thickness. Besides this, I saw another precious relic, but can no longer explain what it really was. In a transparent box, I saw 5 little white sticks of the thickness of big straws. They stood crossed and as if tied in the middle. At the top they were curly and broader, like a little sheaf. Matarea, the Holy Virgin discovers a spring near their house. In Matarea, where the inhabitants had to quench their thirst with the muddy water of the Nile, a fountain sprang up as before in answer to Mary's prayers. At first they suffered great want and were obliged to live on fruit and bad water. It was long since they had had any good water, and Joseph was making ready to take his water skins on the donkey to fetch water from the balsam spring in the desert, when in answer to her prayer an angel appeared to the Blessed Virgin and told her to look for a spring behind their house. I saw her go beyond the enclosure round their dwelling to an open space on a lower level surrounded by broken-down embankments. A very big old tree stood here. The Blessed Virgin had a stick in her hand with a little shovel at the end of it, such as people in that country often carried on their journeys. She thrust this into the ground near the tree, and thereupon a beautiful, clear stream of water gushed forth. She ran joyfully to call Joseph, who, on digging out the spring, discovered that it had been lined with masonry below, but had dried up and was choked with rubbish. Joseph repaired and cleaned it, and surrounded it with beautiful new stonework. Near this spring, on the side from which Mary had approached it, was a big stone, just like an altar, and indeed I think it had once been an altar, but I forget in what connection. Here the Blessed Virgin used to dry Jesus' clothes and wrappings in the sun after washing them. This spring remained unknown and was used only by the Holy Family until Jesus was big enough to do various little commissions, such as fetching water for his mother. I once saw that he brought other children to the spring and made a cup with a leaf for them to drink from. The children told this to their parents, so others came to the spring, but, as a rule, it was used only by the Jews. I saw Jesus fetching water for his mother for the first time. Mary was in her room, kneeling in prayer, and Jesus crept out to the spring with a skin and fetched water. That was the first time. Mary was inexpressibly touched when she saw him coming back, and begged him not to do it again in case he were to fall into the water. Jesus said that he would be very careful and that he wanted to fetch water for her whenever she needed it. The child Jesus performed all kinds of services for his parents with great attention and thoughtfulness. Thus I saw him, when Joseph was working near his home, running to fetch some tool which had been left behind. He paid attention to everything. I am sure that the joy he gave his parents must have outweighed all their sufferings. I also saw Jesus going sometimes to the Jewish settlement, about a mile from Matarea, to fetch bread in return for his mother's work. The many loathsome beasts to be found in this country did him no harm. On the contrary, they were very friendly with him. I have seen him playing with snakes. The first time that he went alone to the Jewish settlement, I am not sure whether it was in his 5th or 7th year. He was wearing a new brown dress with yellow flowers round its edge, which the Blessed Virgin had made and embroidered for him. He knelt down to pray on the way, and I saw 2 angels appearing to him and announcing the death of Herod the Great. Jesus said nothing of this to his parents, why I do not know, whether from humility or because the angel had forbidden him to, or because he knew that the time had not yet come for them to leave Egypt. Once I saw him going to the settlement with other Jewish children, and when he returned home, I saw him weeping bitterly over the degraded state of the Jews living there. The spring at Matarea, discovered by Job. The spring which appeared at Matarea in answer to the Blessed Virgin's prayers was not a new one, but an old one which gushed forth afresh. It had been choked, but was still lined with masonry. I saw that Job had been in Egypt long before Abraham, and had dwelt on this spot in this place. It was he who found the spring, and he made sacrifices on the great stone lying here. Job was the youngest of 13 brothers. His father was a great chieftain at the time of the building of the Tower of Babel. His father had one brother who was Abraham's ancestor. The tribes of these 2 brothers generally intermarried. Job's first wife was of the tribe of Peleg. After many adventures, when he was living in his 3rd home, he married 3 more wives of the same tribe. One of them bore him a son whose daughter married into the tribe of Peleg and gave birth to Abraham's mother. Job was thus the great-grandfather of Abraham's mother. Job's father was called Joachim, a son of Eber. He lived to the north of the Caspian Sea, near a mountain range, one side of which is quite warm, while the other is cold and ice-covered. There were elephants in that country. I do not think elephants could have gone to the place where Job first went to set up his own tribe, for it was very swampy there. That place was to the north of a mountain range lying between 2 seas, the westernmost of which was before the flood, a high mountain inhabited by evil angels, by whom men were possessed. The country there was poor and marshy. I think it is now inhabited by a race with small eyes, flat noses, and high cheekbones. It was here that Job's first misfortune befell him, and he then moved southwards to the Caucasus and began his life again. From here he made a great expedition to Egypt, a land which at that time was ruled by foreign kings belonging to a shepherd people from Job's fatherland. One of these came from Job's own country, another came from the farthest country of the three holy kings. They ruled over only a part of Egypt, and were later driven out by an Egyptian king. At one time there was a great number of these shepherd people, all collected together in one city. They had migrated to Egypt from their own country. The king of these shepherds from Job's country desired a wife for his son from his family's tribe in the Caucasus, and Job brought this royal bride, who was related to him, to Egypt with a great following. He had 30 camels with him and many men servants and rich presents. He was still young, a tall man of a pleasing yellow-brown color, with reddish hair. The people in Egypt were dirty brown in color. At that time, Egypt was not thickly populated. Only here and there were large masses of people. There were no great buildings either. These did not appear until the time of the children of Israel. The king showed Job great honor, and was unwilling to let him go away again. He was very anxious for him to emigrate to Egypt with his whole tribe, and appointed as his dwelling place the city where afterwards the Holy Family lived, which was then quite different. Job remained 5 years in Egypt, and I saw that he lived in the same place where the Holy Family lived, and that God showed him that spring. When performing his religious ceremonies, he made sacrifice on the great stone. Job was, to be sure, a heathen, but he was an upright man who acknowledged the true God and worshipped him as the creator of all that he saw in nature, the stars and the ever-changing light. He was never tired of speaking with God of his wonderful creations. He worshipped none of the horrible figures of beasts adored by the other races of mankind in his time, but had thought out for himself a representation of the true God. This was a small figure of a man with rays round its head, and I think it had wings. Its hands were clasped under its breast, and bore a globe on which was a ship on waves. Perhaps it was meant to represent the flood. When performing his religious ceremonies, he burnt grains before this little figure. Figures of this kind were afterwards introduced into Egypt, sitting in a kind of pulpit with a canopy above. Job found a terrible form of idolatry here in this city, descending from the heathen magical rites practiced at the building of the Tower of Babel. They had an idol with a broad ox's head, rising to a point at the top. Its mouth was open, and behind its head were twisted horns. Its body was hollow, fire was made in it, and live children were thrust into its glowing arms. I saw something being taken out of holes in its body. The people here were horrible, and the land was full of dreadful beasts. Great black creatures with fiery manes flew about in swarms, scattering what seemed like fire as they flew. They poisoned everything in their path, and the trees withered away under them. I saw other animals with long hind legs and short forelegs, like moles. They could leap from roof to roof. Then there were frightful creatures lurking in hollows and between stones, which wound themselves round men and strangled them. In the Nile I saw a heavy, awkward beast with hideous teeth and thick black feet. It was the size of a horse and had something pig-like about it. Besides these, I saw many other ugly creatures, but the people here were much more horrible than any of them. Job, whom I saw clearing the evil beasts from around his dwelling by his prayers, had such a horror of these godless folk that he often broke out in loud reproaches of them, saying that he would rather live with all these dreadful beasts than with the infamous inhabitants of this land. I often saw him at sunrise gazing longingly towards his own country, which lay a little to the south of the farthest country of the three holy kings. Job saw prophetic pictures foreshadowing the arrival in Egypt of the children of Israel. He also had visions of the salvation of mankind and of the trials that awaited himself. He would not be persuaded to stay in Egypt, and at the end of 5 years he and his companions left the country. There were intervals of calm between the great misfortunes that befell Job. The first interval lasted 9 years, the second 7, and the third 12. The words in the book of Job, "And while he, the messenger of evil, was yet speaking," mean this misfortune of his was still the talk of the people when the following befell him. His misfortunes came upon him in 3 different places. The last calamity, and also the restoration of all his prosperity, happened when he was hiving in a flat country directly to the east of Jericho. Incense and myrrh were found here, and there was also a gold mine with smithies. At another time I saw much more about Job, which I will tell later. For the present, I will only say that Job's story of himself and of his talking with God were written down at his dictation by 2 trusty servants of his, like treasurers. Their names were Hai and Uis, or Ois. This story was preserved by his descendants as a sacred treasure and was handed down from generation to generation until it reached Abraham and his sons. It was used for purposes of instruction and came into Egypt with the children of Israel. Moses used it to comfort and console the Israelites during the Egyptian oppression and their journey through the desert, but in a summarized version, for it was originally of much greater length, and a great deal of it would have been incomprehensible to them. Solomon again remodeled it, so that it is a religious work full of the wisdom of Job, Moses, and Solomon. It was difficult to recognize the true history of Job from it, for the names of persons and places had been changed to ones nearer Canaan, and it was thought that Job was an Edomite because the last place where he lived was inhabited long after his death by Edomites, the descendants of Esau. Job might still have been alive when Abraham was born. The spring at Matarea, Abraham lives, a long time by it. When Abraham was in Egypt, he also had his tents beside this spring, and I saw him teaching the people here. He lived in the country several years with Sarah and a number of his sons and daughters whose mothers had remained behind in Chaldea. His brother Lot was also here with his family, but I do not remember what place of residence was assigned to him. Abraham went to Egypt by God's command, firstly because of a famine in the land of Canaan, and secondly to fetch a family treasure which had found its way to Egypt through a niece of Sarah's mother. This niece was of the race of the shepherd people, belonging to Job's tribe, who had been rulers of part of Egypt. She had gone there to be serving maid to the reigning family, and had then married an Egyptian. She was also the foundress of a tribe, but I have forgotten its name. Hagar, the mother of Ishmael, was a descendant of hers, and was thus of Sarah's family. The woman had carried off this family treasure, just as Rachel had carried off Laban's household gods, and had sold it in Egypt for a great sum. In this way it had come into the possession of the king and the priests. This treasure was a genealogy of the children of Noah, especially of the children of Shem, down to Abraham's time. It looked like a scales hanging on several chains from inside a lid. This lid was made to shut down onto a sort of box, which enclosed the chains in it. The chains were made of triangular pieces of gold linked together. The names of each generation were engraved on these pieces, which were thick yellow coins, while the links connecting them were pale like silver and thin. Some of the gold pieces had a number of others hanging from them. The whole treasure was bright and shining. I heard, but have forgotten what was its value in shekels. The Egyptian priests had made endless calculations in connection with this genealogy, but never arrived at the right conclusion. Before Abraham came into their country, the Egyptians must have known, from their astrologers and from the prophecies of their sorceresses, that he and his wife came from the noblest of races, that he was to be the father of a chosen people. They were always searching in their prophetic books for noble races, and tried to intermarry with them. This gave Satan the opportunity of attempting to debase the pure races by leading the Egyptians astray into immorality and deeds of violence. Abraham, fearing that he might be murdered by the Egyptians because of the beauty of Sarah, his wife, had given out that she was his sister. This was not a lie, since she was his stepsister, the daughter of his father Terah by another wife. See Genesis 20:12. The king of Egypt caused Sarah to be brought into his palace and wished to take her to wife. Abraham and Sarah were then in great distress and besought God for help, whereupon God punished the king with sickness, and all his wives and most of the women in the city fell ill. The king, in alarm, caused inquiry to be made, and when he heard that Sarah was Abraham's wife, he gave her back to him, begging him to leave Egypt as soon as possible. It was clear, he said, that Abraham and his wife were under the protection of the gods. The Egyptians were a strange people. On the one hand, they were extremely arrogant and considered themselves to be the greatest and wisest among the nations. On the other hand, they were excessively cowardly and servile, and gave way when they were faced by a power which they feared was greater than theirs. This was because they were not sure of all their knowledge, most of which came to them in dark, ambiguous soothsayings, which easily produced conflicts and contradictions. Since they were very credulous of wonders, any such contradiction at once caused them great alarm. Abraham approached the king very humbly with a request for corn. He won his favor by treating him as a ruler over the nations and received many rich presents. When the king gave Sarah back to her husband and begged him to leave Egypt, Abraham replied that he could not do this unless he took with him the genealogy that belonged to him, describing in detail the manner in which it had come to Egypt. The king then summoned the priests, and they willingly gave Abraham back what belonged to him, only asking that the whole transaction might first be formally recorded, which was done. Abraham then returned with his following to the land of Canaan. I have seen many things about the spring at Matarea, right down to our own times, and remembered this much. Already at the time of the Holy Family, it was used by lepers as a healing well. Much later, a small Christian church was built on the site of Mary's dwelling. Near the high altar of this church, one descended into the cave where the Holy Family lived until Joseph had arranged their dwelling. I saw the spring with human habitations round it, and I saw it being used for various forms of skin eruptions. I also saw people bathing in it to cure themselves of evil-smelling perspirations. That was when the Mohammedans were there. I saw, too, that the Turks always kept a light burning in the church over Mary's dwelling. They feared some misfortune if they forgot to light it. In later times, I saw the spring isolated and at some distance from any houses. There was no longer a city there, and wild fruit trees grew about it. The return of the Holy Family from Egypt. At last I saw the Holy Family leaving Egypt. Though Herod had been dead for some time, they were not yet able to return, for there was still danger. Their sojourn in Egypt became increasingly difficult for St. Joseph. The people there practiced an abominable idolatry, sacrificing deformed children, and even thinking it an act of special piety to offer healthy ones to be sacrificed. Besides this, they practiced obscene rites in secret. Even the Jews in their settlement had become infected by these horrors. They had a temple which they said was like Solomon's temple, But this was idle boasting, for it was utterly different. They had an Ark of the Covenant in imitation of the real one, but it contained obscene figures, and their ceremonies were abominable. They no longer sang the Psalms. Joseph, on the other hand, had arranged everything admirably in the school at Matarea. He had been joined there by the heathen priest who had taken the Holy Family's part when the idols collapsed in the little town near Heliopolis. Others had accompanied him and had attached themselves to the Jewish community. I saw St. Joseph busy at his carpentry on the eve of the Sabbath. He was in great distress because he was not given the payment due to him, and he had nothing to take home, where money was much needed. In his trouble, he knelt down under the open sky in a corner and prayed to God to help him in his need. The next night, I saw that an angel came to him in a dream, saying that those who had sought the life of the child were dead, and that he was to rise up and make ready to journey home from Egypt by the high road. He was to have no fear, for the angel would accompany him. I saw St. Joseph communicating to the Blessed Virgin and to the child Jesus this command that he had received from God, and I saw them preparing as promptly and obediently for their journey home as they had done when warned to flee into Egypt. When their decision became known next morning, many people came to them in great distress to say farewell, bringing with them all kinds of presents in little vessels of bark. They were mostly Jews, but some were converted heathen, and all were truly grieved. The Jews in this country were so sunk in idolatry as hardly to be recognized. There were some people here who were glad at the departure of the Holy Family, looking on them as sorcerers who owed their power to the mightiest among the evil spirits. Amongst the good people who brought presents, I saw mothers with their little boys who had been Jesus' playfellows. Among these, I particularly noticed a prominent woman of that town, with her small son, whom she used to call the Son of Mary. For this woman, who was named Mira, had long hoped for children, and had, by the prayers of the Blessed Virgin, been granted this son by God. She had called him Deodatus. I saw this woman giving money to Jesus, yellow, white, and brown pieces, triangular in shape. Jesus looked at his mother as he accepted this gift. As soon as Joseph had packed on the donkey all that they needed, they started on their journey, accompanied by all their friends. The donkey was the same one on which Mary had journeyed to Bethlehem. On their flight into Egypt, they had also had a she-ass with them, but Joseph had been obliged to sell her when they were in want. They went between On and the Jewish settlement, and then turned southwards to the spring which had gushed forth in answer to Mary's prayer before they came to On or Heliopolis. All was now green here, and the stream from the spring encircled a garden, surrounded on all four sides, except for the entrance, by a hedge of balsam shrubs. This garden was as big as Duke Croy's riding school at Dulmen, and in it were young fruit trees, date palms, and sycamores. The balsam shrubs were already as big as good-sized vines. Joseph had made little vessels of bark, very smooth and delicate, except for the places where they were smeared with pitch. While they were resting, he often made vessels like these for various uses. He broke off the trefoil-shaped leaves from the reddish tendrils of the balsam and hung his little bark bottles on the shrub to catch the falling drops of balsam for them to take with them on their journey. Their companions now took a tender farewell of them, after which the Holy Family remained some hours here. The Blessed Virgin washed and dried some things, and after refreshing themselves with water and filling their water skin, they started on their journey along the highway. I saw many pictures of them on this journey home, always free from danger. The child Jesus, Mary, and Joseph had on their heads, to protect them from the sun, a round piece of thin bark tied under their chins with a cloth. Jesus had his brown dress on, and wore shoes of bark, which Joseph had made for him. They were arranged so as to cover half his feet. Mary wore only soles. I saw that she was often worried because the child Jesus found it so difficult to walk in the hot sand. I often saw her stopping to shake the sand out of his shoes. He often had to ride on the donkey so as to rest. I saw them go through several towns and pass by others. Their names have escaped me, though I still remember the name Ramses. They crossed some water which they had also crossed on their journey into Egypt. It ends from the Red Sea to the Nile. Joseph did not really want to go back to Nazareth, but wished to settle in his ancestral home of Bethlehem. He was, however, still irresolute, since on arriving in the Promised Land, he heard that Judea was governed by Archelaus, who, like Herod, was very cruel. I saw that the Holy Family stayed about 3 months in Gaza, where there were many heathen. Here an angel again appeared to Joseph in a dream and commanded him to go to Nazareth, which he did at once. Anna was still alive. She and a few relations knew where the Holy Family had been living. The return from Egypt happened in September. Jesus was nearly 8 years old. Part 7. The Death, Burial, and Assumption of the Blessed Virgin. The death of the Blessed Virgin Mary at Ephesus. Regarding Mary's age, after Christ's ascension, Mary lived for 3 years on Mount Sion, for 3 years in Bethany, and for 9 years in Ephesus, whither St. John took her, soon after the Jews had set Lazarus and his sisters adrift upon the sea. Mary did not live in Ephesus itself, but in the country near it, where several women who were her close friends had settled. Mary's dwelling was on a hill to the left of the road from Jerusalem, some 3.5 hours from Ephesus. This hill slopes steeply towards Ephesus. The city, as one approaches it from the southeast, seems to lie on rising ground immediately before one, but seems to change its place as one draws nearer. Great avenues lead up to the city, and the ground under the trees is covered with yellow fruit. Narrow paths lead southwards to a hill, near the top of which is an uneven plateau, some half-hour's journey in circumference, overgrown, like the hill itself, with wild trees and bushes. It was on this plateau that the Jewish settlers had made their home. It is a very lonely place, but has many fertile and pleasant slopes, as well as rock caves, clean and dry and surrounded by patches of sand. It is wild but not desolate, and scattered about it are a number of trees, pyramid-shaped, with big shady branches below and smooth trunks. John had had a house built for the Blessed Virgin before he brought her here. Several Christian families and holy women had already settled here, some in caves in the earth or in the rocks, fitted out with light woodwork to make dwellings, and some in fragile huts or tents. They had come here to escape violent persecution. Their dwellings were like hermit cells, for they used as their refuges what nature offered them. As a rule, they lived at a quarter of an hour's distance from each other. The whole settlement was like a scattered village. Mary's house was the only one built of stone. A little way behind it was the summit of the rocky hill, from which one could see over the trees and hills to Ephesus and the sea with its many islands. The place is nearer the sea than Ephesus, which must be several hours' journey distant from the coast. The district is lonely and unfrequented. Near here is a castle, inhabited by a king who seems to have been deposed. John visited him often and ended by converting him. This place later became a bishop's see. Between the Blessed Virgin's dwelling and Ephesus runs a little stream, which winds about in a very singular way. Mary's house in Ephesus. Mary's house was built of rectangular stones, rounded or pointed at the back. The windows were high up near the flat roof. The house was divided into two compartments by the hearth in the center of it. The fireplace was on the floor opposite the door. It was sunk into the ground beside a wall which rose in steps on each side of it up to the ceiling. In the center of this wall, a deep channel, like the half of a chimney, carried the smoke up to escape by an opening in the roof. I saw a sloping copper funnel projecting above the roof over this opening. The front part of the house was divided from the room behind the fireplace by light, movable wicker screens on each side of the hearth. In this front part, the walls of which were rather rough and also blackened by smoke, I saw little cells on both sides, shut in by wicker screens fastened together. If this part of the house was needed as one large room, these screens, which did not nearly reach to the ceiling, were taken apart and put aside. These cells were used as bedrooms for Mary's maidservant and for other women who came to visit her. To the right and left of the hearth, doors led into the back part of the house, which was darker than the front part and ended in a semicircle or angle. It was neatly and pleasantly arranged. The walls were covered with wickerwork, and the ceiling was vaulted. Its beams were decorated with a mixture of paneling and wickerwork, and ornamented with a pattern of leaves. It was all simple and dignified. The farthest corner or apse of this room was divided off by a curtain and formed Mary's oratory. In the center of the wall was a niche in which had been placed a receptacle like a tabernacle, which could be opened and shut by pulling at a string to turn its door. In it stood a cross about the length of a man, the arm in which were inserted two arms rising outwards and upwards in the form of the letter Y, the shape in which I have always seen Christ's cross. It had no particular ornamentation, and was more roughly carved than the crosses which come from the Holy Land nowadays. I think that John and Mary must have made it themselves. It was made of different kinds of wood. It was told me that the pale stem of the cross was cypress, the brown arm cedar, and the other arm of yellow palm wood, while the piece added at the top, with the title, was of smooth yellow olive wood. This cross was set in a little mound of earth or stone, like Christ's cross on Mount Calvary. At its foot there lay a piece of parchment with something written on it, Christ's words, I think. On the cross itself, the figure of our Lord was roughly outlined, the lines of the carving being rubbed with darker color so as to show the figure plainly. Mary's meditation on the different kinds of wood forming the cross were communicated to me, but alas, I have forgotten this beautiful lesson. Nor can I for the moment be sure whether Christ's cross itself was made of these different kinds of wood, or whether Mary had made this cross in this way only for devotional reasons. It stood between two small vases filled with fresh flowers. I also saw a cloth lying beside the cross, and had the impression that it was the one with which the Blessed Virgin had wiped the blood from all the wounds in our Lord's holy body after it was taken down from the cross. The reason why I had this impression was that, at the sight of the cloth, I was shown that manifestation of the Blessed Virgin's motherly love. At the same time, I had the feeling that it was the cloth which priests use at Mass after drinking the precious blood to cleanse the chalice. Mary, in wiping the Lord's wounds, seemed to me to be acting in the same way, and as she did it, she held the cloth just as the priest does. Such was the impression I had at the sight of the cloth beside the cross. To the right of this oratory, against a niche in the wall, was the sleeping place or cell of the Blessed Virgin. Opposite it, to the left of the oratory, was a cell where her clothes and other belongings were kept. Between these two cells a curtain was hung, dividing off the oratory. It was Mary's custom to sit in front of this curtain when she was working or reading. The sleeping place of the Blessed Virgin was backed by a wall hung with a woven carpet. The side walls were light screens of bark woven in different colored woods to make a pattern. The front wall was hung with a carpet and had a door with two panels opening inwards. The ceiling of this cell was also of wickerwork rising into a vault, from the center of which was suspended a lamp with several arms. Mary's couch, which was placed against the wall, was a box 1.5 feet high and of the breadth and length of a narrow plank. A covering was stretched on it and fastened to a knob at each of the four corners. The sides of this box were covered with carpets reaching down to the floor and were decorated with tassels and fringes. A round cushion served as pillow, and there was a covering of brownish material with a check pattern. The little house stood near a wood among pyramid-shaped trees with smooth trunks. It was very quiet and solitary. The dwellings of the other families were all scattered about at some distance. The whole settlement was like a village of peasants, Mary's maidservant and John the Apostle. The Blessed Virgin lived here alone, with a younger woman, her maidservant, who fetched what little food they needed. They lived very quietly and in profound peace. There was no man in the house, but sometimes they were visited by an apostle or disciple on his travels. There was one man whom I saw more often than others going in and out of the house. I always took him to be John, but neither here nor in Jerusalem did he remain permanently near the Blessed Virgin. He came and went in the course of his travels. He did not wear the same dress as in Jesus' time. His garment was very long and hung in folds, and was of a thin, grayish-white material. He was very slim and active. His face was long, narrow, and delicate, and on his bare head his long, fair hair was parted and brushed back behind his ears. In contrast with the other apostles, this gave him a womanish, almost girlish appearance. Last time he was here, I saw Mary becoming ever quieter and more meditative. She took hardly any nourishment. It was as if she were only here in appearance, as if her spirit had already passed beyond, and her whole being was far away. In the last weeks before she died, I sometimes saw her, weak and aged, being led about the house by her maidservant. Once I saw John come into the house, looking much older too, and very thin and haggard. As he came in, he girt up his long, white, ample garment in his girdle, then took off this girdle and put on another one, inscribed with letters, which he drew out from under his robe. He put a sort of maniple on his arm and a stole round his neck. The Blessed Virgin came in from her bedchamber, completely enveloped in a white robe, and leaning on her maidservant, the arm. Her face was white as snow and as though transparent. She seemed to be swaying with intense longing. Since Jesus' ascension, her whole being seemed to be filled with an ever-increasing yearning, which gradually consumed her. John and she went together to the oratory. The Blessed Virgin pulled at the ribbon or strap which turned the tabernacle in the wall to show the cross in it. After they had knelt for a long time in prayer before it, John rose and drew from his breast a metal box. Opening it at one side, he drew from it a wrapping of material of fine wool, and out of this took a little folded cloth of white material. From this he took out the Blessed Sacrament in the form of a small square white particle. After speaking a few solemn words, he gave the sacrament to the Blessed Virgin. He did not give her a chalice. Behind the house, at a little distance up the hill, the Blessed Virgin had made a kind of way of the cross. When she was living in Jerusalem, she had never failed, ever since our Lord's death, to follow his path to Calvary with tears of compassion. She had paced out and measured all the distances between the stations of that Via Crucis, and her love for her Son made her unable to live without this constant contemplation of his sufferings. Soon after her arrival at her new home, I saw her every day climbing part of the way up the hill behind her house to carry out this devotion. At first, she went by herself, measuring the number of steps, so often counted by her, which separated the places of our Lord's different sufferings. At each of these places, she put up a stone, or, if there was already a tree there, she made a mark upon it. The way led into a wood, and upon a hill in this wood she had marked the place of Calvary, and the grave of Christ in a little cave in another hill. After she had marked this way of the cross with 12 stations, she went there with her maidservant in quiet meditation. At each station they sat down and renewed the mystery of its significance in their hearts, praising the Lord for his love with tears of compassion. Afterwards she arranged the stations better, and I saw her inscribing on the stones the meaning of each station, the number of paces, and so forth. I saw, too, that she cleaned out the cave of the Holy Sepulchre and made it a place for prayer. At that time I saw no picture and no fixed cross to designate the stations, nothing but plain memorial stones with inscriptions. But afterwards, as the result of constant visits and attention, I saw the place becoming increasingly beautiful and easy of approach. After the Blessed Virgin's death, I saw this way of the cross being visited by Christians, who threw themselves down and kissed the ground. Mary travels from Ephesus to Jerusalem. After 3 years' sojourn here, Mary had a great longing to see Jerusalem again, and was taken there by John and Peter. Several of the apostles were, I believe, assembled there. I saw Thomas among them, and I think a council was held at which Mary assisted them with her advice. On their arrival at Jerusalem in the dusk of the evening, before they went into the city, I saw them visiting the Mount of Olives, Calvary, the Holy Sepulchre, and all the holy places outside Jerusalem. The Mother of God was so sorrowful and so moved by compassion that she could hardly hold herself upright, and Peter and John had to support her as they led her away. She came to Jerusalem from Ephesus once again, 18 months before her death, and I saw her again visiting the holy places with the apostles at night, wrapped in a veil. She was inexpressibly sorrowful, constantly sighing, "O my son, my son." When she came to that door behind the palace where she had met Jesus sinking under the weight of the cross, she too sank to the ground in a swoon, overcome by agonizing memories, and her companions thought she was dying. They brought her to Sion, to the cenacle, where she was living in one of the outer buildings. Here for several days she was so weak and ill, and so often suffered from fainting attacks, that her companions again and again thought her end was near, and made preparations for her burial. She herself chose a cave in the Mount of Olives, and the apostles caused a beautiful sepulchre to be prepared here by the hands of a Christian stonemason. During this time it was announced more than once that she was dead, and the rumor of her death and burial was spread abroad in Jerusalem and in other places as well. By the time, however, that the sepulchre was ready, she had recovered and was strong enough to journey back to her home in Ephesus, where she did in fact die 18 months later. The sepulchre prepared for her on the Mount of Olives was always held in honor, and later a church was built over it, and John Damascene, so I heard in the Spirit, but who and what was he, wrote from hearsay that she had died and been buried in Jerusalem. I expect that the news of her death, burial place, and assumption into heaven were permitted by God to be indefinite and only a matter of tradition, in order that Christianity in its early days should not be in danger of heathen influences then so powerful. The Blessed Virgin might easily have been adored as a goddess. Relatives and friends of the Holy Family who also live in Ephesus. Amongst the holy women living in the Christian settlement near Ephesus and visiting the Blessed Virgin in her house was the daughter of a sister of Anna, the prophetess of the temple. I saw her once traveling to Nazareth with Seraphia, Veronica, before Jesus' baptism. This woman was related to the Holy Family through Anna, for Anna was related to St. Anne, and still more closely to Elizabeth, St. Anne's niece. Another of the women living in Mary's neighborhood, whom I had also seen on her way to Nazareth before Jesus' baptism, was a niece of Elizabeth's called Mara. She was related to the Holy Family in the following way. St. Anne's mother, Ismaria, had a sister called Emerentia, both living in the pasture lands of Mara between Mount Horeb and the Red Sea. She was told by the head of the Essenes on Mount Horeb that among her descendants would be friends of the Messiah. She married Aphras, of the family of the priests who had carried the Ark of the Covenant. Emerentia had 3 daughters: Elizabeth, the mother of the Baptist; Anue, who was present as a widow at the birth of the Blessed Virgin in St. Anne's house; and Rhoda, whose daughter Mara was, as I have said, now at Ephesus. Rhoda had married far away from the home of her family. She lived first in the region of Shechem, then in Nazareth, and at Casaloth on Mount Tabor. Besides Mara, she had 2 other daughters, and the sons of one of these became disciples. One of Rhoda's 2 sons was the first husband of Moroni, who, when he died, married as a childless widow Eliud, a nephew of St. Anne, and went to live at Nain. Moroni had by this Eliud a son whom our Lord raised from the dead in Nain, after his mother had become a widow for the 2nd time. He was the young man of Nain who became a disciple and received the name of Martial in baptism. Rhoda's daughter Mara, who was present at Mary's death at Ephesus, was married and lived near Bethlehem. At the time of Christ's birth, when St. Anne absented herself from Bethlehem on one occasion, it was to Mara that she went. Mara was not well off, for Rhoda had, like the rest of her family, left her children only 1/3 of her property, the other 2/3 going to the temple and the poor. I think that Nathanael, the bridegroom of Cana, was a son of this Mara, and received the name of Amador in baptism. She had other sons who all became disciples. The Holy Virgin makes the way of the cross for the last time. Last night and the night before, I had much to do with the Mother of God at Ephesus. I followed her way of the cross with her and some 5 other holy women. The niece of Anna the prophetess was there, and also Elizabeth's niece, the widow Mara. The Blessed Virgin went in front of them all. I saw that she was weak. Her face was quite white and as though transparent. Her appearance was indescribably moving. It seemed to me as if I were following her here for the last time. While she was making the stations, John, Peter, and Thaddeus were, I think, already in her house. I saw the Blessed Virgin as very full of years, but no sign of old age appeared in her, except a consuming yearning by which she was, as it were, transfigured. There was an indescribable solemnity about her. I never saw her laugh, though she had a beautiful smile. As she grew older, her face became ever paler and more transparent. She was very thin, but I saw no wrinkles. There was no sign whatever in her of any withering or decay. She was living in the spirit, as it were. The reason why I saw the Blessed Virgin with such particular clearness in this vision may be my possession of a little relic of a garment which she wore on this occasion. I will endeavor to describe the garment as clearly as I can. It was an overgarment. It completely covered only the back, where it fell to the feet in a few long folds. At the neck it was crossed over the breast and shoulders, and was held on one shoulder by a button, making a kind of scarf. It was fastened round the waist by a girdle, and fell from under her arms to the feet on each side of the brown undergarment. Below the girdle it was folded back to show the lining, which had red and yellow stripes running down and across it. The little piece in my possession comes from the right-hand side of this fold, but not from the lining. It was a festival garment, worn in this way according to old Jewish custom. The Blessed Virgin's mother wore one too. This garment covered only the back of the brown undergarment, leaving the bodice and whole front of the latter visible. The sleeves, which were full, showed only from the elbows downwards. The Blessed Virgin's hair was hidden in the yellowish cap which she wore. This was stretched rather tightly across her forehead and drawn together in folds on the back of her head. Over it she wore a soft black veil which hung down to her waist. I saw her wearing this dress at the wedding of Cana. In the 3rd year of Jesus' ministry, when our Lord was healing the sick and teaching beyond the Jordan at Bethabara, also called Bethania, I saw the Blessed Virgin wearing this dress in Jerusalem, where she was living in a beautiful house near the house of Nicodemus, who, I think, owned that house also. Again, at our Lord's crucifixion, I saw her wearing this garment, completely hidden under her praying and mourning cloak. No doubt she wore this ceremonial dress here, at the Way of the Cross in Ephesus, in memory of having worn it during Jesus' sufferings on his way to Calvary. I came into Mary's house, some 3 hours' journey from Ephesus. I saw her lying on a low, very narrow couch in her little sleeping alcove, all hung with white, in the room behind and to the right of the hearth place. Her head rested on a round cushion. She was very weak and pale, and seemed as though completely consumed with yearning. Her head and whole figure were wrapped in a long cloth. She was covered by a brown woolen blanket. I saw several women, 5, I think, going into her room one after the other, and coming out again as though they were saying farewell to her. As they came out, they made affecting gestures of prayer or grief. I again noticed amongst them Anna, the niece of the prophetess, and Mara, Elizabeth's niece, whom I had seen at the Stations of the Cross. I now saw 6 of the apostles already gathered here: Peter, Andrew, John, Thaddeus, Bartholomew, and Matthias, and also one of the 7 deacons, Nicanor, who was always so helpful and anxious to be of service. I saw the apostles standing in prayer together on the right-hand side of the front part of the house, where they had arranged an oratory. The apostles gather at Mary's deathbed. 2 apostles have not yet arrived. The time of the year when the Church celebrates the death of the Blessed Virgin is no doubt the correct one, only it does not fall every year on the same day. Today I saw 2 more apostles coming in with girt-up garments like travelers. These were James the Less and Matthew, who is his stepbrother, since Alphaeus married, when a widower, Mary the daughter of Cleophas, having had Matthew by a former wife. Yesterday evening and this morning I saw the assembled apostles holding a service in the front part of the house. For this purpose they had taken away, or arranged differently, the movable wickerwork screens which divided it into sleeping compartments. The altar was a table covered with a red cloth with a white one over it. It was brought from its place to the right of the hearth, which was in daily use, to be set up against the wall and used at the service, after which it was put back again. In front of the altar was a stand covered with a cloth, over which hung a scroll. Lamps were burning above the altar. On the altar had been placed a vessel in the shape of a cross, made of a substance lustrous with mother of pearl. It was barely 9 inches in length and breadth, and contained 5 boxes closed by silver lids. In the center one was the Blessed Sacrament, and in the others chrism, oil, salt, other holy things, and some shreds of what was perhaps cotton. Everything was tightly closed and packed together to prevent any leakage. It was the apostles' custom to carry this cross on their travels, hanging on their breasts under their garments. They were then greater than the high priest when he carried on his breast the holy treasure of the Old Covenant. I cannot clearly recollect whether there were holy bones in one of the boxes or elsewhere, but I do know that in the sacrifice of the New Covenant, they always had near the altar the bones of prophets and later of martyrs, just as the patriarchs at their sacrifices always placed on the altar the bones of Adam or of other progenitors on whom the promise rested. At the Last Supper, Christ had taught the apostles to do the same. Peter stood in priestly vestments before the altar, with the others behind him as if in choir. The women stood in the background, a rival of Simon the Apostle. Today I saw a ninth apostle, Simon, arrive. James the Greater, Philip, and Thomas were the only ones missing. I also saw that several disciples had arrived, among whom I remembered John Mark and the aged Simeon's son or grandson, who had killed Jesus' last Easter lamb and had the duty of supervising the sacrificial animals in the temple. There were now some 10 men assembled there. There was again a service at the altar, and I saw some of the new arrivals with their garments girt up high, so that I thought they must be intending to leave immediately afterwards. In front of the Blessed Virgin's bed stood a small, low, three-cornered stool, like the one on which the kings had laid their presents before her in the cave of the Nativity. On it was a little bowl with a small brown transparent spoon. Today I saw nobody in the Blessed Virgin's room except one woman. I saw Peter again bringing her the Blessed Sacrament after the service. He brought it to her in the cross-shaped vessel. The apostles stood in 2 rows, reaching from the altar to her couch, and bowed low as Peter passed between them, bearing the Blessed Sacrament. The screens round the Blessed Virgin's couch were pushed back on all sides. After witnessing all this in Ephesus, I had a longing to see what was going on in Jerusalem at this time, but shrank from the long journey there from Ephesus, whereupon the Holy Virgin and Martyr Susanna came to me and encouraged me, saying that she would be my companion on the journey. Today is her feast day, and I have a relic of her, and she was with me the whole night. So I went with her over sea and land, and we soon reached Jerusalem. She was, however, quite different from me, as light as air, and when I tried to take hold of her, I could not do it. As soon as I came to a definite place, as for instance Jerusalem yesterday, she disappeared. But in all my passages from one vision to another, she was there to accompany and encourage me. Jerusalem at the time of the death of the Holy Virgin. I came to the Mount of Olives and found it all changed and laid waste since I had seen it before, though I was able to recognize each place I had known. The house near the Garden of Gethsemane, where the disciples had stayed, had been pulled down, and a number of trenches and walls had been made there to prevent access to it. After this, I betook myself to our Lord's sepulchre. It had been walled up and buried under rubbish, and above, on the top of the rock, a building like a little temple was being put up. So far, only the bare walls had been built. As I looked about me, distressed at all the devastation, my heavenly bridegroom appeared to me in the form in which he had once appeared to Mary Magdalene in this place, and comforted me. I found Mount Calvary built up and desolate. The little hill on which the cross had stood had been leveled and surrounded by banks and ditches to prevent access to it. I did, however, make my way there to pray, and again our Lord came to strengthen and comfort me. When our Lord appeared to me, I no longer saw Saint Susanna beside me. Afterwards, I entered into a vision of Christ's miracles and acts of healing near Jerusalem, and saw many of these healings again. This made me think of the power of healing in the name of Jesus, which is specially bestowed upon priests, and how in our days this grace has been particularly manifested in the person of Prince Hohenlohe. I saw him healing many kinds of illnesses by his prayers. Sometimes he cured people who had long suffered from ulcers hidden under their dirty rags. I am not sure whether these were really ulcers or only symbols of old burdens on their consciences. At the same time, I found myself in the presence of other priests who possessed this power of healing in the same degree, but failed to exercise it, owing to distractions, preoccupations with other things, fear of other people, or lack of perseverance. One of these I saw particularly clearly. To be sure, he helped many people whose hearts were, I saw, being gnawed by ugly creatures. These, no doubt, signified sins, but others who lay stricken with bodily illness, and whom he could certainly have helped, he neglected to assist owing to distractions, which caused disturbances and obstacles within him. The apostles hold a service. There are now not more than 12 men gathered together in Mary's house. Today I saw a service being held in her sleeping alcove. Mass was said there. Her little room was open on all sides. A woman was kneeling beside Mary's couch, and every now and then held her upright. I see this being done throughout the day, and I see the women giving the Blessed Virgin a spoonful of liquid from the bowl. Mary had a cross on her couch, half an arm's length long and shaped like the letter Y, as I always see the Holy Cross. The upright piece is somewhat broader than the arms. It seems to be made of different woods, and the figure of Christ is white. The Blessed Virgin received the Blessed Sacrament. After Christ's ascension, she lived 14 years and 2 months. Mary's Way of the Cross has 12 stations. She paced out all the measurements, and John had the memorial stones set up for her. At first they were just rough stones to mark the places. Afterwards, everything was made more elaborate. There were now low, smooth, white stones with many sides, I think 8, with a little depression in the center of the surface. Each of these stones rested on a base of the same stone, whose thickness was hidden by the close turf and the beautiful flower surrounding them. The stones and their bases were all inscribed with Hebrew letters. These stations were all in hollows like little round basins. They were enclosed, and a path encircled the stones, broad enough for 1 or 2 people to approach in order to read the inscriptions. The spaces round the stones, covered with grass and beautiful flowers, varied in size. These stones were not always uncovered. There was a mat or cover fastened at one side, which, when nobody was praying there, was pulled over the stone and held down on the other side with 2 pegs. These 12 stones were all alike, all engraved with Hebrew inscriptions, but their positions were different. The station of the Mount of Olives was in a little valley near a cave, in which several people could kneel at prayer. The station of Mount Calvary was the only one not in a hollow, but on a hill. To reach the station of the Holy Sepulchre, one went over this hill and came to the stone in a hollow. Still lower down, at the foot of the hill, in a cave, was the sepulchre in which the Blessed Virgin was buried. I believe that this grave must still exist under the earth and will one day come to light. I saw that the apostles, holy women, and other Christians, when they approached these stations to pray before them, kneeling or lying on their faces, brought out from under their robes a Y-shaped cross about a foot long, which they set up in the hollow on the various stones by means of a prop at its back. James the Greater and Philip arrive. I saw the service being celebrated today as before. I saw the Blessed Virgin being lifted up several times in the day to be given nourishment from the spoon. In the evening, about 7 o'clock, she said in her sleep, "Now James the Greater has come from Spain by Rome with 3 companions, Timon, Arimenziar, and still another." Later, Philip came with a companion from Egypt. I saw the apostles and disciples arrive, mostly in a very tired condition. They had long staffs with crooks and knobs of different shapes in their hands, which showed their rank. They wore long white woolen cloaks, which they could draw over their heads as hoods. Underneath, they wore long white priests' robes of wool. These were open from top to bottom, closed by little knob-like buttons and slit straps of leather. I always saw them like this, but forgot to say so. When they were on their travels, they wore their garments girt up high round their waists. Some of them had a pouch hanging from their girdles. The newcomers tenderly embraced those who were already there, and I saw many of them weeping for joy and for sorrow, too, happy to see each other again, and grieved that the occasion for their meeting was so sad. They laid aside their staffs, cloaks, girdles, and pouches, letting their long white undergarments fall to their feet. They put on broad girdles which they carried with them, engraved with letters. After their feet had been washed, they approached Mary's couch and greeted her with reverence. She could only say a few words to them. I saw that they took no nourishment except little loaves. They drank from the little flasks hanging from their girdles. How the apostles were called to Mary's deathbed. A short time before the Blessed Virgin's death, as she felt the approach of her reunion with her God, her Son, and her Redeemer, she prayed that there might be fulfilled what Jesus had promised to her in the house of Lazarus at Bethany on the day before his ascension. It was shown to me in the Spirit how at that time, when she begged him that she might not live for long in this vale of tears after he had ascended, Jesus told her in general what spiritual works she was to accomplish before her end on earth. He told her, too, that in answer to her prayers, the apostles and several disciples would be present at her death, and what she was to say to them and how she was to bless them. I saw, too, how he told the inconsolable Mary Magdalene to hide herself in the desert, and her sister Martha to found a community of women. He himself would always be with them. After the Blessed Virgin had prayed that the apostles should come to her, I saw the call going forth to them in many different parts of the world. At this moment I can remember what follows. In many of the places where they had taught, the apostles had already built little churches. Some of them had not yet been built in stone, but were made of plaited reeds plastered with clay. Yet all those I saw had at the back the semicircular or three-sided apse, like Mary's house at Ephesus. They had altars in them and offered the holy sacrifice of the Mass there. I saw all, the farthest as well as the nearest, being summoned by visions to come to the Blessed Virgin. The indescribably long journeys made by the apostles were not accomplished without miraculous assistance from the Lord. I think that they often traveled in a supernatural manner without knowing it, for I often saw them passing through crowds of men, apparently without anyone seeing them. I saw that the miracles which the apostles worked amongst various heathen and savage peoples were quite different from their miracles described in Holy Writ. Everywhere they worked miracles according to the needs of the people. I saw that they all took with them on their travels the bones of the prophets or of martyrs done to death in the first persecutions, and kept them at hand when praying and offering the holy sacrifice. When the Lord's summons to Ephesus came to the apostles, Peter and I think also Matthias were in the region of Antioch. Andrew, who was on his way from Jerusalem, where he had suffered persecution, was not far from him. In the night I saw Peter and Andrew asleep on their journey, in different places, but not very far apart from each other. Neither of them were in a town, but were taking their rest in public shelters, such as are found by the roadside in these hot countries. Peter was lying against a wall. I saw a shining youth approach, and wake him by taking him by the hand and telling him to rise and hurry to Mary, and that he would meet Andrew on the way. I saw that Peter, who was already stiff from age and his exertions, sat up and rested his hands on his knees as he listened to the angel. Hardly had the vision vanished when he got up, wrapped himself in his cloak, fastened his girdle, grasped his staff, and set forth. He was soon met by Andrew, who had been summoned by the same vision. Later, they met with Thaddeus, to whom the same message had been given. Thus all three came to Mary's house, where they met John. James the Greater, who had a narrow, pale face and black hair, came from Spain to Jerusalem with several disciples, and stayed some time in Sirona near Joppa. It was here that the summons to Ephesus reached him. After Mary's death, he went with some 6 others back to Jerusalem and suffered a martyr's death. The man who denounced him was converted, was baptized by him, and beheaded with him. Jude Thaddeus and Simon were in Persia when the summons reached them. Thomas was of low stature and had red-brown hair. He was the farthest off and did not arrive until after Mary's death. I saw the summoning angel come to him. He was a very long way off. He was not in any town, but in a reed hut, where he was praying, when the angel told him to go to Ephesus. I saw him alone in a little boat, with a very simple-minded servant, crossing a wide expanse of water, then journeying across country without, I think, touching at any town. He was accompanied by a disciple. He was in India when he received the warning, but before that he had decided to go farther north to Tartary, and could not make up his mind to abandon this plan. He always tried to do too much and so often arrived too late. So he went still farther north, right across China, to where Russia is now, where he received the second summons which sent him hurrying to Ephesus. The servant whom he had with him was a Tartar whom he had baptized. This man played a part in later events, but I forget what it was. Thomas did not return to Tartary after Mary's death. He was killed in India by being pierced with a lance. I saw that he set up a stone in that country on which he knelt and prayed, and that the marks of his knees were imprinted upon the stone. He foretold that when the sea should reach this stone, another would come to that country preaching Jesus Christ. John had been in Jericho a short time before. He often traveled to the Promised Land. He usually stayed in Ephesus and its neighborhood, and it was here that the summons reached him. Bartholomew was in Asia, east of the Red Sea. He was handsome and very gifted. His complexion was pale, and he had a high forehead, large eyes, and black curly hair. He had a short black curly beard, divided in the middle. He had just converted a king and his family. I saw it all and will recount it in due course. When he returned there, he was murdered by the king's brother. I forget where James the Less was when the summons reached him. He was very handsome and had a great resemblance to our Lord, whence he was called by all his brethren the brother of the Lord. About Matthew, I again saw today that he was the son of Alphaeus by a former marriage, and was thus the stepson of Alphaeus' second wife, Mary, the daughter of Cleophas. I forget about Andrew. Paul was not summoned. Only those were summoned who were relations or acquaintances of the Holy Family. The effect of relics of the apostles on the visions. During these visions, I had by my side, amongst the many relics I possess, those of Andrew, Bartholomew, James the Greater, James the Less, Thaddeus, Simon Zelotes, Thomas, and several disciples and holy women. All these came up to me in that order, more clearly and distinctly than the others, and then entered into the vision that I saw. I saw Thomas come up to me like the others, but he did not come into the vision of Mary's death. He was far away and came too late. I saw that he was the only one of the 12 who was missing. I saw him on his way at a great distance. I also saw 5 disciples and can remember with particular clearness Simeon Justus and Barnabas or Barsabbas, whose bones were beside me. Among the 3 others was one of the shepherd's sons, Irminzir, who accompanied Jesus on his long journeys after the raising of Lazarus. The other 2 came from Jerusalem. I also saw coming into Mary's house Mary Healy, the elder sister of the Blessed Virgin, and her younger stepsister, a daughter of Anna by her second husband. Mary Healy, who was the wife of Cleophas, the mother of Mary Cleophas, and the grandmother of the Apostle James the Less, Thaddeus, and Simon, was by then a very old woman. She was 20 years older than the Blessed Virgin. All these holy women lived nearby. They had come here some time before to escape the persecution in Jerusalem. Some of them lived in caves in the rocks, which had been arranged as dwellings by means of wickerwork screens. The death of the Holy Virgin. Yesterday at midday, I saw that there was already great grief and mourning in the Blessed Virgin's house. Her maidservant was in the utmost distress, throwing herself on her knees and praying with outstretched arms, sometimes in corners of the house and sometimes outside in front of it. The Blessed Virgin lay still and as though near death in her little cell. She was completely enveloped in a white sleeping coverlet, even her arms being wrapped in it. It was like the one I described when she went to bed in Elizabeth's house at the Visitation. The veil over her head was arranged in folds across her forehead. When speaking with men, she lowered it over her face. Even her hands were covered except when she was alone. In the last days of her life, I never saw her take any nourishment except now and then a spoonful of juice which her maidservant pressed from a bunch of yellow berries like grapes into a bowl near her couch. Towards evening, the Blessed Virgin realized that her end was approaching, and therefore signified her desire, in accordance with Jesus' will, to bless and say farewell to the apostles, disciples, and women who were present. Her sleeping cell was opened on all sides, and she sat upright on her couch, shining white as if suffused with light. The Blessed Virgin, after praying, blessed each one by laying her crossed hands on their foreheads. She then, once more, spoke to them all, doing everything that Jesus had commanded her at Bethany. When Peter went up to her, I saw that he had a scroll of writing in his hand. She told John what was to be done with her body, and bade him divide her clothes between her maidservant and another poor girl from the neighborhood, who sometimes came to help. The Blessed Virgin, in saying this, pointed to the cupboard standing opposite her sleeping cell, and I saw her maidservant go and open the cupboard and then shut it again. So I saw all the Blessed Virgin's garments, and will describe them later. After the apostles, the disciples who were present approached the Blessed Virgin's couch and received the same blessing. The men then went back into the front part of the house and prepared for the service, while the women who were present came up to the Blessed Virgin's couch, knelt down, and received her blessing. I saw that one of them bent right down over Mary and was embraced by her. In the meantime, the altar was set up, and the apostles vested themselves for the service in their long white robes and broad girdles with letters on them. 5 of them who assisted in offering the holy sacrifice, just as I had seen done when Peter first officiated in the new church at the pool of Bethsaida after the Ascension, put on the big, rich priestly vestments. Peter, who was the celebrant, wore a robe which was very long at the back, but did not trail on the ground. There must have been some sort of stiffening round its hem, for I see it standing out all round. They were still engaged in putting on their vestments when James the Greater arrived with 3 companions. He came with Timon, the deacon from Spain, and after passing through Rome had met with Irminzir and still another. The apostles already present, who were just going up to the altar, greeted him with grave solemnity, telling him in few words to go to the Blessed Virgin. He and his companions, after having had their feet washed and after arranging their garments, went in their traveling dress to the Blessed Virgin's room. She gave her blessing first to James alone, and then to his 3 companions together, after which James went to join in the service. The latter had been going on for some time when Philip arrived from Egypt with a companion. He at once went to the mother of our Lord and wept bitterly as he received her blessing. In the meantime, Peter had completed the holy sacrifice. He had performed the act of consecration, had received the body of the Lord, and had given communion to the apostles and disciples. The Blessed Virgin could not see the altar from her bed, but during the holy sacrifice she sat upright on her couch in deep devotion. Peter, after he and the other apostles had received communion, brought the Blessed Virgin the Blessed Sacrament and administered extreme unction to her. The apostles accompanied him in a solemn procession. Thaddeus went first with a smoking censer. Peter bore the Blessed Sacrament in the cruciform vessel of which I have spoken, and John followed him, carrying a dish on which rested the chalice with the precious blood and some small boxes. The chalice was small, white, and thick, as though of cast metal. Its stem was so short that it could only be held with 2 or 3 fingers. It had a lid and was of the same shape as the chalice at the Last Supper. A little altar had been set up by the apostles in the alcove beside the Blessed Virgin's couch. The maidservant had brought a table which she covered with red and white cloths. Lights, I think both tapers and lamps, were burning on it. The Blessed Virgin lay back on her pillows, pale and still. Her gaze was directed intently upwards. She said no word to anyone and seemed in a state of perpetual ecstasy. She was radiant with longing. I could feel this longing, which was bearing her upwards. Ah, my heart was longing to ascend with hers to God. Peter approached her and gave her extreme unction, much in the way in which it is administered now. From the boxes which John held, he anointed her with holy oil on her face, hands, and feet, and on her side, where there was an opening in her dress, so that she was in no way uncovered. While this was being done, the apostles were reciting prayers as if in choir. Peter then gave her Holy Communion. She raised herself to receive it without supporting herself, and then sank back again. The apostles prayed for a while, and then, raising herself rather less, she received the chalice from John. As she received the Blessed Sacrament, I saw a radiance pass into Mary, who sank back as though in ecstasy, and spoke no more. The apostles then returned to the altar in the front part of the house in a solemn procession with the sacred vessels, and continued the service. St. Philip now also received Holy Communion. Only a few women remained with the Blessed Virgin. Afterwards, I saw the apostles and disciples once more standing round the Blessed Virgin's bed and praying. Mary's face was radiant with smiles as in her youth. Her eyes were raised towards heaven in holy joy. Then I saw a wonderfully moving vision. The ceiling of the Blessed Virgin's room disappeared. The lamp hung in the open air, and I saw through the sky into the heavenly Jerusalem. 2 radiant clouds of light sank down, out of which appeared the faces of many angels. Between these clouds a path of light poured down upon Mary, and I saw a shining mountain leading up from her into the heavenly Jerusalem. She stretched out her arms towards it in infinite longing, and I saw her body, all wrapped up, rise so high above her couch that one could see right under it. I saw her soul leave her body like a little figure of infinitely pure light, soaring with outstretched arms up the shining mountain to heaven. The 2 angel choirs in the clouds met beneath her soul and separated it from her holy body, which in the moment of separation sank back on the couch with arms crossed on the breast. My gaze followed her soul and saw it enter the heavenly Jerusalem by that shining path and go up to the throne of the most holy Trinity. I saw many souls coming forward to meet her in joy and reverence. Amongst them I recognized many patriarchs, as well as Joachim, Anna, Joseph, Elizabeth, Zechariah, and John the Baptist. The Blessed Virgin soared through them all to the throne of God and of her Son, whose wounds shone with a light transcending even the light irradiating his whole presence. He received her with his divine love and placed in her hands a scepter with a gesture towards the earth, as though indicating the power which he gave her. Seeing her thus entered into the glory of heaven, I forgot the whole scene round her body on the earth. Some of the apostles, Peter and John, for example, must have seen this too, for their faces were raised to heaven, while the others knelt, most of them bowed down low to the earth. Everywhere was light and radiance, as at Christ's ascension. To my great joy, I saw that Mary's soul, as it entered heaven, was followed by a great number of souls released from purgatory. And again today, on the anniversary, I saw many poor souls entering heaven, amongst them some whom I knew. I was given the comforting assurance that every year, on the day of the Blessed Virgin's death, many souls of those who have venerated her receive this reward. When I once more looked down to earth, I saw the Blessed Virgin's body lying on the couch. It was shining, her face was radiant, her eyes were closed, and her arms crossed on her breast. The apostles, disciples, and women knelt round it, praying. As I saw all this, there was a beautiful ringing in the air and a movement throughout the whole of nature, like the one I had perceived on Christmas night. The Blessed Virgin died after the 9th hour at the same time as our Lord. The women now laid a covering over the holy body, and the apostles and disciples betook themselves to the front part of the house. The fire on the hearth was covered, and all the household utensils put aside and covered up. The women wrapped and veiled themselves, and sitting on the ground in the room in front of the house, they began to lament for the dead, kneeling and sitting in turns. The men muffled their heads in the piece of stuff which they wore round their necks, and held a mourning service. There were always 2 praying at the head and foot of the holy body. Matthew and Andrew followed the Blessed Virgin's way of the cross till the last station, the cave which represented Christ's sepulchre. They had tools with them with which to enlarge the tomb, for it was here that the Blessed Virgin's body was to rest. The cave was not as spacious as Christ's, and hardly high enough for a man to enter it upright. The floor sank at the entrance, and then one saw the burial place before one, like a narrow altar with the rock wall projecting over it. The 2 apostles did a good deal of work in it, and also arranged a door to close the entrance to the tomb. In the burial place a hollow had been made in the shape of a wrapped-up body, slightly raised at the head. In front of the cave there was a little garden with a wooden fence round it, as there had been in front of Christ's sepulchre. Not far away was the station of Calvary on a hill. There was no standing cross there, but only one cut into a stone. It must have been half an hour's journey from Mary's house to the tomb. 4 times did I see the apostles relieve each other in watching and praying by the holy body. Today I saw a number of women, among whom I remember a daughter of Veronica and the mother of John Mark, coming to prepare the body for burial. They brought with them cloths as well as spices to embalm the body after the Jewish fashion. They all carried little pots of fresh herbs. The house was closed, and they worked by lamplight. The apostles were praying in the front part of the house, as though they were in choir. The women took the Blessed Virgin's body from her deathbed in its wrappings and laid it in a long basket, which was so piled up with thick, roughly woven coverings or mats that the body lay high above it. 2 women then held a broad cloth stretched above the body, while 2 others removed the head covering and wrappings under this cloth, leaving the body clothed only in the long woolen robe. They cut off the Blessed Virgin's beautiful locks of hair to be kept in remembrance of her. Then I saw that these 2 women washed the holy body. They had something crinkled in their hands, probably sponges. The long robe covering the body was severed. They carried out their task with great respect and reverence, washing the body with their hands without looking at it, for the cloth which was held over it hid it from their eyes. Every place touched by the sponge was covered up again at once. The middle of the body remained wrapped up, and nothing whatever was exposed. A 5th woman wrung out the sponges in a bowl, and then dipped them into fresh water. 3 times I saw the basin emptied into a hollow outside the house, and fresh water being brought. The holy body was dressed in a new robe, open in front, and reverently lifted, by means of cloths passed under it, onto a table where the grave clothes and swaddling bands had been arranged for convenient use. They wound them tightly round the body from the ankles to below the breast, leaving the head, breast, hands, and feet free. In the meantime, the apostles had assisted at the holy sacrifice offered by Peter and received communion with him, after which I saw Peter and John, still in great bishops' cloaks, going from the front part of the house to the death chamber. John carried a vessel with ointment, and Peter, dipping the finger of his right hand into it, anointed the breast, hands, and feet of the Blessed Virgin, praying as he did so. This was not extreme unction. She had received that while still alive. He touched her hands and feet with ointment, marking forehead and breast with the sign of the cross. I think that this was done as a mark of respect for the holy body, as at the burial of our Lord. After the apostles had gone away, the women continued their preparation of the body for burial. They lit bunches of myrrh in the armpits and bosom, and filled with it the spaces between the shoulders and round the neck, chin, and checks. The feet, too, were completely embedded in bunches of herbs. Then they crossed the arms on the breast, wrapped the holy body in a great grave cloth, and wound it round with a band fastened under one arm so that it looked like a child in swaddling clothes. A transparent handkerchief was folded back from the face, which shone white between the bunches of herbs. They then placed the holy body in the coffin, which stood near. It was like a bed or a long basket. It was a kind of board with a low edge and a slightly arched lid. On the breast was laid a wreath of white, red, and sky blue flowers as a token of virginity. The apostles, disciples, and all others present then came in to see the beloved face once more before it was covered up. They knelt quietly, shedding many tears, round the Blessed Virgin's body, touching Mary's hands wrapped up on her breast in farewell, and then went. The holy women, after making their farewells, covered the holy face and placed the lid on the coffin, which they fastened round with gray bands at each end and in the middle. Then I saw the coffin lifted onto a bier and carried out of the house on the shoulders of Peter and John. They must have changed places, for later on I saw 6 of the apostles acting as bearers. At the head, James the Greater and James the Less. In the center, Bartholomew and Andrew, and behind, Thaddeus and Matthew. There must have been a mat or piece of leather attached to the carrying poles, for I saw the coffin hanging between them as if in a cradle. Some of the apostles and disciples went on ahead, others followed with the women. It was already dusk, and 4 lights were carried on poles round the coffin. The burial and Assumption of the Blessed Virgin. The funeral procession followed the way of the cross set up by the Blessed Virgin right up to the last station, and then went over the hill in front of that station and stopped at the right of the entrance to the tomb. Here they laid down the holy body, and then 4 of them carried it into the burial chamber in the rock and laid it in the place hollowed out for it. All those present went in one by one and laid spices and flowers beside the body, kneeling down and offering up their prayers and their tears. Many lingered there in love and sorrow, and night had fallen when the apostles closed the entrance to the tomb. They dug a trench before the narrow entrance of the rock tomb and planted in it a hedge of various shrubs brought with their roots from elsewhere. Some had leaves, some blossoms, and some berries. They made the water from a nearby spring flow in front of the hedge, so that no trace of the entrance to the tomb could be seen, and none could enter the cave without forcing a way round behind the hedge. They went away in scattered groups, some remaining to pray and watch by the tomb, others stopping to pray here and there at the stations of the cross. Those who were on their way home saw from the distance a strange radiance over Mary's tomb, which moved them to wonder, though they did not know what it really was. I saw it too, but of all that I saw, I remember only the following. It was as if a shaft of light descended from heaven towards the tomb, and in this shaft was a lovely form, like the soul of the Blessed Virgin, accompanied by the form of our Lord. Then the body of the Blessed Virgin, united to the shining soul, rose shining out of the grave and soared up to heaven with the figure of our Lord. All this lies in my memory as something half realized and yet distinct. In the night I saw several of the apostles and holy women praying and singing in the little garden in front of the rock tomb. A broad shaft of light came down from heaven to the rock, and I saw descending in it a triple-ringed glory of angels and spirits surrounding the appearance of our Lord and of the shining soul of Mary. The appearance of Jesus Christ, whose wound marks were streaming with light, moved down in front of her soul. Round the soul of Mary, in the innermost circle of the glory, I saw only little figures of children. In the midmost circle they appeared as 6-year-old children, and in the outermost circle as grown-up youths. I could see only the faces clearly. All the rest I saw as shimmering figures of light. As this vision, becoming ever clearer, streamed down upon the rock, I saw a shining path opened and leading up to the heavenly Jerusalem. Then I saw the soul of the Blessed Virgin, which had been following the appearance of Jesus, pass in front of him and float down into the tomb. Soon afterwards, I saw her soul, united to her transfigured body, rising out of the tomb far brighter and clearer, and ascending into the heavenly Jerusalem with our Lord and with the whole glory. Thereupon all the radiance faded again, and the quiet starry sky covered the land. I do not know whether the apostles and holy women praying before the tomb saw all this in the same manner, but I saw them looking upwards in adoration and amazement, or throwing themselves down full of awe with their faces to the ground. I saw, too, how several of those who were praying and singing by the way of the cross as they carried home the empty bier turned back with great reverence and devotion towards the light above the rock tomb. Thus I did not see the Blessed Virgin die in the usual manner, nor did I see her go up to heaven, but I saw that first her soul and then her body were taken from the earth. On returning to the house, the apostles and disciples partook of a little food and then went to rest. They slept outside the house in sheds built onto it. Mary's maidservant, who had remained in the house to set things in order, and the other women who had stayed there to help her, slept in the room behind the hearth. During the burial, the maidservant had cleared everything out of this, so that it now looked like a little chapel, and thenceforward the apostles used it for prayer and for offering the holy sacrifice. This evening I saw them still in their own room, praying and mourning. The women had already gone to rest. Then I saw the Apostle Thomas and 2 companions, all girt up, arrive at the gate of the courtyard and knock to be let in. There was a disciple with him called Jonathan, who was related to the Holy Family. His other companion was a very simple-minded man from the land of the farthest of the 3 holy kings, which I always call Parthami, not being able to recall names exactly. Thomas had brought him from there. He carried his cloak and was an obedient, childlike servant. A disciple opened the gate, and Thomas went with Jonathan into the apostles' room, telling his servant to sit at the gate and wait. The good brown man, who did everything that he was told, at once sat quietly down. Oh, how distressed they were to learn that they had come too late. Thomas cried like a child when he heard of Mary's death. The disciples washed his and Jonathan's feet and gave them some refreshment. In the meantime, the women had woken and got up, and when they had retired from the Blessed Virgin's room, Thomas and Jonathan were taken to the place where the Blessed Virgin had died. They threw themselves to the ground and watered it with their tears. Thomas knelt long in prayer at Mary's little altar. His grief was inexpressibly moving. It makes me cry even now when I think of it. When the apostles had finished their prayers, which they had not interrupted, they all went to welcome the new arrivals. They took Thomas and Jonathan by the arms, lifted them from their knees, embraced them, and led them into the front part of the house, where they gave them honey and little loaves of bread to eat. They drank from little jugs and goblets. They prayed together once more, and all embraced each other. But now Thomas and Jonathan begged to be shown the tomb of the Blessed Virgin. So the apostles kindled lights fastened to staves, and they all went out along Mary's way of the cross to her tomb. They spoke little, stopping for a short time at the stones of the stations and meditating on the Via Dolorosa of our Lord and the compassionate love of his mother, who had placed these stones of remembrance here and had so often wetted them with her tears. When they came to the rock tomb, they all threw themselves on their knees. Thomas and Jonathan hurried towards the tomb, followed by John. 2 disciples held back the bushes from the entrance, and they went in and knelt in reverent awe before the resting place of the Blessed Virgin. John then drew near to the light wicker coffin, which projected a little beyond the ledge of rock, undid the 3 gray bands which were round it, and laid them aside. When the light of the torches shone into the coffin, they saw with awe and amazement the grave clothes lying before them, still wrapped round as before, but empty. About the face and breast they were undone. The wrappings of the arms lay slightly loosened, but not unwound. The transfigured body of Mary was no longer on earth. They gazed up in astonishment, raising their arms as though the holy body had only then vanished from among them. And John called to those outside the cave, "Come, see, and wonder. She's no longer here." All came 2 by 2 into the narrow cave, and saw with amazement the empty grave clothes lying before them. They looked up to heaven with uplifted arms, weeping and praying, praising the Lord and his beloved transfigured mother, their true dear mother too, like devoted children, uttering every kind of loving endearment as the Spirit moved them. They must have remembered in their thoughts that cloud of light which they had seen from afar on their way home immediately after the burial, how it had sunk down upon the tomb and then soared upwards again. John took the Blessed Virgin's grave clothes with great reverence out of the wicker coffin, folded and wrapped them carefully together, and took them away, after closing the lid of the coffin and fastening it again with the bands. Then they left the tomb, closing the entrance again with the bushes. They returned to the house by the way of the cross, praying and singing hymns, On their return, they all went into the Blessed Virgin's room. John laid the grave clothes reverently on the little table before the place where the Blessed Virgin used to pray. Thomas and the others prayed again at the place where she died. Peter went apart as if in spiritual meditation. Perhaps he was making his preparation, for afterwards I saw the altar being set up before the Blessed Virgin's place of prayer where her cross stood, and I saw Peter holding a solemn service there, the others standing behind him in rows and praying and singing alternately. The holy women stood farther back by the doors, behind the hearth. Thomas's simple-minded servant had followed him from the distant land which he had last visited. His appearance was very strange. He had small eyes, a flat forehead and nose, and high cheekbones. His skin was of a browner color than one sees here. He had been baptized. Apart from that, he was just like an ignorant, obedient child. He did everything that he was told, stood still where he was put, looked in the direction he was told to, and smiled at everybody. He remained seated in the place where Thomas had said he was to wait, and when he saw Thomas in tears, he wept bitterly too. This man always stayed with Thomas. He was able to carry great weights, and I have seen him dragging up enormous stones when Thomas was building a chapel. After the Blessed Virgin's death, I saw the assembled apostles and disciples often standing together in a group and telling each other where they had been and what had befallen them. I heard it all, and if it be God's will, I shall recollect it. After performing various devotions, most of the disciples have taken leave and returned to their duties. The apostles are still at the house, with Jonathan, who came with Thomas, and also Thomas's servant, but they will all be leaving as soon as they have finished their work. They are working at freeing Mary's way of the cross from weeds and stones, and are planting it with beautiful shrubs, herbs, and flowers. While working, they pray and sing, and I cannot express how moving it is to see them. It is as if, in their love and sorrow, they were performing a solemn religious service, sad but beautiful. Like devoted children, they adorn the footsteps of God's mother and their mother, those footsteps which followed, in compassionate devotion, her divine Son's path of suffering to his redeeming death upon the cross. They entirely closed up the entrance into Mary's tomb by earthing up more firmly the bushes planted in front of it and strengthening the trench. They arranged and beautified the little garden before the tomb and dug out a passage at the back of the hill leading to the back wall of the tomb, chiseling out an opening in the rock through which one could see the place where the Holy Mother's body had rested, that mother whom the Redeemer, when dying on the cross, had entrusted to John and thus to them all and to his church. Oh, they were true and faithful sons, obedient to the fourth commandment, and long will they and their love live upon the land. Above the tomb they made a kind of tent chapel with carpets. It had wattle walls and roof. They built a little altar in it, with a stone step and a big flat stone supported on another stone. Against the wall behind this altar, they hung a little carpet on which the picture of the Blessed Virgin had been woven or embroidered, very plainly and simply. It was in bright colors, showing her in festal attire, brown with blue and red stripes. When all was finished, they held a service there, all praying on their knees with uplifted hands. They made Mary's room in the house into a church. Mary's maidservant and a few women continued to live in the house, and two of the disciples, one of whom came from the shepherds beyond the Jordan, were left here to provide for the spiritual comfort of the faithful living in the neighborhood. Soon afterwards, the apostles separated to go their different ways. Bartholomew, Simon, Jude, Philip, and Matthew were the first to leave for the countries of their missions, after taking a moving farewell of the others. The others, except John, who stayed on for a while, went all together to Palestine before separating. There were many disciples there, and several women went with them from Ephesus to Jerusalem. Mary Mark did much for the Christians there. She had established a community of some 20 women who, to a certain extent, led a conventual life. 5 of them lived in her own house, which was a regular meeting place for the disciples. The Christians still owned the church at the pool of Bethsaida. John is the only one left in the house. All the others have already gone. I saw John carrying out the Blessed Virgin's wishes and dividing her clothes between her maidservant and another girl who sometimes came to help her. Some of the stuffs given by the 3 holy kings were among them. I saw 2 long white robes and several long cloaks and veils, as well as coverings and carpets. I also saw quite clearly that striped overdress which she wore at Cana and on the way of the cross, the one of which I possess a little strip. Some of these things became the property of the church. For instance, the beautiful sky blue wedding dress, ornamented with gold thread and strewn with embroidered roses, was made into a vestment for the holy sacrifice for the Bethsaida church in Jerusalem. There are relics of it in Rome still. I see them, but do not know if they are recognized there. Mary wore it only for her wedding and never again. All that I have described happened in stillness and quiet. There was secrecy, but unlike today, no fear. Persecution had not yet reached the stage of spies and informers, and there was nothing to disturb the serenity and peace. The end. Thank you for listening to the life of the Blessed Virgin Mary, drawn from the visions of Anne Catherine Emmerich. If this audiobook has helped you grow in devotion to our Lord and our Blessed Mother, please consider subscribing and sharing it with someone who may benefit. May God bless you, and may our Blessed Mother lead you ever closer to her Divine Son.